In the vast, snow-white battlefield, a gravely wounded old man collapsed, breathing his last. Surrounded by countless corpses and tattered banners, the old man bitterly wondered, have we been wiped out? His internal energy depleted, the old warrior knew this was the end for him. Leaning on his sword, he rose with his last ounce of strength, challenging his enemy. Just kill me. A figure appeared amidst the snowy sky, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was the North Sea Palace Lord. The Martial Alliance leader knelt before the victor, unwillingly asking, why? Seol Mudok, the North Sea Palace Lord, coldly questioned, why did you kill her? The old man sneered enigmatically, replying, what in the world are you talking about? He growled, his eyes filled with hatred. A leader's daughter falling in love with a barbarian like you, letting her live was the biggest mistake. Seol Mudok silently turned his back, his long white hair fluttering in the snowy wind. A terrifying surge of internal energy gathered in his palm, emitting a deadly blue light. He unleashed a direct palm strike, declaring, yes, you have conquered Jiangnan, but you will never obtain the most important thing. A pillar of blue light swept through, and the Martial Alliance leader only had time to realize this was his end before he disintegrated. In his final moments, the old man reminisced about the past, remembering his daughter Huon and questioning her. Why did you betray your father? He could not accept his daughter's involvement with that barbarian, and mercilessly swung his sword, ending her life. The old man's eyes, before death, held nothing but extreme resentment and hatred. That night, with the fall of the Chunheipe Dam of the Martial Alliance, the bloody 6-year war officially concluded. The living legend of the Northern Ice Valley, Seol Mudok, became the undisputed overlord of the entire Central Plains. However, at the peak of glory, Seol Mudok showed no joy. He merely gazed silently at the moon. Night fell upon the palace, closing a tragic and heroic chapter of history. In the silent room, a vibrant red love flower glowed, placed in a ceramic vase. Seol Mudok rested his chin, looking at the flower, and murmured, all that remains for me now is this flower. While sitting and writing, Seol Mudok suddenly heard his name being called. Gaga, Gaga. Huon happily ran in, cradling a potted flower. Huon is here. Look, the lotus of love has finally bloomed. Seol Mudok asked in surprise. The lotus of love, a flower that only blooms when two people truly love each other? Huon's eyes welled up with tears, as she happily said she had never doubted his feelings, even though she had been very sad when the flower wouldn't bloom. She sobbed with happiness, affirming that this was not unrequited love, and that Seol Mudok truly loved her too. Seol Mudok gently embraced Huon, firmly stating, of course, besides you, who else would I love, Huon? He looked at the girl in his arms, thinking to himself, seeing Huon so happy, I am truly grateful for this flower. The memory ended, and Seol Mudok returned to his solitary reality, determined to fill his garden with lotuses of love. He carefully held the flower, all for one person. For you, Huon. Suddenly, Seol Mudok froze, sweat trickling down his cheek as he realized something absurd. No matter how hard I try, I cannot forget you. The flower in his hand suddenly glowed again, unbelievably, making Seol Mudok stunned. The lotus of love bloomed again? He couldn't believe his eyes, and growled, calling his subordinate, Muyong. Muyong immediately appeared, kneeling on one knee, awaiting orders. Seol Mudok slammed the table and commanded, find someone who can explain what just happened before my eyes. Search the entire Central Plains if you have to. Muyong immediately accepted the order and vanished in a flash. A few days later, in the Northern Ice Valley, a group of people known as the Manhwa scholars, those who know everything in the world, were summoned. The Manhwa scholars whispered among themselves, not understanding why the Northern Ice Divine Palace had summoned them. An authoritative voice echoed down from above, ordering them to enter, making the scholars both fearful and curious. The Manhwa scholars gaped. An old man stammered, oh my! What is that? A vibrant orange flower garden appeared before their eyes, unrealistically beautiful. The old scholar couldn't believe it. This is the first time in my life I've seen an entire garden of love lotuses. One might not even see a single bloom in their entire life. This legendary flower has the character love carved on its stem. It's unmistakable. Seol Mudok appeared towering behind the scholars who were engrossed in admiration, his voice cold. Do you like flowers? A young scholar turned around, not yet realizing who he was speaking to. Like them? These flowers? Well, but who are you? Seol Mudok smirked, an overwhelming aura of a hegemon radiating from him. I am Seol Mudok, the master of this garden. All the Manhwa scholars turned pale, retreating in fear. What? Seol Mudok? Why is the absolute ruler of the Central Plains here? Seol Mudok began to recount. This garden once bloomed thanks to the love between me and her, but when she died, the flowers withered, he stated firmly. However, a few days ago, for some unknown reason, it came back to life. The scholars grew even more bewildered upon hearing this. The old men whispered amongst themselves about this strange phenomenon. One old man seemed to have figured something out. Seol Mudok immediately pressed his face close to the old man's, his eyes sharp as knives. A possibility? What is it? The old man, sweating profusely, offered a shocking hypothesis. Rebirth in a new body. In other words, transmigration. The palace lord's beloved seems to have transmigrated somewhere in this world. Seol Mudok was utterly shaken, his eyes wide. The old scholar asserted, if not, there's no other explanation for the love lotus blooming again. Seol Mudok slowly regained his composure. A hopeful yet dangerous smile appeared. Transmigration, you say? Good, there's hope at last. He sank into contemplation of the emptiness after conquering the central plains, fulfilling his wish but losing everything. Huon's image, holding a flower happily, flashed before his eyes. He told himself that his longing for her grew daily, and he had lost his purpose in life. Returning to reality, Seol Mudok growled, asking, so how can I find her the fastest? The old scholar explained, when two lovers are near each other, the love lotus will glow. Seol Mudok suddenly remembered the flower Huon had given him had glowed. He muttered, I didn't pay attention then. I never thought it held such a secret. The old scholar proposed a highly logical solution. Carrying a fresh flower is very inconvenient. I suggest crafting the love lotus into a gem for you to carry. Seol Mudok sealed the deal. Good. I leave everything to you. I depart in 10 days, make sure it's ready. He added a sentence, making all the Manhwa scholars' eyes light up like headlights. If all goes well, each of you will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold. Seol Mudok turned his back and walked away decisively, leaving behind the bowing scholars who were seeing off their palace lord. He muttered as he walked. Hope had been rekindled after a series of dark days. Seol Mudok's eyes hardened, full of determination. I will not let go of this hope. Wherever she is, even in hell, I will follow until the end. He clenched his fist, growling the name etched into his heart. So wait for me, Huon. Time flew by. A large ship was cutting through the waves, heading out to sea, beginning a long journey. On the ship's deck in the middle of the night, Seol Mudok, in his cloak, stood alone, silently gazing forward. He checked the map again, muttering, not here. Seol Mudok put away the map, his eyes sharp. So, only Hainan is left? 3 years and 5 months had passed since he began his search with his masked subordinates, turning the entire central plains upside down, yet still finding no trace. During that time, Seol Mudok had not wasted a single second, cultivating frantically, and had broken through from the transformation realm to the profound realm, undergoing 2 complete transformations. He asserted, she must be in Hainan. Seol Mudok clutched the love lotus gem around his neck, the only token to find her again. He whispered his beloved's name once more, longing and determination intertwining. Memories flooded back. Seol Mudok slammed the table in anger. Why? She didn't need to go. Why did she insist on going? Huon calmly explained. My father has decided to attend the negotiations. If I, his daughter, am present, he will surely understand your intentions. Huon pleaded earnestly, placing her full trust in the father who had cruelly killed her. Just this once. I want to trust father. Please let me go. Seol Mudok remained silent, deep in thought, clearly not trusting that cunning old man. Finally, he sighed in acceptance, but did not forget to instruct. All right, but if anything goes wrong, don't hesitate to return immediately. In a memory, Huon held something out to Seol Mudok. Take this too. He asked curiously. What is it? She explained, it was a necklace, a memento from her deceased mother, possessing the power to always return to the one who gave it. Huon personally put the necklace on him, stating firmly, this necklace will always lead you back to me. She smiled, promising never to leave. Back in reality, Seol Mudok was consumed by regret. I should have stopped her at all costs back then. While on a ship crossing the sea, Seol Mudok suddenly sensed an unusual aura. A storm is coming. A crew member yelled amidst the pouring rain, the ship swaying violently. Everyone hold on tight. Tie yourselves down with ropes. The storm hit unexpectedly. Yet Seol Mudok stood firm as a rock amidst the chaotic deck. He spun around, his eyes sharp as he realized an even more terrifying danger was approaching. A colossal wave, like a towering wall of water, appeared, ready to swallow the fragile ship. Without a hint of hesitation, Seol Mudok channeled his energy, bracing his legs like a mountain. Protective aura, Thousand Jin stance. He created a protective energy sphere, confronting the terrifying tsunami head-on by himself. The fierce wave swept across the deck, tossing the weak people overboard, desperate screams for help echoing tragically. A child and their mother were about to be swept out to sea, crying out in despair. Mom, Seol Mudok couldn't just watch. Damn it, if this continues. He used his power to control the broken planks from the ship, making them fly up. Remote object manipulation. A series of planks, reinforced with internal energy, shot forth like arrows, heading straight for the wave. They plunged directly into the sea, forming a temporary barrier to block some of the fierce water's power. Seol Mudok signaled, preparing for the next wave, when a pale-faced crew member cried out, "It's coming again." An even more terrifying wave than the last was forming, churning like a true sea monster. The crew members could only cling tightly to the mast, shouting in helplessness, "Hold on tight, no matter what happens." Seol Mudok realized the ship was about to shatter. His eyes flashed with killing intent, preparing to unleash his full power to quell the sea's fury. Facing the destructive wave, Seol Mudok decided there was only one option left: to go all in. He channeled all his internal energy, his eyes glowing brightly, letting out an earth-shattering roar. An immense surge of cold energy emanated, making the crew members shiver uncontrollably from the cold. Not understanding what in the world was happening, Seol Mudok declared he would freeze the wave, unleashing his ultimate technique, absolute freezing wind. Just then, the memento necklace from his lover around his neck suddenly glowed, and a strange new energy surged forth. A colossal pillar of light shot straight up from the necklace, piercing through the eye of the storm, creating a terrifying energy vortex. The overwhelming surge of power made Seol Mudok clutch his head in pain, unable to control this phenomenon. He staggered, exhausted, and collapsed onto the ship's deck after releasing all the energy. The pillar of light tore through the dark clouds, dispelling the storm, and dazzling sunlight shone down upon the gradually calming sea. A crew member gaped, stammering in disbelief. No way. Everyone on the ship stared blankly at the clear blue sky, wondering what on earth had just swept through. Seol Mudok slowly regained consciousness, sweat pouring, his body feeling utterly drained. He realized he was in a cramped carriage, with no memory of how he got there. Seol Mudok clutched his head, trying to recall the battle with the storm at sea. Then a headache struck, making him wince. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed from outside, interrupting his thoughts. The villagers were being chased by a swarm of giant flies, running for their lives in a panic. A mother and her young daughter were cornered, desperately watching the monster charge towards them. Other men shouted the names of the mother and child, rushing to their aid helplessly, but clearly they were no match. Suddenly, a surge of sword chi flew from nowhere, instantly slicing several monster flies to pieces, leaving the villagers stunned. A villager frantically pointed towards the source of the power, his voice trembling. "Over there." The first-class carriage. From inside the carriage, a finger was raised, channeling verdant internal energy, ready for action. Seol Mudok stepped out of the carriage, observed the forest, and muttered, It seems like a forest somewhere in the Central Plains." He narrowed his eyes, realizing something was amiss. Seeing the villagers fleeing for their lives, he concluded, "They are foreigners, which means I am very far from the Central Plains." Suddenly, the giant flies darted past, catching his attention. Seol Mudok's eyes widened, his face changing color with disgust and disbelief. Flies? He stood amidst the chaotic battlefield, where the villagers were being hunted by the monsters. Amidst the rubble, Seol Mudok muttered to himself, "Foreigners and flies. What in the world is happening in the Central Plains?" Without another word, his eyes flashed with killing intent, and a wave of icy energy emanated. Seol Mudok unleashed the divine white ice palm, instantly freezing a giant fly that was flying towards him. The villagers, holding crude weapons, froze, their mouths agape at the scene that had just unfolded. He coldly declared, "A mere beast, just because it's a bit bigger, dares to attack humans?" Icy energy gathered in his hand. Seol Mudok growled, "Unforgivable." He shot forth like a phantom, leaving a faint trail of light. Countless ice crystals, sharp as daggers, were created, filling the entire sky. Seol Mudok shouted the name of the technique, Divine White Ice Palm, again, but this time it was the AoE map-clearing version. He disdainfully watched the icy rain destroy everything. This much is more than enough for these wretched bugs. Two men among the villagers looked up at the sky, their faces pale with terror at the destructive power. The young women could only stand frozen, stammering incoherently at the surreal sight. An old man among the villagers regained his composure, stepped forward to Seol Mudok, and introduced himself. I am Edmund Royal, Guildmaster of the Royal Merchant Guild. Edmund Royal bowed deeply in gratitude, called Seol Mudok a magic swordsman, and asked for his esteemed name, but in a completely unfamiliar language. Seol Mudok frowned, muttering to himself that it sounded like thanks, then bluntly replied, "Sorry, I don't understand foreign languages." He turned to the villagers, asking loudly if anyone spoke the Central Plains language, but was met only with blank stares. Realizing no one understood him, Seol Mudok was speechless, while the villagers began to whisper among themselves in their own language. Seol Mudok repeated the question once more, just as a young man rushed breathlessly to Edmund Roll. The young man whispered something into Edmund Roll's ear, making him look confused. The young man held out a ring. Seol Mudok could only watch, not understanding what this play was. What in the world is he doing? Seol Mudok thought to himself as he saw a strange glint in Edmund Roll's eyes. Edmund Roll put on the ring, crossed his arms in front of him, and shouted, "Language translation." A brilliant golden magic circle appeared. The old man, Edmund Roll, suddenly struck a flamboyant pose like an idol amidst colorful magical smoke, making onlookers want to punch him. Seol Mudok froze, completely bewildered by what was happening to the old man in front of him. Edmund Roll cleared his throat, confidently asking in flawless Central Plains language, "Do you understand what I'm saying now?" Seol Mudok's surprise was evident. "You suddenly speak fluent Central Plains language. Is it the power of that ring?" The old man delightedly confirmed. Now able to communicate, Edmund Roll formally reintroduced himself and asked for the name of the magic swordsman who had saved their lives. Seol Mudok stated bluntly, "I don't know what a magic swordsman is, but my name is Seol Mudok." Edmund Roll explained that a magic swordsman is someone who uses both a sword and magic, just like Seol Mudok, illustrating with an image of a warrior holding a sword and a staff. Seol Mudok asked a devastating question blankly, "Magic? What is that?" Which made Edmund Roll freeze. The old man was utterly shocked. "You just shot ice at us, and you don't know what magic is?" Edmund Roll pointed at Seol Mudok's hand, which still had a lingering icy aura, to prove his point, but he still feigned ignorance. Seol Mudok frowned, scratching his head, completely at a loss as to how to explain what internal cultivation and martial arts were to the people of this world. Seol Mudok lost patience, his killing intent flared, and he growled, "Answer me quickly when I ask." The old man Edmund Roll shrank back in fear. Edmund Roll broke out in a cold sweat, cursing inwardly. This madman is definitely insane. He thought it best to just explain and get it over with, lest he lose his temper and wipe out the entire village. The old man quickly waved his hands. "I understand. I'll explain. Please calm down, sir." Time passed, and dusk settled over the strange land. By the campfire, Seol Mudok finally processed the information. So, in this land of the Central Plains, there's something called magic. Edmund Roll breathed a sigh of relief, having managed to appease this madman. Edmund Roll asked curiously, "By the way, what exactly is this Central Plains you speak of?" Seol Mudok frowned, completely bewildered. "What do you mean by asking what the Central Plains is?" The old man asked a direct, critical question. "Could it be that you don't know where you are?" Seol Mudok sighed, finding the question utterly absurd, while Edmund Roll became even more convinced. He truly is a madman. Edmund Roll corrected him. "Sir Magic Swordsman, this is not the Central Plains. We are in the forest leading to Barhan, the capital of the Drake Kingdom." Seol Mudok snapped. "I've never heard anyone call the Central Plains Drake. You don't look that old, yet you're already senile?" Edmund Roll was furious upon hearing this. The old man, offended, retorted, "Senile? I'm only 50. I'm the one who should be worried about you. Insisting this is the Central Plains." Seol Mudok suddenly glanced to the side. "If that's the case, why not just ask the kid peeking from behind that tree?" A boy flinched, startled at being discovered. Edmund Roll recognized the boy. "Huh? Isn't that Leo? What are you doing here?" The boy silently stepped out from behind the tree. Seol Mudok turned and asked the boy directly, "Kid, tell me the truth. Is this the Central Plains or Drake?" Leo could only stammer, not understanding. Edmund Roll explained, "It's no use. No matter what you say, Leo won't understand." The old man held out another ring. "Here, I'll lend you this ring. Put it on your finger and chant language translation." Although he felt it was a waste to lend an expensive magic artifact to a madman, Edmund Roll absolutely refused to be considered a senile old man. Seol Mudok reluctantly took it. Seol Mudok loudly chanted the command, "Language translation." Immediately, the ring on his hand glowed brightly. A massive burst of brilliant golden energy erupted from the ring, forming swirling vortices around Seol Mudok, leaving even him stunned. Edmund Roll and the villagers stared in awe. "Oh, I can hear it. I understand the foreigner's words," he exclaimed, bewildered by the wondrous magic. Seol Mudok turned to the boy and asked directly, "All right, kid, what's your name?" The boy timidly replied, "My name is Leo." Seol Mudok got straight to the point. "All right, Leo, is this the Central Plains, or Drake?" Leo looked bewildered and asked a question that stunned his interlocutor. "Excuse me, what is the Central Plains?" Leo explained clearly. "This is the forest on the way to Barhan, the capital of the Drake Kingdom." Seol Mudok became annoyed, glaring at the boy. "What are you saying? Are you senile too?" He turned and growled at Edmund Roll. "You put the kid up to saying that, didn't you?" The old man quickly waved his hands, vehemently denying it. "Absolutely not. If you don't believe me, just ask all the members of my merchant guild." Seeing their reactions, Seol Mudok realized they weren't lying. He began to accept the harsh truth. So, this really isn't the Central Plains? A flash of lightning struck Seol Mudok's mind. He suddenly remembered something. He recalled battling a terrifying storm on a ship just before this, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself sitting in a carriage. The martial arts overlord was utterly panicked, sweat pouring down as he realized an impossible possibility. Could I have teleported? Seol Mudok sprang to his feet, still unable to believe he had just traveled through space. He muttered, trying to sort out the chaotic information in his head. "This is the Drake Kingdom, not the Central Plains?" Suddenly, a strange surge of energy erupted from his dantian, making him freeze. Cough? What the hell is this? Seol Mudok staggered, not understanding the strange sensation he just felt. Edmund Roll smirked. "Do you believe me now, sir?" Seol Mudok clutched his chest, his face changing color. "This energy is completely different from anything I've ever felt." He realized something was wrong. Seol Mudok abruptly turned and left. The old man frantically asked where he was going, but he simply replied, "I need to check for myself." With a whoosh, he vanished into the deep forest, leaving the bewildered group behind. Standing in the middle of the forest, Seol Mudok sensed the pure energy in the air and came to a final conclusion. This place is definitely completely different from the Central Plains. Seol Mudok was circulating his energy, and a massive surge of blue chi erupted around him, sweeping through the entire forest. He strained to absorb the strange energy, roaring as his body was stretched to its limits. The power continued to surge uncontrollably, making Seol Mudok scream in extreme agony. He panted, utterly shocked as he realized, the amount of true chi accumulated in my dantian has doubled. After stabilizing himself, Seol Mudok muttered, his ultimate goal unchanged. "I must find Huon at all costs." Suddenly, he noticed the necklace around his neck was vibrating, seemingly connected to this teleportation. He recalled the moment the gem on the necklace emitted a brilliant red light, wondering, could it be because of this thing? A memory resurfaced. Huon smiling gently as she explained, "This necklace has the power to return to the one who gave it." Seol Mudok sprang to his feet, the logic clear as day. "Haha. I understand now. If I was brought here, it must be to find her." His eyes gleamed with steely determination, stating firmly, "She is definitely here." Night fell over the unfamiliar mountain range, a completely new world. Meanwhile, by the campfire, Edmund Roll was muttering, wondering, where did that magic swordsman go? Another villager replied, deeming the man too unpredictable, while Edmund Roll cleared his throat, adopting an elder's demeanor. With a whoosh, Seol Mudok suddenly appeared before the group with an overwhelming aura. "Everyone is here." The villagers flinched. Seol Mudok nonchalantly said he had been busy and now had a question, making one villager secretly think his smile looked terrifying. He got straight to the point, his gaze sharp. "Is what that kid Leo said about this place being the Drake Kingdom true?" Edmund Roll confirmed it was true, and pointed the way to the capital, Barhan, a name that made Seol Mudok frown. Leo chuckled slyly. "Heh heh. You really don't seem to know anything about this place, do you? You must have been cultivating on a mountain all this time." Edmund Roll nodded, thinking he was the eccentric type only found in legends. Seol Mudok seized the opportunity. "Haha, that's right. I've been cultivating on a mountain, and only came down today to experience the world." He concluded, "So I don't know anything." But in his mind, he schemed, Barhan, Drake Kingdom, never heard of them. Perhaps I can extract more information from this kid. Seol Mudok secretly thought these colored-eyed people must be the legendary Westerners, while the eager kid offered to teach him a few tricks, calling him a magic swordsman. The kid excitedly led the way, while Seol Mudok leisurely floated behind, looking like a grandmaster out for a stroll. The boy introduced himself as Luffy, then asked for the magic swordsman's name in return. Edmund Roll sat by the fire, muttering to himself, finding Seol Mudok's sudden friendly demeanor extremely suspicious and unpredictable. That night, Seol Mudok began studying maps and learning the language of this world from Luffy. He realized a harsh truth. This was not just an unfamiliar land, but an entirely different world. Seol Mudok broke out in a cold sweat as he confirmed the terrain and writing here were vastly different from the Central Plains. This world also had legendary races like elves and dwarves. Not only that, but there were also beastmen of all hideous forms. Most terrifying of all, at the top of the food chain here were dragons, winged lizards with destructive power. Luffy enthusiastically explained magic teleportation, a high-level spell that Seol Mudok found utterly incomprehensible. Seol Mudok listened in silence, his mind beginning to calculate what other formidable things this new world held. Suddenly, he sensed something and snapped his head up to the sky. Utterly stunned, in the night sky, not one, but 3 moons were shining brightly. Seol Mudok smirked with interest, accepting the fact that this place was completely different from his homeland. He clutched the necklace around his neck, wondering if Huon had truly summoned him here. From a distance, a man's voice cried out in despair. "Savina, no. Don't do that." Seol Mudok's eyes flashed. He had heard the scream. He immediately turned towards the source of the sound, his aura completely changing. A young woman named Savina retorted defiantly. "What do you mean, no?" Savina pointed a knife at a child, yelling, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill everyone." While the bearded man frantically begged her to stop, a man with glasses named Charles tried to de-escalate the situation, promising to find a mage in the capital to treat them both, and even appealing to Edmund Roll. Savina snapped bitterly, revealing the harsh truth. "The assassin bug's eggs are in my heart. They could hatch at any moment. Who could possibly cure that?" Charles was stunned, not expecting the situation to be so dire. With tears in her eyes, Savina desperately explained that once the larvae hatched, they would tear both her and little Annie apart. She decided to end her own life before turning into a monster, raising the knife to commit suicide. Just then, a cold voice echoed from the shadows. "Wait." Seol Mudok appeared, blue cold energy emanating from his hand, declaring that he had grasped the situation. He gently used his internal energy to disarm Savina, imperiously declaring, "I will cure you, so put that knife away." Savina was stunned, wondering when this white-haired man had appeared, as he ordered her to sit down to begin the treatment. Edmund Roll rushed over, asking if he knew healing magic, but Seol Mudok calmly replied that he didn't know magic, just a few healing techniques from his homeland. Hearing this, Edmund Roll and Charles sighed in relief, their eyes filled with hope. The old man Edmund Roll grabbed Seol Mudok's hand, earnestly begging him to save the children, but Seol Mudok brushed him off. "You don't need to tell me, I'll do it anyway." Seol Mudok ordered everyone to step back so he could begin, and Edmund Roll stammered his compliance. All the villagers quickly retreated, creating space for Seol Mudok to approach the 2 cowering figures. He reassured Savina and Annie not to be tense, that everything would be over quickly. "Close your eyes and relax," Seol Mudok commanded, and both obediently complied. He channeled his energy, and a brilliant golden light shone from within their bodies, revealing their skeletons, causing them to groan softly in discomfort. Seol Mudok's eyes sharpened, confirming the location of the source of disaster. "The bug's eggs are near their hearts, aren't they?" He placed his hands on both their chests, concentrating his energy to swiftly deal with the 2 parasitic eggs. Seol Mudok's eyes flashed. He had locked onto his target. Thump thump. He clearly felt 2 hearts beating, along with the parasitic seeds hidden within. Under the moonlight, Seol Mudok's internal energy radiated outwards, enveloping Savina and Annie to the astonishment of the villagers. He muttered to himself. Luckily, the eggs haven't hatched yet. Now, he just needed to control his internal energy to burn the eggs without harming their hearts, a maneuver requiring extremely high skill. Light erupted fiercely from Seol Mudok's hands, a pure and powerful source of energy. The dazzling internal energy was subtly controlled by him, preparing for the finishing blow. Whoosh! The 2 parasitic eggs were enveloped by his energy and were about to be eliminated. Savina and Annie let out a sigh of relief, the disgusting sensation in their chests having vanished. Seol Mudok subtly furrowed his brow, as if everything had been neatly resolved. He stood up, coldly declaring, "It's done." Savina and Annie were astonished, unable to believe everything ended so quickly. All the villagers, led by Edmund Roll, gaped, their voices trembling as they asked again, "Is it really true?" Edmund Roll rushed forward, pressing, "Annie and Savina are all right, aren't they, Sir Magic Swordsman?" Seol Mudok replied concisely, "Of course." He turned to reassure the 2 girls. "There will be no side effects, you 2 don't need to worry." Savina and Annie bowed their heads, their voices full of emotion. "Thank you, Sir Magic Swordsman. You are our lifesaver." All the villagers collectively bowed deeply in gratitude, but Sial Mudok merely waved his hand dismissively, not caring much for formalities. He quietly walked away, leaving the worshipful crowd behind. Sial Mudok sat leaning against a tree, sighing after an exhausting day. He took out his necklace, his gaze softening as he thought of his beloved. "Today, I miss her even more." Under the moonlight, Sial Mudok whispered to himself, hoping to reunite with her soon. Sial Mudok's group continued their journey on the trail, heading towards the magnificent castle in the distance. Under the scorching sun, someone in the group complained, "Why is the weather so hot?" Sial Mudok also felt the burning heat, but his demeanor remained as cold as ice, not a drop of sweat. Little Leo trotted over with water. "Sir Magic Swordsman, please drink some water." Sial Mudok took a gulp and frowned. The water was warm like tea, not refreshing at all. He thought to himself that he only needed to channel a bit of cold energy. And immediately, the water bottle in his hand began to freeze from the inside. Leo saw Sial Mudok finish drinking and asked, to which he simply replied, "Yeah, at least it's better than before." Seeing the boy's curiosity, Sial Mudok playfully pressed the ice-cold water bottle against his cheek, making Leo jump. "Ah, cold." Leo's mouth hung open in surprise as the water bottle suddenly turned ice-cold. Sial Mudok smirked and said, "Try drinking it." The boy didn't hesitate to take a long, refreshing gulp. While drinking, Leo paused as he felt ice cubes inside the bottle. The spreading coolness made the boy ecstatic, his face beaming with joy. Sial Mudok smiled gently, teasing, "Haha, refreshing, isn't it?" Leo immediately ran closer, grabbing Sial Mudok's hand. With sparkling eyes full of admiration, the boy pleaded, "Sir, could you freeze this entire bottle of water for me?" Remembering the times the boy had helped him, Sial Mudok chuckled and agreed. "All right, consider it repayment." Whoosh! With just a flick of his hand, Sial Mudok channeled cold energy, turning Leo's water bottle into a true bottle of ice. Leo cheered in delight, clutching his cool, icy prize. Suddenly, Sial Mudok felt something was amiss, and his gaze sharpened. He turned around and saw all the villagers, from Savina, Annie, to Charles, frozen in place, staring at him. Seeing Leo's cool new item, the villagers immediately raised their water bottles and shouted, "Sir Magic Swordsman, please grant us ice water." The children, including Savina and Annie, had eyes shining like headlights, looking at Sial Mudok as if he were a savior bringing air conditioning to the desert. Sial Mudok frowned, thinking to himself, "It's not difficult to do, but indulging them might just bring more trouble." Suddenly, an old hand rested on Sial Mudok's arm, making him startle and turn around. "What is it?" Edmund Roll, an old merchant, along with Charles and the crowd, approached, their faces filled with extreme bewilderment. Edmund Roll asked, "Can someone explain what's happening?" Leo excitedly showed off his ice water bottle, explaining, "Oh, the magic swordsman made me some ice water." The others saw it too. Edmund Roll stood stunned, his large back obscuring even the sunlight. Sweating profusely, Edmund Roll stared intently at Sial Mudok, seemingly realizing something of immense importance. Sial Mudok asked coldly, his sharp gaze unwavering, "Is there a problem?" Thud! Edmund Roll knelt to the ground, offering the water bottle with both hands like a sacrifice, earnestly pleading, "I also want some ice water." Sial Mudok froze, speechless at the old man's exaggerated reaction, his mind filled with nothing but question marks. With a sigh, Sial Mudok reluctantly accepted. "All right, hand over the bottle." Edmund Roll was overjoyed, quickly replying, "Yes." Cold energy poured from Sial Mudok's hand. He thought to himself, "For now, I'll just follow this caravan to learn more. The language barrier is resolved, and giving a little ice water isn't a big deal." Edmund Roll gulped down the cool water, his mouth overflowing with thanks. Suddenly he paused, tilting his head in wonder. "Strange, huh?" Edmund Royal turned to Sial Mudok with a serious expression. "Sir Magic Swordsman, how did you create this ice?" Sial Mudok merely shrugged. "Why do you ask? Is something wrong?" Edmund Roll broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes gleaming with extreme astonishment as he realized the truth of the matter. His face lit up, and he shouted in delight, "Absolutely perfect. I've tried every kind of ice across the continent, but I've never tasted ice like this." The old merchant held up the frozen water bottle, revering it like a divine artifact. "My goodness, this is truly a different class. It's incomparable." Sial Mudok looked bewildered. "Delicious ice?" Sial Mudok crossed his arms, his face showing extreme confusion. "I merely froze the water, yet you say it tastes different? What do you mean?" Edmund Roll explained to Sial Mudok. Ordinary ice is made from water with impurities or by gathering moisture from the air, so its quality is very poor. Only high-level mages can create pure ice, and that's why Seol Mudok's ice is so delicious. Seol Mudok finally understood. So that's how it is. Now I understand. He looked at the villagers, including the excited boy Leo, and thought to himself, so this is why they're so thrilled. It's quite pathetic that something so simple causes such a big reaction. Feeling quite good, Seol Mudok decided to bestow more blessings, and cold chi began to gather in his hand. Edmund Roll quickly stopped him. Wait, Sir Magic Swordsman. The old merchant raised a finger, his eyes shining brightly. I have a proposition for you. A few days later, in a bustling town, trade was flourishing. A man was hastily directing the workers. Hey, hold it steady. Take it to the back of the shop quickly. Inside a cellar, Seol Mudok unleashed his domineering cold chi, enveloping the entire space. Rows of water buckets simultaneously froze with a crackling sound under his chilling internal energy. The result was dozens of wooden barrels filled with pure ice, sparkling like diamonds. Edmund Roll's workers applauded loudly, cheering. Sir Magic Swordsman is truly something else. Seol Mudok, his hair neatly tied up, coldly watched the bustling crowd at work. Suddenly, he spun around with an expression of extreme astonishment. What? Seol Mudok questioned the profusely sweating Edmund Roll. So you want to revive your merchant guild by selling the ice I make? He muttered, having understood the old man's scheme. No wonder he kept rambling about how good the ice was. It turns out, there was a purpose. Seol Mudok stated his price bluntly, without a hint of hesitation, 70 to 30. Edmund Roll secretly calculated that with the quality of this ice, it would sell like hotcakes, and a 70 to 30 split wasn't too bad. But his merchant's blood stirred, and Edmund Roll decided to haggle further. To sell the ice, you'll need carriages, workers, even mages to keep it cold. In short, the initial costs are very high. Hearing the old man's incessant pleading, Seol Mudok didn't bother to argue, stating a chilling reply. 60 to 40. Edmund Roll was utterly shocked, not expecting the other party to concede so easily. Recovering his senses, the old merchant immediately sealed the deal, declaring he would draw up the contract right away. Seol Mudok sat in the room, thinking to himself that this cooperation was also a good opportunity to learn about the new world. He didn't expect the business venture to take off faster than anticipated, with customers flocking in. A figure rushed like the wind along the stone road. Bang! Charles kicked open the door, his face drained of color, shouting, Sir Edmund, he panted, hastily reporting. You must come outside and see right now. Edmund Roll and Seol Mudok stepped out, bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Outside, a huge crowd had gathered, murmuring loudly in front of the shop. A man named Arnold led the crowd, shouting, demanding to buy ice candy and declaring he had come from another city to do business with the Roll Merchant Guild. Edmund Roll was sweating profusely, trying to calm the jostling crowd. Everyone, please form a line, but no one listened. The crowd continued to shout and push forward. Suddenly, a powerful voice rang out. Everyone, silence, causing a man in the crowd to jump, startled and panicked by the sound echoing directly in his head. Edmund Roll turned around, seeing Seol Mudok had stepped out at some point, and called out with a trembling voice, Sir Magic Swordsman. Seol Mudok raised his hand, signaling, and coldly ordered, Please maintain order in the shop. His eyes flashed with a deadly glint, and he warned in a low voice, If you make any more noise, everyone will be kicked out without exception, so be warned. Faced with the surging killing intent, the crowd fell silent, obediently complying in fear. Edmund Roll explained that the guild's policy was to only sell wholesale, causing the crowd who wanted to buy retail to show their disappointment and start arguing. Seol Mudok cast another glance, and an invisible pressure emanated, making the entire crowd, who were about to cause a commotion, fall silent as clams, their faces pale with fear. It's no use. Let's get out of here quickly, one of the disappointed buyers muttered before slipping away. Seol Mudok waved his hand, dismissing the small-time buyers, then turned to the VIP clients. The rest of you, line up over here. The heavyweights had arrived. Representatives from the Meiji Merchant Guild, Benjamin, the butler of Count Slabe's family, and another big figure from the Arista family. Edmund Roll grinned with delight, never expecting this deal to be so lucrative. He'd truly struck gold. Seol Mudok let out a long yawn, while Edmund Roll secretly gave thanks, knowing that without this magic swordsman, his merchant guild wouldn't stand a chance. Please go rest, Sir Magic Swordsman, Edmund Roll said. I can handle the rest. Okay, good luck, Seol Mudok replied simply, then turned and walked inside. The old merchant watched his retreating back, his heart filled with complex emotions. "Forgive me, sir, but I have my own reasons for reviving this merchant guild." Memories flooded back, showing Edmund Roll kneeling amidst his family's blood, determined to revive the merchant guild for revenge. He had to use the Roll Merchant Guild itself to overthrow Icarus and the Akasa Merchant Guild faction, who had destroyed his family. His eyes blazed with hatred, swearing he would never give up and hoping Saol Mudok would cooperate until that day. Back in the present, Edmund Roll placed his hand on the table, making a firm resolution. "When I succeed, I will definitely repay you." Meanwhile, Saol Mudok collapsed onto the bed as soon as he returned to his room, groaning, "I'm so damn tired." He lay on his back, calculating to himself, "Business seems stable, money is flowing in steadily. I guess it's time to start gathering information about Huon." Knock, knock. A knock came from the door. Saol Mudok sat up and asked, "Who is it?" and received the answer, "It's Savina." Saol Mudok's eyes lit up, thinking to himself, "Is it snack time?" Then eagerly invited, "Come in." Click. The door opened, and Savina stepped in, carrying a bowl of extremely appetizing food. The dish was introduced as ice cream, a new favorite dessert of his. Saol Mudok explained that this dish was made from ice and fruit, invented by the very girl, Savina, whom he had just met by chance. "Thank you for bringing it. I'll enjoy it thoroughly," Saol Mudok said, while Savina just giggled and told him to help himself. Saol Mudok gleefully picked up the spoon, declaring, "Time to dig in." As soon as he put a spoonful into his mouth, Saol Mudok was in bliss, feeling the sweet, cold taste melt in his mouth, a flavor he had never tasted in the North Sea. Saol Mudok slurped loudly, nodding in agreement that this ice cream was truly the real deal. No wonder the Roll Merchant Guild rose so quickly. "Damn it!" Saol Mudok cursed. He slammed the empty bowl onto the table, realizing he had devoured it all, and one bowl was clearly not enough. Saol Mudok was too lazy to get more, but seeing everyone busy, he decided to get it himself. As soon as he stepped outside, he heard a commotion. While Savina was struggling to ask the crowd to line up, a scowling man roared, "How dare you!" It turned out to be a group of arrogant nobles causing trouble, and their leader haughtily asked Savina if she dared to order them around. Saol Mudok stood from a distance, observing with sharp, cold eyes. Who are these guys? The arrogant nobles continued to display their superior attitude, disregarding everyone around them. The leader jerked his chin, ordering Savina to shut her mouth and bring out the ice cream immediately. He even pointed a threatening finger, telling her that if the ice cream wasn't good, she'd regret it. Savina didn't flinch at all, bluntly declared that the Roll Merchant Guild didn't sell to those who cut in line. The noble was utterly shocked, straining his neck to argue. "What? You're making us nobles line up like commoners?" Saol Mudok listened silently, while the other man yelled that Savina surely wanted to die. Savina retorted uncompromisingly that she wouldn't prioritize service just because they were nobles, making the other man furious. Savina thought to herself that no matter what happened, the magic swordsman would surely save her, then coldly said, "Resistance? Ridiculous." She simply stated that she was following the rules, making the noble grind his teeth in anger, hissing, "You bitch." Losing all patience, the leader roared, "Do you really want to die?" Then swung his sword straight at Savina. Just as the arrogant noble leader's sword was about to strike, Savina stood still, completely fearless. Suddenly, Justin von Icarus placed a hand on the leader's shoulder, called him Samuel, and ordered him to stop. Justin von Icarus' purple eyes flashed as he coldly warned, "Don't act rashly." He asked Samuel if he wanted to tarnish their dignity, making the other man nervously mumble an apology. Savina flinched when the purple-eyed noble suddenly appeared right in front of her. He stared at her, declaring bluntly, "We've come to try this ice cream." His icy gaze made Savina feel as if her heart had frozen. Overwhelmed by his aura, Savina stammered nervously as he commanded, "I don't like waiting. Bring it out quickly." The invisible pressure from the purple-eyed noble stunned Savina, who could only beg him to wait a moment. Just then, Edmund Roll stepped forward to intervene, demanding he stop and asserting, "The Roll Association does not sell ice cream to line cutters." The purple-eyed noble turned to face Edmund Roel, unexpectedly offering a calm apology. Saol Mudok observed from a distance, muttering that the old man's strong reaction surely indicated some hidden circumstances. Edmund Roll growled, outright dismissing them. "Please leave. I can no longer tolerate such disregard for the association's rules." The nobles furiously shouted, deeming it unacceptable for a common old man to dare insult nobility. Edmund Roll retorted sharply, stating that his reason for not selling to them wasn't simply because they cut in line. All the nobles fell silent, not understanding what on earth the old man was talking about. The purple-eyed noble narrowed his eyes and asked, "Then what is the reason?" Edmund Roll looked him straight in the eye, his voice filled with indignation. For that, you should go ask Duke Icarus yourselves. The name Duke Icarus caused a stir as soon as it was uttered, and Edmund Roll himself was trembling with rage. The purple-eyed noble was stunned, stepping closer and asking, "How do you know my father?" Edmund Roll narrowed his eyes, suddenly realizing this noble looked familiar. Icarus's son covered his mouth, his purple eyes gleaming with recognition as he saw the old man. He smiled faintly, indicating he understood everything. His face darkened, his smile turning savage. "You must be one of the remnants of the Roll Association." The curly-haired noble standing behind him turned pale, trembling at that smile, knowing his leader was truly enraged. Icarus's son placed his hand on his sword hilt, his voice icy, for daring to insult nobility. He swiftly drew his sword, pronouncing a death sentence. "You will pay with your life." He swung his sword, a strike filled with killing intent hurtling straight towards Edmund Roll. Edmund Roll squeezed his eyes shut, helplessly thinking to himself that he couldn't avenge his family. How truly bitter. The old man suddenly opened his eyes with a start, bewildered as to why he was still alive. Clang! Seol Mudok had appeared at some point, using 2 fingers to stop the sharp blade right in front of Edmund. Seol Mudok's 2 fingers clamped tightly onto the blade, as easily as pinching a toothpick. Icarus's son was stunned, unable to believe someone dared to block his path. He roared furiously, his purple eyes blazing with anger. "Do you want to die?" Seol Mudok merely sighed, his face weary, as if he were cleaning up a mess. "Sigh. I just wanted to buy more ice cream, but I can't even do that in peace," he calmly explained. "We just told him not to cut in line, and not to go around killing people indiscriminately." Truly ridiculous. Icarus's son glared at Seol Mudok, growling. "What? You young punks truly have no manners. Let me teach you a lesson." The noble gnashed his teeth, killing intent erupting. "You bastard." He channeled purple magical energy into his sword, preparing to unleash an even stronger strike. He lunged forward, shouting, "I'll kill you too." A brilliant purple sword strike slashed towards Seol Mudok. Justin von Icarus swung his sword, purple magic surging, but Seol Mudok merely tilted his body, easily dodging. Seol Mudok glided like a ghost, leaving a dozen after-images that dazzled his opponent, while taunting, "Oh my, how scary." He continued to dodge as if taking a stroll, lecturing the young man as he dodged. "Your talent at this age is impressive, but no matter how many times you swing your sword, you won't be able to touch me." Seol Mudok stopped, his demeanor completely changed, declaring, "However, I am not a narrow-minded person, so today I will merely teach you proper manners." Justin von Icarus flew into a rage, his eyes bulging. "You bastard. How dare you speak to a noble like that?" Seol Mudok maintained his cold expression, ignoring the threat. "Anything you say is useless. An undisciplined brat needs to learn respect." His eyes suddenly flashed with white light, recalling the past. "This scene reminds me of the Central Plains." He reflected that his obsession with Huon had made him forget the rules of the world, and then he realized the ultimate truth. A surge of blue energy erupted from Seol Mudok's hand, and he growled, "Invisible Chi." The invisible energy shot straight towards the approaching noble's sword. Crack! The magic sword shattered like glass before absolute power. Justin von Icarus froze, his face pale from extreme terror and pain. His wrist was completely crushed by the energy, bones protruding, blood splattering everywhere. He fell face down onto the ground, clutching his mangled wrist. He moaned in agony, unable to believe what had just happened to his hand. Seol Mudok glanced down at the defeated opponent with icy, emotionless eyes. He stood upright, dusting off his hands as if he had just done something trivial, making Edmund Roll, who stood behind him, gape in astonishment. Seol Mudok casually turned his back and walked away, leaving the writhing noble and his terrified subordinates behind. The minor nobles tremblingly drew their swords, one of them stammering in fear. "Stop right there. If you take another step, we will cut you down." Seol Mudok paid them no mind, continuing to walk forward, his glowing eyes filled with oppressive aura, silencing the entire group. Seol Mudok's eyes flashed with white light. His oppressive aura began to surge. He looked at the minor nobles, his voice full of sarcasm. "Ho, if you're already down, why bother trying to get back up?" The leader pushed his subordinate aside, growling, "Get out of the way." A subordinate fearfully called out, "Justin." Justin von Icarus shot forward like an arrow, determined to fight Seol Mudok to the bitter end. Seol Mudok merely sneered, regarding his opponent's display as a cheap farce. He formed a hand seal. Chilling cold energy began to gather at his fingertips. "If you want to play, then so be it." The icy energy erupted. Seol Mudok sneered in challenge. Let's see how long you can last. Whoosh, whoosh, tiny shards of ice flew out at terrifying speed. One of the nobles, before he could understand what was happening, was struck directly in the face by a shard of ice, fresh blood splattering. Seol Mudok stood amidst the encirclement, his hands still radiating cold energy, easily controlling the entire situation. A noble frantically shook Justin von Icarus, who was sprawled on the ground, trying to wake him up. Justin von Icarus's wrist was utterly shattered, bones and flesh mangled together, a sight that made others nauseous. Seol Mudok glanced disdainfully, thinking to himself, to be reduced to this state with just the power of a first-rate martial artist? Unbelievable. He lightly blew on his fingertips, asking himself in boredom, they seem weaker than I thought. Should I stop? But then he thought, he still didn't fully understand the situation in this world, so he couldn't just casually kill people. With that thought, Seol Mudok decided to spare his life and turned to walk away. Humiliated, Justin von Icarus struggled to his feet, yelling furiously, "Who are you? Do you even know who I am to dare treat me like this?" He screamed indignantly, proclaiming his identity. "How dare you? How dare you treat Justin von Icarus like this?" Seol Mudok turned back, assessing this stubborn man who showed no remorse, only hatred. His eyes flashed with killing intent. A cold thought crossed his mind. Perhaps I should just kill him after all? Seol Mudok dismissed the thought of killing them, thinking that doing so would make him no different from this trash, while the henchmen continued to shout challenges. Instead of finishing them off, he glanced at a nearby wooden stick and came up with a much more useful idea. With a wave of his hand, internal energy surged out, and the stick flew straight into Seol Mudok's hand, astonishing his opponents. Justin von Icarus's eyes widened, and sweat poured down him as he witnessed the unbelievable sight. He stammered, not understanding what had just happened, wondering if the person before him was a legendary magic swordsman. Seol Mudok smirked, channeling his internal energy to infuse sword chi into the ordinary wooden stick, causing it to emit a terrifying blue energy. Justin von Icarus turned pale, terrified by the inexplicable surge of power. Sword orbs. Seol Mudok declared coldly as spheres of energy formed around the stick, each step he took spreading terror. Justin von Icarus screamed in despair, retreating pitifully. "Don't, come here. I said don't come here." Ignoring his pleas, Seol Mudok grinned eerily, unleashing all the sword chi accumulated in the stick. All the nobles froze, trembling as the terrifying pressure descended, completely unable to move. "For trash like you, a good beating is the best medicine," Seol Mudok growled, then swung the stick. Thwack! Thwack! He charged, swinging the wooden stick enhanced with sword chi, delivering devastating blows to Justin. "I'm telling you," Seol Mudok yelled as he struck, each swing of the stick accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. "To wake you up." He delivered a final blow, a crazed smile evident on his face. The wooden stick slammed directly into Justin's face, the power of the sword chi erupting. Slam. Justin von Icarus was sent flying like a ragged puppet, soaring dozens of meters away. Night fell, and the terrifying beating finally came to an end. Justin and his two henchmen knelt on the ground, faces bruised, trembling as they pleaded, "We were wrong. Please stop. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again." Thump. Seol Mudok slammed the stick onto the ground, pretending to clean his ear. "What? Speak louder, I can't hear anything." Having received a thorough beating, Justin von Icarus lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment and bitterness, secretly cursing. "I will definitely kill you. I will crush your head." But his words changed faster than flipping a rice paper. He wailed miserably. "I was wrong. I will never repeat today's mistake again." Seol Mudok sneered, carrying the wooden stick on his shoulder, his voice full of sarcasm. "Ha, I knew it. Nothing is more effective than a good beating. Be careful from now on, understand?" Edmund Roll and Charles stood nearby, tears welling up in gratitude. Sir Magic Swordsman. Both bowed in thanks, but Seol Mudok had already turned and left, carrying the wooden stick, looking incredibly cool in the night. The scene shifted to a magnificent, splendid castle under the morning sun, signaling another drama about to unfold. Inside, a council composed entirely of high-ranking nobles was discussing state affairs in a luxurious grand hall. A man named Count Slave stood up and began to report. "A few days ago, we received news from a spy embedded in the Kingdom of Serbia. King Tomalova III sat on the throne, commanding authoritatively, 'Speak, Count Slave.' Count Slave continued to report that the Kingdom of Serbia had reclaimed the barren lands north of Blackstone, while the Kingdom of Hazen was attempting to develop the lands beyond the Saraha Desert. Duke Sergio von Icarus, the father of the boy who had just been beaten, questioned. The Saraha Desert is too dangerous due to monsters. Does the kingdom of Hazan have any special measures? Count Slave replied with a serious expression. We are not certain, but we suspect that Inos may have settled there. Hearing this name, King Tomilova III flinched, his eyes wide, sweat pouring down. Anos? A portly noble named Count Crash also asked in alarm. Is that true? While Duke Icarus maintained a cold expression. Count Slave affirmed with a single, resolute word. Yes. Another Baron Arista, pale as a ghost, asked with a trembling voice. Are you talking about Anos, one of the continent's 10 grand swordsmen? An image appeared, showing a hooded, masked figure, presumed to be Anos, who had refused a large bag of money, proving his lack of material desire. The king pondered thoughtfully. Why would such a person go to Hazan? He wanders the entire continent without belonging to any faction. Count Crash offered a rather melodramatic theory. If not for money, could he perhaps have fallen for someone? Count Slave remained silent for a moment, then confirmed with a meaningful look. It seems so. Count Crash growled, asking Baron Arista, Is that true? The other man only replied with confusion. What do you mean? The entire royal council stirred when King Tomilova III shouted, Who does he love? And Count Slave calmly replied that it was someone everyone knew well. Count Slave revealed the identity of the great swordsman's beloved. It's Princess Daphrin, the younger sister of King Laird II of Hazan. The nobles began to analyze, speculating that the king of Hazan was showing his hand by daring to marry off his precious younger sister. And now that kingdom possessed 2 great swordsmen. King Tomilova III looked at the strategic map, his face grim as neighboring kingdoms were all stirring to expand their territories, making the situation extremely tense. At that moment, Sergio von Icarus spoke up, proposing, In my opinion, we should also expand our territory. King Tomilova's eyes widened, sweat pouring as he realized the man's intention. Are you suggesting we cross the Lazar mountain range in the north? Sergio von Icarus firmly asserted that they had no other choice, startling the other nobles. The king objected, stating that the north was a useless, icy land, worthless even if conquered, a move too risky. Count Slave unexpectedly spoke up, declaring that someone would soon be sent north to resolve the issue of territorial expansion, making the king glance at him. King Tomilova III declared the meeting adjourned, agreeing to discuss it again at another time. Sergio von Icarus narrowed his eyes suspiciously, muttering to himself that the king and the old count were surely hiding some secret. It turned out he had secretly clung to the ceiling, observing the private meeting between the king and Count Slave, confirming that there was a shady conspiracy. In a dark room, King Tomilova III and Count Slave sat opposite each other, the atmosphere extremely serious. The king directly asked Count Slave, Cotton, have you made any mistakes recently? And received a firm reply. I have not, your majesty. King Tomilova III clicked his tongue, complaining that the old Duke Icarus was up to his old tricks again, exiling anyone who opposed him to the north for the past 10 years, then blaming himself for his incompetence. The king looked directly at Count Slave, his voice full of trust. Don't say that. You know, among my subordinates you are the only one I can trust. Count Slave bowed respectfully. Yes, your majesty. Changing the subject, the king asked about rumors of a strange type of ice being sold in the capital, and Count Slave immediately reported about the ice candy from the Roll Trading Company. The king looked bewildered and asked, Ice candy? And Count Slave explained that it was sweet, unlike regular ice, making the king imagine a giant lollipop. King Tomilova III asked Count Slave until what time that trading company was open, and received the reply that they operated quite late. Count Slave immediately understood the king's intention, suggesting, I am planning a secret inspection tour. Perhaps we could stop by there. King Tomilova III smiled slyly, clearly extremely pleased with the idea. The king clapped his hands and praised, You truly are something, reading me like an open book, while Count Slave humbly replied that it was his duty. King Tomilova III, beaming, his eyes shining brightly, immediately asked, So, when shall we go on this inspection tour? Night fell upon the city, the sky full of stars with 2 bright moons. Suddenly, a group of kids, including Savina, Leo, Annie, and another boy burst in, shouting in unison, Please teach us magic. Seol Mudak, halfway through eating his shaved ice, paused, his face blank as he asked, What? Savina and Annie stepped forward, profusely apologizing for intruding but asserting that they understood not everyone could learn magic. Annie, with a serious expression, firmly declared that they had to learn magic to protect the trading company and promised to practice diligently. Seol Mudak put down his bowl of shaved ice, sighing as he explained, It's good that you kids are determined, but as I've said, I am not a mage. The brown-haired kid interjected, Isn't it a type of martial art? You said so. I remember clearly. And Seol Mudok confirmed that he remembered correctly. Seol Mudok spread his hand, summoning a cerulean cold energy around it, explaining, "What I use isn't magic, but martial arts. More precisely, the white ice divine palm." Leo and Savina looked at each other, and Leo immediately came up with a new idea. "So, what if we learn martial arts instead?" Seol Mudok flinched, his face panicked. "What? Wait, what are you kids saying?" Savina and the other kids cheered excitedly, thinking it was a great idea and wanting to learn martial arts too. All the kids clasped their hands, surrounding Seol Mudok, and pleading in unison. "Please, Sir Magic Swordsman, please teach us." Savina's eyes sparkled with hope and urgency. Leo also stared with bright, shining eyes, filled with an undeniable determination. Annie looked up with wide, round eyes, showing an unshakable, strong will. Seol Mudok's eyes shone with nostalgia, he thought. This scene reminds me of my own childhood. In his memory, a child version of Seol Mudok was shouting with determination, "Please teach me martial arts." Back in reality, Seol Mudok's complex gaze shone in the darkness as he pondered an important decision. He told himself, though he was in a hurry to find Huon, these kids also had someone they wanted to protect, and they had helped him a lot. The image of Savina happily bringing him food appeared in his mind, one of the kindnesses he had received. Seol Mudok was still hesitant about the sect rules, but Savina and the kids continued to plead, "Please, we beg you." Finally, Seol Mudok had to stall them. "Let me think about it. Come back at this time tomorrow, and I will give you an answer." Hearing that, all the kids led by Savina, Leo, and Annie brightened up, thinking they had been approved. The brown-haired kid cheered excitedly. "You're really going to teach us?" Leo also quickly thanked him profusely, promising never to forget this kindness. Seol Mudok was stunned, realizing the kids had misunderstood him. "Wait, kids?" But it was too late. They were already celebrating loudly. Seol Mudok helplessly watched them cheer about soon being able to use martial arts. Utterly helpless, Seol Mudok slammed the door shut, muttering, "How did it come to this? Oh well, there's always a way." As night fell, he stood by the window, holding a bowl of food, unconsciously wondering if his master had been so troubled by him back then. He was irritably thinking about the kids when suddenly, the clanging sound of metal clashing echoed from outside. Looking out at the town shrouded in darkness, Seol Mudok frowned as the sound of weapons continued to reverberate. It seems there's no time to rest. Swish! A sharp burst of sword energy tore through the silent night of the forest. Clang! The harsh sound of weapons clashing echoed among the trees, signaling a deadly battle underway. A warrior screamed tragically as he was repeatedly struck by the red-hooded fighters. An armored soldier collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath and wondering in despair. "Can I hold out until reinforcements arrive?" King Tomalova III thought bitterly. What bad luck. Ambushed just for going out to get an ice cream stick. Whoosh! A sound of tearing wind rang out right next to the king's ear. King Tomalova III started, becoming vigilant, realizing something was wrong. An enemy hooded mage began to gather power, a fireball forming between his hands. "Fire burst!" The hooded mage roared, unleashing a wide-range attack. Boom, boom. A barrage of fireballs shot straight at King Tomalova III's position, making him cry out in pain. King Tomalova III gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. A massive explosion engulfed the entire forest in a sea of flames. Amidst the flames, Count Slave shouted someone's name. Cotton. Count Slave charged madly through the sea of flames to reach the king. "Your Majesty." Count Slave frantically supported King Tomalova III. King Tomalova III maintained his composure, reassuring him. "I'm fine." Count Slave worriedly pointed at the king's bleeding arm. King Tomalova III brushed it off, believing that in such an urgent situation, there was no need to fuss over minor details. The king realized there was a mage among the enemies. Their similar attire had made him overlook it. King Tomalova III shouted loudly, rallying his soldiers' spirits. "Don't panic. Reform your ranks." The Skull Mask assassins received orders for a full assault, determined to leave no one alive, while the royal soldiers obediently followed the king's command. An assassin charged forward, declaring he would take the head of the worthless noble. King Tomalova III stood firm, the sword in his hand ready for battle. Swish! A dominant sword strike from the king swept across, instantly cutting down several assassins. The Skull Mask assassins, with red, murderous eyes, weapons ready, prepared for a full assault. Two assassins charged at King Tomalova III, who remained calm, waiting for his chance. Swish! The king, Tomalova III, swung his sword, blue slashes sweeping across the battlefield, making one enemy shriek in agony. Clang. King Tomalova III blocked an assassin's attack, growling, "Who sent you?" The other sneered, "What good would it do to know? We're all going to die anyway." An assassin looked towards the huddled royal soldiers, bitter that the previous spell had wiped out many of their comrades. A royal soldier rallied his comrades, declaring that these bastards had no intention of letting anyone survive, and they must risk their lives to protect the king, Tomalova III. King Tomalova the Second's eyes flashed with a golden light, showing that the old man was no pushover. Suddenly the enemy's hooded mage raised his hand, channeling fire magic, making the royal soldiers panic. "Damn it, more magic." King Tomalova III shouted, ordering his royal soldiers to gather and protect him from the impending attack. The hooded mage laughed maniacally, boasting, "Too late, my child," then began chanting a fire spell. Suddenly, a hand radiating bone-chilling cold chi appeared from thin air, an unexpected intervention. Whoosh! A blast of cold ki descended from the sky, extinguishing the hooded mage's attack in astonishment. A strange, scarred fighter appeared, standing on the body of the fallen mage, his face full of defiance. King Tomalova III and his royal soldiers were completely frozen by the sudden turn of events. Both allies and enemies were stunned, not understanding what had just happened. The scarred fighter looked up, growling at the one who had intervened from above. "Who are you?" Sayal Mudok revealed himself with white hair and glowing eyes, a teasing smirk on his face. "Oh my." Standing on a tree branch, Sayal Mudok looked down at the scarred fighter below, feigning innocence. "Oh, I've been discovered?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sayal Mudok darted down from the tree like a ghost. The scarred fighter narrowed his eyes, taking a stance, ready to face a new enemy of a completely different caliber. Sayal Mudok landed, taunting, "It's been a while since I wanted to gaze at the moon," while the scarred fighter and his subordinates were still bewildered. He scoffed, his eyes shining with arrogance. "But it's too noisy here, so I had to drop by and see." The scarred fighter turned around, startled to find Sayal Mudok already looming behind him. Sayal Mudok casually stated his condition, "Let's finish this before my ice cream melts." The scarred fighter broke into a cold sweat, realizing his opponent was completely out of his league. "I lost track of him. This bastard is no ordinary foe." Sayal Mudok stood surrounded by the skull, mask, assassins, his gaze unwavering. The assassins assessed the situation. Despite being surprised, they were still confident in their overwhelming numbers. The scarred fighter ordered them to assassinate the king, Tomalova III, and retreat as quickly as possible to avoid further complications. Sayal Mudok merely smirked as he saw the scarred fighter draw his sword, showing defiance. The scarred fighter volunteered for a solo fight. "I'll handle this guy. You all go kill Tomalova quickly." The scarred fighter charged with terrifying speed, sharp sword chi slashing directly towards Sayal Mudok. Clang! Sayal Mudok calmly drew an ice sword, easily blocking the attack. He commented sarcastically, "I didn't expect there to be all sorts of swords here. In that case, I should reciprocate with the ultimate technique of the Northern Sea Ice Palace Sullen." Sayal Mudok began channeling his internal energy, bone-chilling cold chi radiating from the sword, making the scarred fighter grit his teeth. This bastard, the scarred fighter, didn't flinch, charging straight into the attack, roaring, "Don't even dream of leaving here alive." Sayal Mudok merely smirked, a look of excitement on his face at his opponent's recklessness. How interesting. His eyes blazed, channeling his ice energy to its maximum, shouting, "That's right, unleash it all." The two streams of sword chi clashed fiercely, creating a terrifying energy explosion in the forest. Sayal Mudok was completely dominant, his ice sword mercilessly pushing back the scarred fighter. He glided forward like a ghost, unleashing a series of lightning-fast stabs at the dazed, scarred fighter. Sayal Mudok channeled his cold ki, his bare hands powerful enough to crush his opponent. The scarred fighter raged, swinging his twin swords in a desperate attack. He roared, "You damn rat," then unleashed a powerful swirling sword strike. Sayal Mudok maintained a calm expression, his hand gathering bone-chilling cold chi. Swish! Sayal Mudok struck, his icy sword chi clashing, sparking, with his opponent's attack. The scarred fighter gritted his teeth, trying to resist, drenched in sweat under the terrifying pressure. Seol Mudok smirked, his eyes sharp as knives, completely holding the upper hand. Clang, clang. The two sides lunged at each other, sword glints flashing in the night, the sound of clashing metal echoing. In an instant, Seol Mudok caught his opponent's sword strike with his bare hand. His hand strength was so great that it made the scarred fighter's sword freeze and shatter. A direct downward chop. Icy sword chi engulfed the scarred fighter in helplessness. The battle ended swiftly. Seol Mudok stood amidst the rain, looking bored. From afar, Count Slave asked the king in shock, "Your Majesty, what in the world was that?" while trying to pull him back to ensure his safety. King Tomalova III and Count Slave could only stand and watch, completely shocked by the display of power they had just witnessed. King Tomalova III clenched his fist, his voice full of hope. "Slave, that is the hope of our kingdom." The remaining Skull Mask assassins also froze, one stammering, "Captain Morion, is that man a sword master?" Seol Mudok turned around, glaring at the remaining small fries with a deadly gaze. He growled, his killing intent surging. "If it weren't for you all," Seol Mudok roared in extreme anger, "then my ice cream wouldn't have melted completely in the rain." It turned out the reason he went berserk was because his beloved ice cream cone had melted, its soul ascending to the heavens in regret. The Skull Mask assassins were bewildered, not understanding what ice cream was that made that man go crazy. Seol Mudok growled, declaring he would show them how terrifying the grudge for an ice cream stick could be. He coldly issued an ultimatum. "I'll count to 3. His eyes flashed with deadly intent. Warning. After that, I won't guarantee the life of anyone still standing here. One Skull Mask assassin yelled, urging his comrades to rush him and finish him off, thinking he was just all talk. 1. Seol Mudok took a stance, cold chi beginning to gather around him. 2. The foolish assassins charged forward, shouting to silence him. The Skull Mask assassins simultaneously rushed to attack Seol Mudok from all sides. 3. Seol Mudok raised 3 fingers, his eyes glowing pure white, his killing intent exploding. One assassin realized it was protective chi, but it was too late. Another assassin gaped in horror as he saw all attacks blocked by an invisible shield. Cold chi from Seol Mudok's body exploded into countless sharp sword chi streams. He swung his hand, the sword chi swirling like an icy storm. Swish, swish, swish. The sword chi swept away everything. The assassins wiped out in the blink of an eye. Count Slave froze, stammering in disbelief at the scene that had just unfolded. Seol Mudok stood amidst the icy remnants, coldly declaring, "The grudge has been repaid." Count Slave quickly rushed to stop the king when he saw Seol Mudok had just left. King Tomalova III stared after his retreating figure in shock. "He's gone, Slave." King Tomalova III turned, his eyes resolute. "We have no time to waste. That person." Count Slave clenched his fist, bowing his head in obedience. "I obey, Your Majesty." In the office, a village chief was handling documents when he heard news of someone learning magic, and was extremely surprised. Henry, a pink-haired youth, confirmed that it was true, but the village chief muttered that magic wasn't something one could just learn on their own. The old village chief immediately put 2 and 2 together, guessing that the one teaching the children was that formidable magic swordmaster. Henry began to grumble, envious of why his entire family wanted to learn. Yet that man only taught 4 children. While speaking non-stop, Henry suddenly paused when he saw the village chief staring at him with an unreadable expression. Henry thought the old man might be senile from overwork, but the village chief believed everything had its reasons. The old village chief, looking profound, declared that these children had been blessed by the goddess of fortune, an opportunity many could only dream of. Without hesitation, the old man sprang to his feet and ordered Henry. "Where are the children learning? Lead the way immediately." The old village chief flashed an ambitious smile, secretly thinking that the day his family would rise might come even sooner than expected. Under a tree, Seol Mudok was resting when 2 strangers disturbed him. He coldly asked, "What foolishness is this now?" Seol Mudok looked puzzled, but the old village chief quickly explained. "I heard that you, the magic swordmaster, are teaching magic to our children." Henry and the village chief whispered to each other, confirming this was what their superiors were discussing, while Seol Mudok merely observed in silence. The old village chief suddenly became teary-eyed, grabbed Seol Mudok's clothes, and profusely thanked him, putting on a melodramatic show. Annoyed by the exaggerated act, Seol Mudok took a step back to maintain distance. Just then, Charles rushed over, announcing that a visitor had come to see the magic swordmaster. A strange man with curly hair appeared, looking extremely urgent. The royal envoy's eyes welled up with tears as he looked at Seol Mudok with a pleading gaze. Without a word of warning, The royal envoy knelt on the ground, begging Seol Mudok for help. The royal envoy shouted that if he couldn't bring Seol Mudok back, the king himself would come, but Seol Mudok merely rested his foot on the envoy's shoulder, retorting, "Why should I believe you?" The old village chief, standing nearby, heard everything, and was utterly dumbfounded, stammering as he realized the kneeling man was from the king. The royal envoy, tears brimming in his eyes, pleaded, "Whether you pity me or not, please do not refuse the king's invitation." Seol Mudok kicked the annoying envoy away, sending him flying with only a cry of pain. He snapped, his pale eyes filled with killing intent. "Why do you come here every day to bother others, tirelessly?" With that, Seol Mudok turned his back and walked away, ignoring the royal envoy and the old village chief who stood frozen behind him, calling out. As he walked, he muttered, wondering if this pile of troubles was some kind of clue about Huon. Seol Mudok unconsciously tightened his grip on the purple crystal around his neck, a memento that brought back old memories. A pang of pain suddenly struck him, and he screamed in his mind. No, a flashback appeared. Morian reported to Seol Mudok that after 3 years, they had finally conquered all of Gongbuk. Morian sipped his tea and offered advice. There are times when one needs to display power, and times when one does not. The scarred warrior smiled confidently, believing this was the time to prove that the Northern Sea Ice Palace knew more than just brute force. Seol Mudok pondered for a moment before concluding, "If it doesn't work, then well, just use force. This time I will lead the way." He smirked with an air of dominance, completely trusting his subordinates with everything. Morian gleefully asked what if the Central Plains remained stubborn, and Seol Mudok coldly replied, "Then we'll just crush them. What else?" Memories flooded back. Seol Mudok recalled that it was on the path to negotiations that year that he met Huon, the fated woman of his life. The moment Seol Mudok gently touched Huon in a romantic setting, his heart stirred. Seeing Huon's radiant smile, Seol Mudok knew it was the most wonderful day of his life. Back in reality, Seol Mudok clutched the memento, telling himself to focus on his goal of finding Huon, unable to let trivial matters distract him. Just then, the call of Master rang out from the children he was training, all of whom were meditating and emitting a blue aura. Seol Mudok turned, his gaze becoming resolute. He realized he still had much to do, and needed to act cautiously. In the distance, a magnificent royal castle appeared under the sunset, signaling an unavoidable journey. In his study, King Tomalova III tapped his fingers on the table, announcing dejectedly. And so, he refused again. A royal envoy bowed deeply, trembling as he apologized while the king growled, "The more I think about it, the more I despise him." King Tomalova III clicked his tongue, his face bitter, for he had intended to thank him for saving his life, but was treated as if he were invisible. The royal envoy tried to salvage the situation. "I will go again tomorrow, surely then." But the king cut him off. "Enough. How many times have you pulled this stunt?" Another royal chamberlain knocked, announcing Princess Ashilda's arrival, and the king immediately ordered the envoy to leave. The royal envoy slunk out, his face ashen, passing Princess Ashilda, who was waiting outside. Princess Ashilda, with her vibrant auburn hair, gracefully stepped in at her father's call. Ashilda shrewdly noticed the royal chamberlain's poor complexion, and asked her father, "Father, the royal chamberlain doesn't look well." She asked directly, worried, "Has something happened?" King Tomalova III flinched, sweat pouring down his face, stammering as he tried to gloss over the matter. The king let out an awkward laugh to cover his embarrassment, which only surprised Ashilda further. Ashilda rushed over in a panic, taking her father's hand and asking urgently, "Father, are you all right? Are you hurt?" King Tomalova III clasped his daughter's hand, reassuring her that he was perfectly fine and told her not to worry. Ashilda got straight to the point, wondering why the magic sword master had refused his invitation, and the king admitted he didn't understand either. King Tomalova III sighed, expressing his desire to keep such a young talent by his side, but that fellow didn't even care for a summons. Ashilda remarked that this person must be truly great to be so highly regarded by her father, and the king nodded, confirming, "Not just great." The king began to explain, recalling the shaved ice and cream hit and roll, then revealed that the one who created them was the very mage who saved his life. He admitted that after learning such valuable knowledge, his greed had surged, and Ashilda mused, well, who wouldn't? Ashilda was enjoying a glass of cream, and as the spoonful melted in her mouth, she fully understood her father's feelings. The irresistible taste of the cream made her realize that the mage who created it, the very person her father was seeking, was truly an extraordinary and mysterious individual. Princess Ashilda gazed thoughtfully out the window, seeing two children happily playing in the yard. The two children were eagerly enjoying shaved ice cream, which looked incredibly delicious. Princess Ashilda's eyes gleamed with determination. It seemed she had made up her mind to do something. The scene shifts. Saol Mudok was supervising the training session of Leo, Savina, Annie, and the brown-haired kid, all of whom were emitting internal energy. Saol Mudok thought to himself. It had only been half a month, yet the kids could already manifest internal energy. It must be because the energy concentration here was much denser than in the Central Plains. He clapped his hands once, signaling for everyone to stop, and the internal energy around the children dissipated. Saol Mudok declared that they could all properly control mana, and it was time to move to the next stage, to which the entire group responded in unison. Suddenly, the royal envoy appeared again from behind, calling out, "Sir Magic Swordmaster," leaving Saol Mudok speechless, thinking, is history repeating itself? Saol Mudok turned around, his face clearly annoyed upon seeing the royal envoy and a hooded figure accompanying him. He snapped, "I thought you weren't coming this morning, so why are you showing your face here now?" Suddenly, the royal envoy's necklace flashed, and Saol Mudok was stunned as he recognized the signal. He realized something, his astonished gaze snapping towards the hooded figure accompanying him. The figure slowly pulled down their hood, revealing vibrant auburn hair. Princess Ashilda smiled and introduced herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Ashilda, Princess of the Drake Kingdom." Saol Mudok froze, only one thought remaining in his mind. "I found her." An image of Huon appeared beside Ashilda, confirming the undeniable resemblance, and Saol Mudok affirmed, "It's her." The scene shifted to a room where Saol, Mudok, Ashilda, and the royal envoy were seated opposite each other around a table. Ashilda spoke first. "I've heard about what you did. They say you saved my father's life." Saol Mudok merely replied indifferently with an overbearing statement. That was just by chance." His overly calm response left Princess Ashilda bewildered. By chance? Princess Ashilda sneered, repeating her father's invitation while mocking Saol Mudok's rude attitude. She directly questioned him. "Why did you refuse the invitation, Demon Swordmaster?" Saol Mudok silently observed, acknowledging in his mind. Even when angry, she's exactly like Huon. It must be her. Seeing him frozen like a log, Princess Ashilda snapped her fingers to get his attention. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" Unexpectedly, Saol Mudok changed his tune, sipping his tea and asking nonchalantly, "All right, then when should I go?" Princess Ashilda froze, completely shocked by the man's 180-degree change in front of her. Saol Mudok set down his teacup, his tone full of challenge. "Didn't you come here to invite me?" Cornered, Princess Ashilda became visibly flustered, stammering wordlessly. Saol Mudok pressed on, commanding, "Then tell me when I should go to the palace." Trying to regain her composure, Princess Ashilda set the appointment for 11 a.m. tomorrow, though she still felt something was off. After confirming, Saol Mudok said concisely, "All right, see you then," and the princess also hastily took her leave. Once everyone had left, Saol Mudok revealed a profound smile, thinking, "If I go to the palace tomorrow, I'll see her again." He began to calculate his next steps, realizing a difficult problem. But she's a princess, the king's daughter. How can I approach and marry her? Painful memories of the rainy battle with Huon's father flooded back, reminding him of past tragedies. Saol Mudok clenched his fist, his eyes filled with determination. "This time, I must plan meticulously, so there are no more mistakes." He tapped his hand on his thigh, his mind working at full capacity to find a solution to the difficult problem. Finally, Saol Mudok had an idea. He needed Edmund Roll's help. A startled shout echoed from another house. "Marriage?" It turned out Saol Mudok had gone to see Edmund Roll and declared bluntly, "That's right, I intend to marry Princess Ashilda," shocking the old man speechless. Edmund Roll slammed the table and yelled, his face incredulous. "Are you insane?" Saol Mudok exuded killing intent, his eyes flashing as he stared at the panicked Edmund Roll. He sighed in exasperation, crossing his arms with an air of superiority. Tell me why you think that's a bad idea." Edmund began to explain, pointing to the royal portrait. "Princess Ashilda is the only daughter of the late Queen Swan." Princess Ashilda's face in the portrait exuded nobility, and Edmund emphasized, "She is the sole legitimate heir, at the top of the line of succession to the throne." The old man continued his lecture, pointing directly at Saol Mudok. "And yet someone like you, with no status, no title, and an unknown foreigner, intends to marry the princess?" Edmund concluded firmly, waving his hand as if everything was decided. "That is impossible." He began to muse, listing qualified candidates. "To be the princess's husband, you must at least be a prince from another country, or at the very least, a noble from a top-tier family." Saol Mudok listened silently, chin in hand, his mind starting to churn. He interlaced his fingers, finding the crux of the problem. Then, if I achieve a suitable status or gain a renowned reputation, the marriage plan will be much smoother. Edmund, hearing this, reluctantly nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, well, if you do something significant, then perhaps. Seeing an opening, Seol Mudok immediately sprang up, full of vigor. Excellent, let's do it, startling Edmund, who quickly raised a hand to stop him. Edmund cut off the impulsive young man. Do you know the rules you must follow in the palace? Making Seol Mudok look bewildered. Rules? It seems not, Edmund muttered, then rushed into the library, swiftly pulling books from high shelves. Thud! A thick stack of books on proper etiquette was thrown onto the table in front of Seol Mudok, leaving him speechless. Edmund, with a friendly smile and radiating killing intent, declared, If I let you go around causing trouble, our business will be affected. I will personally educate you thoroughly. Seol Mudok looked at the old man's unusually enthusiastic demeanor and couldn't help but wonder, why does he look so excited? Nevertheless, he picked up the book, accepting his fate. I guess I have no choice. I understand. I'll leave it to you then. That night, Seol Mudok had to stay awake listening to Edmund lecture about posture and demeanor, his eyes drooping with sleepiness. The next morning, a completely different Seol Mudok appeared, dressed in an elegant outfit. Adjusting his jacket collar, Seol Mudok gave a confident smile, looking like a true gentleman. Shall we depart then? A luxurious carriage stopped before a magnificent castle, and a servant announced, Your Majesty, the demon swordmaster has arrived. Seol Mudok, looking dashing, bowed with an air of dignity. I humbly greet your Majesty. King Tomalova III, a king with a bushy beard who looked quite hearty, laughed loudly and invited. Haha, come in, quickly now. But Seol Mudok paused, his eyes sharp, realizing something was amiss. He scanned the room packed with nobles and muttered, Wasn't this supposed to be a private meeting today? Why is it as crowded as a marketplace? Princess Ashilda looked flustered, hastily explaining, I sincerely apologize. I had no intention of arranging the meeting on a day like this. Seol Mudok glanced at the flustered princess and concluded, Judging by that panicked look, she's not lying. From another table, Justin von Icarus growled at his father. Why is that bastard here? Seol Mudok's gaze immediately locked onto his target. He recalled how this brat Justin had once been sent sprawling by his ice chi strike, thinking contemptuously, Ah, that fool. A dangerous smirk appeared on Seol Mudok's lips. His eyes gleamed with the look of a superior, ready to teach the young punk a lesson. Justin von Icarus immediately felt the surge of killing intent, sweat pouring down, his face turning pale. He trembled with rage, about to jump up and cause a scene, when his father Sergio snapped. Stop that attitude right now, Justin. Sergio glared, warning his son. But father, are you trying to make a fool of yourself in front of His Majesty? Justin was speechless, cold sweat streaming down. He reluctantly bowed his head in submission, silently sitting back down, while Seol Mudok thought, It seems he still remembers his old lesson. King Tomalova III whispered to a royal advisor. It seems he has been through a lot, and received approval. The king cleared his throat, getting straight to the point. So, why did you suddenly accept my invitation? Seol Mudok smiled confidently, replying without hesitation. Of course, there's a reason. The king asked directly. Curious. What is the reason? Seol Mudok replied nonchalantly. As your Majesty knows, the Roll Trade Association is severely short-staffed. He continued to fabricate a story, saying he was the busiest person because he constantly had to use magic to create ice, so he wanted to finish his work before coming for an audience. Seol Mudok lamented that due to the overwhelming orders, the ice produced wasn't enough to sell, which was why he kept delaying until today. King Tomalova III showed understanding. So that's the reason. If ice cream and ice are selling like hotcakes, it's only natural to be busy. Seol Mudok smiled in thanks, but in his mind, he was comparing the king's understanding with his wretched father-in-law from back then. The king continued to ask, All right, but what is your name? Seol Mudok replied concisely, I do not use a name. You may simply call me the Demon Sword Master. The king seemed awkward. Really? But I can't keep calling you that forever. He pondered deeply, realizing this was truly a dilemma. Suddenly, Princess Ashilda interjected. Then, father, why don't you personally bestow a name upon him? She smiled mischievously, correcting herself. No, I don't mean a name. The princess boldly proposed, but a title bestowed by your Majesty yourself. Sergio von Icarus was startled by the princess's audacity. Ashilda emphasized, he is the one who saved father's life. That is a completely deserved reward. Sergio von Icarus took a sip of tea, speaking in agreement. You are right. The princess's idea is indeed excellent. He affirmed, he is your majesty's lifesaver. How can we not honor such a noble deed? Princess Ashilda seemed a little awkward, but still thanked Sergio for his support. King Tomalova III nodded. You are right. I cannot ignore the one who saved my life, he declared decisively. I shall bestow a title upon you. The king stood up, drew a sword, and said, The night I saw you save me, a name came to my mind. In Seol Mudok's mind, an image of him standing tall amidst a sword storm symbolized his absolute power. King Tomalova III drew his sword and ordered, Now, step forward before me. Seol Mudok thought to himself, A title, huh? He knelt on one knee, thinking to himself that this small formality was nothing if he could achieve his goal. Acknowledging that the crash course with Edmund had paid off, King Tomalova III solemnly declared, I, King Tomalova III of the Drake Kingdom, hereby declare. The king placed the sword on Seol Mudok's shoulder, officially bestowing the title. I bestow upon you the title of Baron, along with the name Blizzard. Seol Mudok calculated. Blizzard in this world means snowstorm, right? A name perfectly suited to his caliber. The king declared that this title would be allowed to be passed down to future generations. An immense honor. Rise, Baron Blizzard, the king ordered. Seol Mudok slowly rose, his aura radiant. The king patted his shoulder, once again expressing deep gratitude for having his life saved. Seol Mudok smirked confidently, responding that if there was a next time, he would still do the same. Sergio von Icarus immediately seized the opportunity, suggesting that Baron Blizzard should also be granted land commensurate with his title. The king hesitated slightly, as this was unprecedented, but Sergio brushed it aside, challenging, who would dare defy his majesty's command? Sergio's gaze was sharp. He asserted that he would personally teach anyone who dared to object a lesson in etiquette. The king turned to the nobles, asking if they shared the same thoughts, passing the ball of responsibility to the entire council. Sergio von Icarus shot a scorching glare towards the royal council. Immediately, the old nobles broke out in a cold sweat, hastily stammering their agreement with the king. King Tomalova III nodded in satisfaction, beginning to consider which land would be appropriate to bestow upon Baron Blizzard. Sergio von Icarus, without waiting, immediately proposed, Your Majesty, there is a place. It is the northern Icelands that we discussed a few days ago. King Tomalova III was startled by the sudden proposal regarding the northern Icelands. Sergio von Icarus calmly explained that this was the perfect time, as they needed a lord for that land. He smirked, suggesting that the name Blizzard and the northern lands were a perfectly fitting omen. The king was stunned to realize Sergio von Icarus's gambit. It turned out this was the old fox's retaliation, making Seol Mudok pay for humiliating his son. Princess Ashilda turned pale, swallowing hard as she realized the northern lands were none other than the legendary ice continent. She looked at Seol Mudok worriedly, unable to believe they intended to exile him there and appoint him as its lord. Seol Mudok fully understood the scheme. He muttered, That territory. He looked directly at Sergio von Icarus, knowing full well that he wanted to get rid of him because of his precious son. But Seol Mudok laughed gleefully, thinking to himself, But if they're handing me land on a silver platter, why wouldn't I take it? He was determined to seize this opportunity to achieve merit, enhance his reputation, and close the status gap with his beloved. News of Seol Mudok's impending arrival in the northern lands quickly spread. In a flashback, the village chief listed a series of deadly dangers in the north: blizzards, landslides, bitter cold, and chaotic mana, but Seol Mudok simply replied with a curt, Seol Mudok calmly declared that he didn't feel the cold and found the chaotic mana quite interesting, causing the village chief to exclaim, Baron, are you a Yeti? He asked blankly. A Yeti? And the village chief began to explain about a legendary tribe that only lived in the north. He described Yetis as humanoid creatures nearly 3 meters tall, possessing terrifying strength, impervious to cold, and extremely violent. Not only Yetis, but the northern warriors were also fighters capable of facing 100 men, renowned for their pride, hatred of being ruled, and refusal to acknowledge any leader. Hearing this, Seol Mudok smirked again, muttering, Sounds interesting, doesn't it? He stood up, asserting that if he could conquer the northern people, his reputation would skyrocket, while the village chief could only shake his head in dismay. As he opened the door, Seol Mudok froze at the sight outside. Seol Mudok froze when he saw his 4 disciples, Leo, Savina, Annie, and the brown-haired kid, blocking his path with teary eyes. He was speechless as he asked, Why are all of you here? Leo loudly protested from the tree, claiming that the northern lands were too dangerous for a novice martial artist like his master. Savina immediately chimed in, reasoning that they still had much to learn. If Seol Mudok left, who would teach them magic? The kids swarmed around him, some tugging at his arm, others clinging to his clothes, their faces tear-streaked as they begged him to stay. Seol Mudok sighed helplessly at the brats, but then he paused, sensing someone else approaching. It turned out to be Princess Ashilda, cloaked and hooded. She hesitantly greeted him. "Hello, Baron Blizzard." Seol Mudok noticed her pale complexion, but Ashilda suggested sending the children away before they spoke privately. Hearing this, Seol Mudok spun around to face the kids, waving his hand as if shooing away evil spirits. "All right, go on, hurry up." Savina and Leo were dumbfounded, unable to believe their master would dismiss them so callously. Savina didn't give up, questioning him directly. "So, does that mean you'll accept our request?" Leo also pressed his face close, growling, "Answer us, and then we'll leave." Seol Mudok looked like he was about to explode. Finally, he had to give in. All right, now scram." The four children immediately did a 180, their faces beaming with joy. The disciples cheered loudly and then ran off into the forest, leaving Seol Mudok and Princess Ashilda, who had just thanked him on behalf of the children. The princess remarked that his disciples were very lively, but Seol Mudok brushed it off, saying that what was lively about them wasn't their energy, but their rebellious spirit. He looked directly at the princess and asked if she was feeling better, a question that startled her slightly. Princess Ashilda bowed her head, her voice full of remorse. "Yes, and I apologize. It's because I asked my father to bestow a title upon you that you were exiled to the northern lands." Seol Mudok suddenly realized that this princess not only resembled the one from his past, but even her tendency to shoulder blame was exactly the same. A memory suddenly flooded back, the image of Huon collapsing into his arms, sobbing apologies for causing him suffering. Returning to reality, Seol Mudok remained silent, a complex, unreadable glint in his eyes. He coldly cut off the princess. "If I hadn't accepted the title, I wouldn't have had to go to the northern lands." His blunt reply left Princess Ashilda stunned. Princess Ashilda earnestly admitted her fault, while Seol Mudok merely cleared his throat, secretly thinking, "Quite cute." He bluntly poured cold water on her. "Apologies won't change anything. In the end, I still have to go." This left the princess speechless. Seeing her remorse, he pretended to ponder. "To make you feel better, perhaps? I've heard that receiving a lucky charm or a spiritual talisman can help." Princess Ashilda asked, bewildered. "A lucky charm? What is that?" Seol Mudok leaned in close, face to face, and teased. "It's a kiss that holds genuine affection for the other person." Princess Ashilda's eyes widened, completely shocked by the audacious suggestion. She shrieked and recoiled in panic, while Seol Mudok remained unfazed. "Judging by your reaction, I probably shouldn't have said anything." He turned his back, intending to slip away. "Well, I need to go prepare. Princess, just forget everything I just said." Princess Ashilda was seething, veins throbbing on her forehead as she was left behind. He just says whatever he wants and then leaves? What kind of person is he? Suddenly, Seol Mudok's figure in her eyes became strange, exuding the aura of an emperor. Princess Ashilda was stunned, as if she had just realized something about his true nature. She hastily called out as he was about to disappear. "Wait a moment." Seol Mudok stopped, turning back to ask with a calm expression, "Is something wrong?" Princess Ashilda stared intently at him, seemingly in a fierce internal struggle. She thought to herself about his strange yet familiar actions, an indescribable sense of familiarity suddenly rising within her. After a moment of hesitation, Princess Ashilda unexpectedly declared with certainty, "All right, I'll do it." Seol Mudok froze, sweat breaking out, completely unprepared for his joke to be reciprocated. "I was only half joking. I didn't expect you to react like this." He hastily waved his hand, trying to retreat. "It's fine. I don't want to force anyone to do something they don't want. Just pretend nothing happened." But just as he turned to make his escape, Princess Ashilda swiftly grabbed him. She stood on tiptoe, actively giving him a kiss, a spectacular turn of events to the astonishment of the one who had just been teasing. Princess Ashilda's face flushed red. She quickly pulled her hood up to hide her embarrassment, her voice trembling as she asked, "Is it done?" Seol Mudok froze, his gaze fixed on the glowing purple pendant on his chest. Regaining her resolve, Princess Ashilda turned and walked away, telling herself that she absolutely had to return successfully. In a town submerged in white snow, the townspeople whispered about a new lord who was said to be arriving soon, rumored to have saved the king's life and been granted land. Rumors continued to spread that this new lord had single-handedly wiped out hundreds of enemies in the blink of an eye. In the tavern, A bald giant was boasting that he was a 6th-rank mage and a swordsman so powerful that even a grand swordsman would have to concede, leaving the tavern patrons half believing, half doubting. Another speculated that such an overbearing figure, exiled to this place, must have surely offended Duke Icarus. Sitting in a corner, Max listened to everything, his hand gripping his cup of wine tightly. Max scoffed dismissively, believing it was all just baseless rumors. He stood up, boldly declaring that if they just scared the newcomer a bit, he would run away like all the others before him. The scene shifted to a desolate snowy mountain range, where the wind howled with biting cold. 2 warriors, Luia and Jake, were irritably searching for a young wyvern when they suddenly felt something was amiss. Luia suddenly froze, her eyes wide with horror as she detected a deadly danger. Slash! A giant ice wyvern burst out from the blizzard, a single blow sending Luia flying to the ground. Jake desperately screamed his comrade's name. Luia! He rushed to Luia's side, muttering curses under his breath because they had only intended to steal a few eggs, but had encountered such a formidable foe. Luia lay sprawled on the snow, looking up with an expression of utter terror. She frantically realized the ice wyvern had circled behind Jake, and quickly screamed a warning. "Jake, behind you!" Jake spun around, his face pale, as he saw death right before his eyes. The monster's gigantic icy jaws lunged forward, ready to devour him, while Jake could only think, "I'm done for." Just as the ice wyvern's jaws were about to snap shut on Jake, a gigantic ice sword descended from the sky, piercing through the monster. The monster was pinned to the snow, blood splattering everywhere, letting out a pathetic shriek before it breathed its last. Luia could only gape, stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. Seol Mudak appeared in his white-haired male form, clad in a pristine White Lord's uniform, and coldly declared, "It's all right." Still in shock, Luia hastily thanked the person who had saved her and her comrades' lives. Seol Mudak merely replied indifferently that it was a lord's duty, leaving Luia bewildered by that title. With that, he turned and walked away, uttering a stylish, "Until we meet again." Before Luia could react, Seol Mudak vanished into the snowstorm, leaving behind only a trail of cold air. Luia stood frozen, utterly shocked by his terrifying speed. So fast, he's gone. Jake was no better, his face pale as he unconsciously asked, "What?" The scene shifted to a majestic snowy mountain range, where the sun was emerging from behind the peaks. A towering castle emerged amidst the blizzard, its banners fluttering, marking the new territory. Inside, Seol Mudak sat casually on the throne, propping his chin with an amused expression. "Ho ho, quite something." He looked down at the empty great hall and asked the Lord Aide, "Empty? Don't they know today is my inauguration ceremony?" The Lord Aide quickly bowed in apology, offering to send people to inform all the villages again. Seol Mudak waved him off, knowing full well that even if more people were sent, these stubborn villagers wouldn't bother to come. He thought to himself, now he understood why previous lords kept getting kicked out of here. These native people were clearly testing the new lord. Seol Mudak smirked confidently, thinking, "If you're going to play that game, then I have my own ways." A few days later, the door of a certain building creaked open in the cold weather. Max, the one-eyed blonde warrior who had been so boastful in the tavern, now had a pale face, and his voice trembled as he asked, "What? What the hell is going on?" Inside the tavern, the battered warriors discussed the new lord. The bald giant wondered, who else could have done this? Could it be the newly arrived lord? The bald giant admitted bitterly, "That's right. I'm annoyed I lost, but I have to admit his skill. He was too fast. The moment he touched me, I froze." Another man groaned, clutching his face, and added, "Moreover, his technique was too insidious. The pain was indescribable." Max, the one-eyed blonde warrior, roared with killing intent. "That bastard is here." A young man burst through the door, panting, and shouted, "He's right in the village square." Max clenched his fist, his face filled with determination. "I'll go see for myself." A voice from the tavern patrons rang out mockingly as Max walked away. "Oh, so the greatest warrior of Karaluun is finally showing his face?" The crowd in the tavern cheered as Max stepped out into the snow. "Max, we're counting on you. Remember to take him down." In the snow-covered village square, Seol Mudak stood silently, observing the gathering villagers. Suddenly, a loud call rang out from behind Seol Mudak. Luia, along with Jake and the bald giant, recognized Seol Mudak. She joyfully exclaimed, "Is that you, my lord?" Max suddenly appeared, placing a hand on his daughter's shoulder, making Luia turn around in surprise. "Dad?" Max asked his daughter what she was doing here. Luia explained that she was curious because she heard the lord was coming. Seol Mudak spoke coldly, "No need to worry. I am merely doing what I must as a lord." Luia froze, realizing her savior was the new lord. Luia suddenly recalled the life or death moment when she tried to steal ice wyvern eggs and was saved by a mysterious person. Max froze, sweat pouring down as he pieced everything together. "Don't tell me the Lord saved my daughter? This is more complicated than I thought," he muttered to himself, terrified by Seol Mudok's power. That wasn't an ordinary dragon, but an ice wyvern taken down with a single blow. Even the greatest warrior of Carolyn would struggle to do that. Max tore at his hair, forced to acknowledge his opponent's terrifying strength, but his pride wouldn't allow him to back down. Max clenched his fists and declared loudly, "I am Max, the greatest warrior of Carolyn." Seol Mudok crossed his arms, a sneer playing on his lips, and corrected him. "I am Blizzard, the newly appointed Baron of Carolyn." Max, the one-eyed warrior, spoke, his face full of suspicion. "I've heard some rumors about you." He questioned Seol Mudok about going around the villages, tying people up without mercy, but Seol Mudok calmly replied, "No, I merely taught those rebels a lesson." Seol Mudok exuded an oppressive aura, his eyes flashing. "What? Do you intend to be like them too?" Max faltered. "No, it's just—" Max hesitated, unsure what to do, when Seol Mudok cut him off. "I have a proposition." The warrior was surprised. "A proposition?" While Seol Mudok began to explain Carolyn's tradition of drinking strong liquor to brave the harsh cold. A stream of amber-colored strong liquor was poured into a glass, signaling a game not for the faint of heart. Seol Mudok got straight to the point, full of challenge. "Well then, how about a drinking contest with me?" And Max immediately agreed. Max tried to save face, warning, "Think carefully. This is an extremely potent liquor that can burn your insides." But Seol Mudok merely brushed him off. "I don't care." Seol Mudok smirked, laying down a harsh wager. "If I win, you acknowledge me as your lord and submit unconditionally." The northern warriors murmured amongst themselves, unable to believe someone dared to challenge Max to a drinking contest, thinking this lord must be insane. Max looked directly at his opponent, his eyes resolute, and accepted the wager. All right. Both sat at the table, dozens of glasses of liquor already laid out, the crowd cheering loudly around them. Luia stood beside Max, asking worriedly, "Are you sure, Dad? It's still not too late to back out." Seol Mudok sneered, full of confidence. "As a lord, how can I go back on my word? Let's begin at once." Max also bared his teeth in a grin, showing no fear. He growled, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Don't you dare regret this." But suddenly, Max's consciousness began to blur. He felt Seol Mudok's hand seemingly choking him in an illusion. Max collapsed onto the table, unconscious, to the astonishment of everyone around him. A warrior helped Max up, shaking him. "Hey, are you all right? You seem to have passed out for a moment." Luia quickly tried to stop her swaying father, but Max still argued stubbornly. "Me, passed out? Carolyn's greatest drinker collapsing? I'm not even drunk yet." Max gritted his teeth, clutching his wine cup, telling himself he couldn't lose so disgracefully, and demanded another glass. As Seol Mudok poured the wine, he casually advised his opponent, "Perhaps you shouldn't push yourself too hard." Seol Mudok coldly watched the wine spill over, thinking, drinking as if tomorrow is the end of the world. Then subtly reminded him, "Hey, pour it into the cup." Max's face was flushed, panting, but he still tried to hold on. Seol Mudok taunted, "How is it? Are you giving up yet?" Max gritted his teeth, insisting he was fine and wanted to continue. Seol Mudok simply replied, "All right." Gulp, gulp. Max tilted the entire cup of wine into his mouth, trying to prove his drinking capacity. Luia and another northern warrior broke out in a cold sweat, their eyes wide, staring at the unbelievable sight. In stark contrast, Seol Mudok also calmly and effortlessly drained his own cup of wine. Luia and the warrior gaped, speechless at the new lord's skill. Thud! Seol Mudok slammed the empty cup onto the table, remarking, "It's been a while since I drank. Quite potent." Seol Mudok's eyes gleamed with a cold, calculating glint. He smirked, a smile full of hidden meaning and danger. Thump! Max fell backward onto the floor, unconscious. Seol Mudok declared curtly, "I win." The northern warriors froze, one stammering in disbelief. "No way." Max lost. Seol Mudok stood up, dusted off his hands, preparing to give orders to the subordinates who had just been scared witless. He spread his arms wide, drawing the attention of everyone in the tavern. "All of you present here," Seol Mudok pointed directly at the crowd, giving a decisive order, "must gather at my castle in exactly 5 days. We'll see if you are the kind of people who keep their promises." The Lord's castle stood majestically amidst the snow-covered northern lands, Sial Mudak sat cross-legged on the throne with the demeanor of a superior, calmly waiting. Max led the northern warriors into the great hall, and Sial Mudak spoke. I didn't think you would come, but it seems you do keep your word. Max was about to explain why they obeyed, but Sial Mudak cut him off immediately. Obviously. I know. Sial Mudak looked directly into the warrior's eyes, giving a decisive order. You must already know who I am, so we'll get straight to the point. From now on, I give you 10 days to prepare for relocation. The northern warriors froze, utterly bewildered. Sial Mudak growled. Why aren't you answering? Luia, the girl in the group, boldly spoke up. My lord, do you mean for all of us to move into this castle and live here? Sial Mudak let out a sarcastic scoff. No. Do you think this castle is big enough for everyone? Another warrior hastily pointed to his already packed luggage, wondering, But you told us to pack our belongings? Sial Mudak replied curtly. Who said you would live here? He made a shocking declaration as an image of a compass pointing north appeared. From now on, we will migrate to the north. Max and Jake gaped in astonishment at the new lord's sudden and grand decision. Sial Mudak stood atop a snowy mountain, declaring he had wandered for 5 days and found a prime land in the north, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. His declaration caused the northern warriors to start murmuring, deeming the matter utterly absurd. Max quickly interjected, warning that the place was the territory of a pack of ice ogres. Sial Mudak seemed unconcerned, recalling the image of a giant monster and asking nonchalantly, those bald, bipedal creatures? Max broke into a sweat, asking in surprise, Could it be that you've already encountered them? Sial Mudak smirked, his eyes flashing with deadly amusement. Encountered them? A bloody scene unfolded, showing that he had single-handedly slaughtered an entire pack of giant monsters. Upon hearing that, all the northern warriors, led by Max, gaped, utterly dumbfounded. Sial Mudak bluntly declared the battle's outcome. I've wiped them all out. He sat cross-legged on the throne, looking at his stunned subordinates with a nonchalant expression. I'm still wondering what the hell you're worried about. Enough with the pointless worrying. Prepare to migrate. I've found a wonderful place. Dismissed. The warriors quietly left the castle, not daring to utter another word. Sial Mudak was standing when someone greeted him. He turned back in surprise. Huh? Who are you? Luia and Jake, the two northern warriors, warmly introduced themselves, explaining that they hadn't properly greeted him last time due to the confusion. Sial Mudak gave a faint smile, showing he understood. Ah, I see why you're looking for me. What a coincidence, I was just about to call for you. Both asked in bewilderment, Call for us? Sial Mudak reassured them. That's right, it's nothing major, don't be too nervous. He smirked meaningfully, giving a decisive order. Follow me now. The group was led to a tall tower within the snow-covered castle. As soon as they stepped inside, Luia and Jake screamed, their faces pale with fright. It turned out that what had scared them to death was a nest of baby ice wyverns curled up and sleeping soundly. Luia immediately flared up, pointing directly at Sial Mudak and questioning, Just as I suspected, you stole the egg. How much trouble did we go through to get it? Why would you do that? Sial Mudak gave a chilling sneer, his eyes sharp as daggers. Then who was it that saved you that day? The psychological blow was too effective. Luia and Jake were immediately speechless, sweat pouring down them. Jake awkwardly changed the subject. Let's just forget about it. Sial Mudak waved his hand, giving a blunt order. Take these things away. Luia was stunned. What? The ice wyverns? Sial Mudak confirmed and began to lament. I originally intended to raise them, but they eat too much, and they're unbearably noisy. A humorous flashback appeared, showing Sial Mudak being driven crazy by a swarm of baby wyverns screaming for food. Jake explained that they couldn't take them, because wyverns would consider the first person they saw after hatching to be their mother, and an image of Sial Mudak breastfeeding appeared, startling even him. Sial Mudak clutched his head helplessly. You mean I have to keep taking care of these troublesome creatures? Jake hastily explained that ice wyverns are very valuable. Luia also added, emphasizing that they would grow into much larger and stronger monsters, and this was a golden opportunity for the Lord to tame them. Jake said dreamily, Sigh, if it were me, I'd train it well, and then ride it comfortably to Texton. Sial Mudak wondered about Texton, and Luia explained that it was the second capital of the Gaia Kingdom, 1,000 kilometers to the west, a place where nothing was lacking. Jake excitedly boasted that if they rode the wyverns, they could fly to that distant place and return in just an hour or two. Sial Mudak's eyes gleamed. A brilliant idea had just sparked in his mind, as he realized the potential of high-speed travel. Seol Mudok crossed his arms, adopting a superior air, and directly asked Luia how to tame the baby monsters, making her surprised and ask if he had changed his mind. He smirked cunningly, declaring that he had just come up with an absolutely brilliant plan. A few days later, the entire populace of Karaloon began a large-scale migration under Seol Mudok's command, struggling forward amidst a blinding snowstorm. Seol Mudok led the procession, and Savina rushed forward to report on the situation. Savina called out loudly, "Master!" She reported worriedly that everyone was exhausted after marching continuously for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. Seol Mudok gazed coldly ahead, remarking that there were still those who didn't trust him and were hesitating. In the distance, through the snowy forests, a bright and warm land appeared like a promised land. He asserted that once they arrived, those people would have to change their minds, then raised his voice to attract the attention of the entire group. Seol Mudok planted his sword in the snow, using his imposing aura to reassure them. "We're almost there. Even if it's difficult, trust me and keep trying," the 2 northern warriors secretly whispered, showing doubt as they didn't even know their destination, and feared that ice ogres were still lurking. Thud! Seol Mudok forcefully plunged the hilt of his sword into the ground, silencing all chatter. He snapped, his patience worn thin. "Didn't I tell you Id wiped out all of them?" His eyes glowed brilliant white, his aura exploding as he roared. "Do you still dare to call yourselves brave warriors of Karaloon?" The 2 men who had just been grumbling were now speechless, too terrified to utter a word before the Lord's wrath. Savina stood behind, looking worriedly at Seol Mudok, and softly calling, "Master." Savina thought to herself that Seol Mudok's display of power was enough to quell the crowd, and she obediently responded. Seol Mudok turned back with a confident smile, declaring, "You'll understand once you see it with your own eyes." Savina had no idea what he was saying, her face clearly showing confusion. Seol Mudok led Savina and Gale to a massive, dark abyss amidst the white snow. Both Savina and Gale gaped in astonishment at the magnificent sight before them. Upon entering the giant ice cave, Gale exclaimed, "This must be the place the Lord spoke of." Seol Mudok casually admitted it took some effort to find this place, while Gale cheered excitedly. The other migrants also entered the cave, overjoyed to discover smaller caverns and warm springs inside, a paradise in the desolate land. Luia called out loudly, asking everyone to gather to hear the Lord speak. Seol Mudok turned his back to the crowd and announced, "This place was once the lair of the ice ogres, but from now on, this will be our home." The crowd, including the northern warriors, simultaneously raised their hands and cheered in response when Seol Mudok declared that a home needed a name. He pondered deeply, recalling the North Sea Ice Palace from the past and wanting a similar, fitting name. Seol Mudok had an idea, his eyes flashing with determination. He snapped his fingers, and a surge of cold air condensed into a shooting star emblem as he declared grandly, "From now on, this place shall be called White City." Luia and Max looked at each other, their faces beaming, and shouted their approval in unison. Seol Mudok began giving orders to arrange their living quarters. The only thing left was to wait for the baby wyverns to return. A strange sound echoed, and Seol Mudok suddenly froze. He snapped his head up, his expression tense, sensing an unexpected threat. This sound? A glowing green polyhedron suddenly appeared in the air, crackling with lightning. A magic attack called Lightning Bolt aimed directly at them. One of the baby wyverns convulsed from the green lightning bolt, letting out a desperate shriek. The small monster collapsed onto the rocky ground, its entire body still sparking with deadly electricity. Jerome von Karauen, holding the magic cube, wondered in surprise. "Why are there wyverns here?" Before the mage could collect himself, Seol Mudok appeared right behind him, his overwhelming aura startling him. "What? Why is there a mage here?" Seol Mudok's speed was like lightning. The mage had no time to react before he was upon him. A hand covered in chilling frost gripped his throat tightly, cutting off any attempt at resistance. Icy internal energy surged directly into his body, making the mage convulse violently as if electrocuted. Seol Mudok effortlessly lifted the mage into the air with one hand, his gaze as cold as ice. Crash! The mage was slammed face first into the ground, the impact strong enough to crack the bedrock. His glasses shattered, foam frothed at his mouth, utterly helpless against the terrifying power. With his eyes glowing brilliant white, Seol Mudok delivered a chilling warning. There will be no second mercy. The mage lay flattened on the ground, his face pale, his eyes filled with utter terror. Seol Mudok stood amidst the scattered baby wyverns, his voice harsh as he interrogated. "Why did you attack my wyverns?" The mage realized he was paralyzed, unable to move a single finger. Seol Mudok leaned close, his voice a menacing whisper. Your mouth isn't paralyzed, so answer me. The mage, scared out of his wits, quickly agreed. He revealed his identity as Count Jerome von Karajuin. Seol Mudok frowned, casually revealing himself to be a baronet, then retorted, a count? A higher rank than mine? Jerome von Karajuin was stunned upon hearing the title baronet, realizing this was the legendary Blizzard who saved the king's life. Seol Mudok mused. It seemed his reputation was spreading further than anticipated. Jerome von Karajuin lay flattened on the ground, utterly drained of color, stammering as he asked Seol Mudok if he was the former lord who was ousted. The magic cube lay abandoned on the ground, and Jerome von Karajuin admitted, that must be right. Jerome von Karajuin tried to explain his circumstances, but Seol Mudok grabbed his collar, lifted him, and growled. But that's none of my business. The mage still tried to salvage the situation, suggesting that since they knew each other's identities, they were on the same side. But Seol Mudok merely looked at him like a clown. Seol Mudok casually threw Jerome von Karajuin away like a toy, even as the noble kept muttering, how could I be wrong? As soon as he finished speaking, Seol Mudok closed in, grabbing Jerome von Karajuin's face tightly with one hand, shouting, you are wrong. Equality, my ass, you piece of trash. He pressed the mage's head to the ground, lecturing him about the responsibilities of someone with a title and roaring that he should give up his title. Seol Mudok stood up, declaring he would give Jerome von Karajuin a special treatment once so he would never dare to defy him again. A powerful surge of internal energy was channeled directly into Jerome von Karajuin's body. Seol Mudok coldly announced he had unsealed his pressure points, and now he could move. Jerome von Karajuin trembled as he propped himself up, completely subdued. With glowing eyes full of killing intent, Seol Mudok warned, talk nonsense again, and it'll really kill you. Making Jerome von Karajuin quickly assure him that wouldn't happen. Seol Mudok pointed towards the scattered baby ice wyverns, ordering the mage, now heal them, and get out. Jerome von Karajuin was dumbfounded, unable to believe he was being ordered to heal monsters. The Lord's aide stepped forward, sneering. I'm quite confident in my judgment of people. Daring to use magic in front of the Lord, you're quite bold. Jerome von Karajuin turned to look at the aide, speechless. The mage slumped to the ground, as if a spotlight shone on his pathetic state. Damn it, something is very wrong. The scene shifts to an office. A royal chamberlain reading official documents suddenly jumped up in surprise. What? The royal chamberlain stood amidst a mountain of papers, his mind reeling as he wondered. What should I send back to the capital now? Seol Mudok looked at the flustered royal chamberlain, asking directly, what's so surprising? Is sending a letter to the emperor that difficult? The royal chamberlain quickly explained that the problem wasn't sending the letter, but its content demanding tax exemption for the people. An utterly outrageous request. He tiredly took off his glasses, letting out a long sigh, knowing for sure that the other nobles would vehemently object. He explained that if King Tomalova III approved it, those nobles would use it as an excuse to evade taxes, causing political chaos. Seol Mudok crossed his arms, his face expressionless, listening to the analysis that no matter how much the king favored him, he would refuse this request. In Seol Mudok's mind, the image of the nobles appeared like a bunch of puppets, being manipulated by the very person who brought him here. Seol Mudok stated decisively, all right, let's put this aside for now, making the royal chamberlain sigh in relief. But right after that, Seol Mudok pointed to a stack of official documents, asking a loaded question. What about this one? The royal chamberlain broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, not understanding the Lord's meaning. Seol Mudok stated firmly, it's not impossible, making the royal chamberlain's eyes widen in astonishment. The royal chamberlain trembled, realizing Seol Mudok was hinting at some crazy plan. Seol Mudok sneered, turning his back and walking away. Heh. All right. No more hesitation, let's prepare. The northern warriors, Seol Mudok's new subordinates, were gathering, fully armed. Jake and another warrior whispered to each other, not understanding why the Lord had suddenly summoned the entire army. Seol Mudok stood before all the soldiers, his voice full of authority. Has everyone gathered? Max, Jake, and Luia stood solemnly in formation, awaiting orders. Luia spoke up directly. I've armed myself as ordered, but why are we gathered here? Seol Mudok closed his eyes, his voice deepening, preparing to announce a shocking mission. From now on, Seol Mudok's eyes flashed with a deadly blue light. He declared bluntly, we're hunting ice wyverns, and the target is their eggs. The northern warriors buzzed with chatter about the ice wyvern egg hunt mission, one of them remarking that targeting the eggs wouldn't be too difficult. Seol Mudok commanded loudly, to ensure safety, we will divide into teams of 30. Focus on snatching at least one egg if possible. He closed his eyes, his voice full of authority, preparing to announce the reward for a successful mission. A dazzling chest of gold appeared, the reward being 100 gold for the team that brought back the most eggs, making all the soldiers gape. Luia and Jake were utterly shocked, one of them muttering that it was a sum he wouldn't dare dream of in his lifetime, and questioning if such a huge reward was truly just for a few eggs. Another warrior, disbelieving, asked Seol Mudok directly if he would truly pay 100 gold, and received a firm reply. I never make empty promises. Seol Mudok smirked challengingly. You warriors of Karaloon can do it, right? Luia and Jake exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination, no longer holding any doubt. The entire northern warriors roared in response, their morale soaring. Leave it to us. As the soldiers dispersed to prepare, Seol Mudok turned and called Jerome von Karyuan, and the mage immediately bowed in compliance. Seol Mudok assigned a new task. For the next 10 days, follow the teams closely, and keep an eye on those who are useful. I will use them for other missions later. Jerome von Karyuan was startled, asking if Seol Mudok was planning to establish a night order. Seol Mudok glared, his voice low. Why do you ask? This made Jerome von Karyuan break out in a cold sweat, wondering what he had said wrong. Seol Mudok secretly thought this mage was quite useful, while the two discussed the necessity of a night order for a lord. Jerome von Karyuan explained that the Lion Knights of the Icarus Duchy were extremely powerful, even capable of soloing against royal knights. Meanwhile, Max and Luia were meticulously checking their equipment, ready for the hunt. Seol Mudok smiled confidently, declaring firmly, sooner or later, we will be the strongest. The image of Huon lying in the water appeared in his mind. Seol Mudok secretly vowed, this time, I will build it stronger than even the ice snow core, because I don't want to lose you again. Seol Mudok spread his arms wide, shouting loudly, officially launching the campaign. All right, let's move out. With a savage smile, Seol Mudok roared his command. Everyone, move out. A colossal ice dragon was roaring amidst the white snowfield. Seol Mudok smirked, giving the final signal. Now. Whoosh. The entire army charged like a blizzard, closing in on their target. The northern warriors moved with extreme precision, gliding on the ice to dodge attacks. Jake shouted, reporting his success. Slash its tail, while another warrior cheered, got it. Max, the one-eyed man, yelled his command. Team 2, cast the net. A hand signaled, counting the rhythm. 1, 2, 3. For the entire team to act in unison. Whoosh! A gigantic net was flung out, covering the entire sky. The ice dragon couldn't dodge in time, flying straight into the prepared trap. Observing from above, Jerome von Karyuan remarked, they're quite good. Having hunted for many days, their coordination is excellent. The mage muttered, unable to believe this audacious plan. Who would have thought someone would dare steal ice dragon eggs to tame them from a young age? Jerome von Karyuan continued his analysis. If all goes well, you could use ice dragons to transport and trade spoils like hides and bones to distant cities. An image of a tamed ice dragon being transported at a bustling port appeared, showing a promising future prospect. Seol Mudok shouted loudly, boosting the morale of the entire army. Come on everyone, bring back lots of ice dragon eggs, the rewards will be immense. Hearing of rewards, the battle-hungry northern warriors roared in response, charging into battle with 200% of their power. Jerome von Karyuan was once again dumbfounded. To unite these untamable Karaloon warriors. No matter how many times I see it, it's still astonishing. Whoosh! A figure with terrifying speed shot through the snow, creating a pinkish-purple streak of light. Gale, the warrior with red goggles, unleashed a lightning-fast slash directly at the ice dragon's head, causing it to explode, while his comrades exclaimed, That's Gale for you. Seol Mudok smirked, showing interest in the recent display. Not bad at all. Who's that guy who just decapitated the ice dragon? Jerome von Karyuan began reporting information about the warrior. Jerome von Karyuan explained, he is Shuart Gale. With a nickname like that, he must be quite renowned. He's a hero of the common folk, known for robbing wicked nobles and distributing their wealth to the poor. Jerome von Karyuan continued. But why is he here? He was once framed and imprisoned, but it seems he successfully escaped and wandered all the way here. Seol Mudok muttered, a calculating glint in his eyes. Wandered all the way here, huh? Jerome von Karyuan further remarked that Gale seemed like a decent fellow, very popular with the local populace. Seol Mudok turned and ordered, Jerome, investigate if anyone else escaped that prison besides him, and report the details to me. Hearing the order, Jerome von Karyuan broke out in a cold sweat, thinking despairingly, more work? Who knows? Maybe I'll find another useful asset. In a fortified grand hall, Seol Mudok declared loudly. Everyone has done well. He chuckled with delight, announcing, thanks to everyone's efforts in hunting ice wyverns, we've gathered enough eggs. Hearing of the promised reward, the northern warriors roared in response, their morale soaring. Amidst the crowd, Max raised his hand, having something to ask. Seol Mudok noticed the one-eyed man. What is it, Max? Max spoke up, getting straight to the point. We followed your orders to hunt ice wyvern eggs. May I ask, what are they for? Seol Mudok laughed heartily, appearing understanding. Very well. I'm sure everyone is curious why I suddenly ordered the collection of these eggs. I will explain now. He revealed the plan. As you all know, an ice wyvern will recognize the first creature it sees upon hatching as its mother. I intend to use this method to tame them, turning them into a means to transport our specialties across various nations. Seol Mudok posed a rhetorical question, his expression full of hidden meaning. So, what exactly are our specialties? He smirked cunningly, his eyes glowing dangerously, as he declared, I have many things in mind, but our primary product will be the ice goblin tribe. Hearing the words ice goblins, the northern warriors turned pale, crying out in panic. Ice goblins? Are you planning to send us all to our deaths? I still want to live. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Seol Mudok coldly commanded, silence. The oppressive aura emanating from him silenced the northern warriors, who stood trembling in place. Seol Mudok stood before the entire army, growling. Who was it that wiped out the ice goblin lurking around here not long ago? A warrior stammered in reply. It was you, my lord. He pointed directly at his chest, snapping. It was I. So do you think I would let you become fodder for those goblins? Two warriors exchanged glances, realizing the situation was different now. With Seol Mudok here, nothing was impossible. Seol Mudok clenched his fist, taunting. Well, have you found your courage yet? Hearing his provocation, the northern warriors immediately burst with renewed vigor, roaring in unison. We will do it. Just as Seol Mudok was about to announce his next plan, a figure shot forward like an arrow, calling out loudly. Master, master. The scout wearing glasses ran up, panting, interrupting Seol Mudok and reporting, I apologize, but something urgent has happened. The scout's voice trembled as he stammered the news. Sis, Savina. She's dying. The grim news struck Seol Mudok like a lightning bolt, his face changing color. The scene shifted to a snowy mountain region, where Luffy was trying to give something to a collapsed Savina. Savina gasped for breath in the snow, took the item from Luffy, and weakly whispered her thanks. The brown-haired kid and Luffy sobbed, trying to reassure Savina that Master was coming soon. Suddenly, both children turned around, upon hearing a sound, joyfully calling out, Master! Seol Mudok had appeared, stepping through the thick snow and coldly saying, Let's see. Upon seeing Savina's condition, Seol Mudok cursed under his breath. His eyes sharp, he placed his hand on Savina's forehead, feeling the biting cold and realizing the situation was far worse than he had imagined. Seol Mudok knelt beside Savina, asking the two children to recount everything that had happened in detail. Luffy began to explain. While helping Master find a place for the ice wyvern eggs, we went exploring. The group discovered a massive field of glacier flowers, a type of plant they had only ever seen in books. Luffy explained that Savina wanted to pick these flowers to give to Master, thinking he would like them. But on their way back with the ice flowers, trouble struck. Leo spun around with a horrified expression upon hearing a strange noise. Savina suddenly collapsed into the snow, the flowers scattering around her, causing them all to scream in fright. All the children pleaded with Seol Mudok to save Savina, but he merely reassured them coldly. That won't happen. Calm down. Seol Mudok took the glacier flower that Savina had clutched tightly, cursing silently as he noticed its abnormality. His eyes flashed with astonishment, realizing that what he held was no ordinary flower. He confirmed this was indeed the snow ice flower, a unique spiritual medicine of the North Sea and Central Plains in his old world. The children continued to plead, and Seol Mudok nodded, confirming the top priority was to save Savina, then ordered Leo to carry her and follow him. Seol Mudok smirked confidently, ordering everyone to quickly head to the training grounds. The group rushed through the corridor, wasting no time. Their destination was a simple room with a wooden bed. Seol Mudok pointed at the bed, ordering Leo to lay Savina down there. Leo carefully placed the barely breathing Savina onto the bed, worried she might be further injured. Seol Mudok looked at the gasping Savina, quietly praising Leo for a job well done. He turned to the two children, sternly warning, I will begin the healing. Both of you step back and absolutely do not enter the room until I permit it. The brown-haired kid peeked through the door, tears welling up as he pleaded. Master, you must save her. Seol Mudok replied curtly. Of course. Now go. Seol Mudok held the ice flower snow in his hand, what this world called the glacier flower. In this world, it was merely a mysterious flower emitting cold energy. But in his homeland, the Northern Sea, its fruit was a priceless spiritual medicine. Seol Mudok smirked. The deadly cold of this flower was nothing but a trifle. He easily used his ice internal energy to suppress it and extract its essence. Seol Mudok explained that Savina collapsed because the cold energy within her was too weak to resist the chill. Then he placed the flower's essence into her mouth. He placed his hand on Savina's chest, beginning to transmit a powerful surge of icy internal energy to heal her. In her daze, Savina heard her master's call. Savina suddenly awoke, her eyes wide and bewildered, her voice faltering. "Ma master?" Seol Mudok stood there, exuding a dominant presence, ordering Savina to sit up and circulate her energy to stabilize her body. Savina immediately obeyed, closing her eyes and beginning to concentrate. She began to circulate her energy, and a pure and powerful surge of cold energy swirled around her body. Savina's face relaxed as she felt the new power flowing through her meridians. Seol Mudok nodded. The cold energy within her had completely stabilized thanks to the circulation of internal energy. Suddenly, Savina's eyes rolled back in horror. She collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Seol Mudok merely watched calmly, muttering that she should at least close her eyes when she slept. He calmly remarked that Savina's internal energy had now soared compared to before. Looking at the ice flower snow in his hand, Seol Mudok was confident that the effect was even better than he expected, and he could increase her training intensity. He smirked, calculating that before Savina woke up, they would all head straight to the flower field to farm more items, helping him achieve his goals much faster. After a long while, Savina sprang up in bed, frantically calling out, "Master!" At the White Castle, Seol Mudok stood before all the warriors, beginning the reorganization of his forces after farming a batch of ice dragon eggs. Seol Mudok declared bluntly, "I won't say much. I will train all of you to become my knights." A grand vision appeared. Seol Mudok, leading the Blizzard Knight Order, an army clad in dark armor, their aura reaching the sky. Gale, the one who showed the most agreeable attitude, was appointed captain and was kneeling to receive his orders. Under Seol Mudok's plan, the entire area was comprehensively upgraded. Schools, hospitals, restaurants, shops, and even specialized training grounds. Seol Mudok spoke with Jerome von Karajuin, deciding that to improve the organization, personnel must be rearranged into their proper positions. He declared Osborne was only fit to be a guard, then pointed directly at Jerome. "You will be my assistant." Jerome tried to refuse, citing his magic teaching duties, but Seol Mudok merely glared. "You don't want to?" The mage immediately turned pale. "Yes, what do you mean, you brute?" Buried under a mountain of tasks, Jerome could only hold his head and lament his fate, thinking that this effort must be worth 1,000,000 gold, all while sweat poured down his face from fear of death. Seol Mudok decided to establish 2 new armed units to begin his conquest. He personally took command of the patrol unit, responsible for outer defense and gathering refugees under his banner. The second unit was the Ice Dragon Knights, and the Lord Aide yelled excitedly, "Excellent! Leave it to me, my lord." Despite being considered completely untrustworthy, Seol Mudok secretly made a deal with the Meiji merchant, instructing her to act as his representative to sell the remaining ice dragon eggs after the night squad had been finalized. A few days later, hurried breathing echoed through a deserted corridor. Jerome von Karajuin rushed into the meeting room, laden with things, muttering, "I'm completely late." He said, "Head, lighten my workload, didn't he?" The mage worriedly wondered what new chaos would befall him today, then cautiously opened the meeting room door. Jerome bowed his head and apologized for being late, but Max casually replied, "The meeting just started. Come in and sit down." Jerome froze, his eyes wide with shock, unable to believe his ears. Savina entered the meeting room, looking much healthier, making Jerome von Karajuin freeze and wonder, "What is that sick girl doing here?" Seol Mudok gestured for Jerome von Karajuin to sit down, and the atmosphere of the meeting grew tense. Seol Mudok ordered Osborne to continue reporting on the situation. Osborne reported that the newly formed security team had apprehended over 20 individuals, more than half of whom were escaped criminals from outside. Max and a Northern Warrior aide aggressively burst in, shouting that they were definitely criminals, and that locking them up to prevent future harm was absolutely correct. Seol Mudok coldly poured water on Max's enthusiasm, sarcastically asking if he wanted to take a seat in the dungeon first, as he was the ringleader who caused the chaos and overthrew Jerome without cause. Max vehemently protested that his actions were in self-defense, protecting Carolun's autonomy from the central nobles. Seol Mudok's knife-sharp gaze swept over them, questioning Max's double standard. "So your actions are a noble struggle, but Captain Gale's are petty theft?" Called out, Max was speechless, only able to bow his head and mumble an apology to Gale. Gale, still seated calmly, spoke up, reminding Max never to forget what caused suffering for the common people, then told him to save it for later, as they were in a meeting. Seol Mudok clicked his tongue, disparaging Max's narrow-mindedness, then asked if anyone else had any opinions. Savina unexpectedly spoke up, asking permission to present her viewpoint. Seol Mudok glanced at her, granting her permission to speak. Savina analyzed that if even Max thought that way, public opinion in the village regarding the fugitives was certainly very negative. Seol Mudok nodded in agreement, but wondered what that had to do with starting the ogre hunt tomorrow. Savina played her trump card, proposing a cruel plan. "How about we send the prisoners to lead the hunt?" The entire meeting room, from an old councilman, Max, to Jerome von Carriuen, had their eyes wide and mouths agape at this cold-blooded idea. Contrary to everyone else, a sinister and intrigued smile appeared on Seol Mudok's lips. He curled his lips, looking extremely pleased with the proposal. "Not a bad idea. Please continue, Savina." A young ice wyvern was growling, darting swiftly through the snow. Dark purple energy enveloped the ice wyvern as it roared. Lennon, a man with a bandaged face, panted as he reported to Captain Gale that they might have lost track of their prey. Introducing the lineup, Level 1 escaped prisoner Gregor, wielding an axe, Captain Gale, and Level 1 escaped prisoner Lennon with a sword. Gale coldly ordered, "Let them get a little further, then erase our tracks and attack." Lennon and Gregor, two seemingly formidable prisoners, obediently followed orders. Suddenly, a giant ice ogre wielding a mace burst through the trees, blocking their path. Without hesitation, Lennon and Gregor immediately charged, splitting up to attack the massive monster. Gregor let out a battle cry, and together with Lennon, launched dangerous blows at the ice ogre. Despite being wounded, the ice ogre hadn't fallen, its bloodshot eyes gleaming with a deadly light. The monster's eyes glowed brightly, and a voice rang out, warning Lennon to be careful of the upcoming counterattack. The ice ogre furiously swung its giant mace, aiming directly at Lennon. Lennon gritted his teeth, realizing he was in a precarious situation. The prisoner realized he couldn't dodge this devastating attack in time. Whoosh! Gale darted forward like lightning, his goggles glowing red, roaring, "Get down, Lennon!" Gale's twin weapons flared with a brilliant red light, ready for battle. Clang! With just a compact weapon, Gale blocked the giant mace, leaving Lennon stunned in shock. Gale exploded with speed, unleashing a storm of slashes that tore through both the air and the ice ogre. Swish! Countless crimson slashes swept across the battlefield, blood splattering everywhere, clearing everything in the blink of an eye. The scene returned to the meeting room, where Savina coldly proposed, "How about we let the prisoners lead the hunt?" Seol Mudok smirked meaningfully, showing extreme interest in the cruel plan that had just been proposed. An old councilman objected to the plan of sending prisoners to the front lines, deeming it too extreme. But Savina dismissed him, asserting that this was more humane than imprisonment, as her master was not one to waste manpower. Savina smiled confidently, saying that after fighting together, everyone's perception of the prisoners would surely change. On the snowy battlefield, Lennon, having just narrowly escaped death, quickly boasted, "That was close, but I still handled it," causing the entire team, including Gregor, to burst into laughter at his familiar bragging. Gregor guffawed, exposing Lennon. "We saw everything. You're just bragging again. Just like that time you threw a pickaxe at a guard and got beaten senseless, right?" Gregor slung an arm around Lennon, inviting him for a few mugs of ale to celebrate their reward and start anew. But Lennon only found the man's cheesy friendliness annoying. Seol Mudok silently assessed, realizing that the motley crew had begun to build teamwork, nodding in acknowledgement. "Indeed, my disciple has even accounted for this." Suddenly, a giant, wolf-like monster loomed in the snowy forest, its shadow engulfing two small figures. The adult ice wyvern's pale eyes glowed in the darkness, and it let out a menacing growl. In another area, a group of northern warriors spotted their target, one of them shouting and pointing. "Over there!" The scarred hunter ordered the masked archer, "Don't rush. Slowly retreat towards the ambush zone." The snowy wind blew through the silent forest, carrying a sense of unease. The scarred hunter startled and asked, "Do you hear that?" The masked archer nodded, raising his bow. "Ready." Whoosh! The masked archer fired a volley of arrows deep into the forest to probe. Thwack! Thwack! The arrows merely embedded themselves into a tree trunk, with no reaction whatsoever. Both hunters swallowed hard, tensely awaiting any movement. The masked archer sighed in relief, reassuring himself that it was just the sound of falling leaves, then turned to retrieve his arrows. Crack! A giant, clawed hand suddenly gripped the tree trunk right next to the archer. The adult ice wyvern slowly emerged from behind the tree, its glowing eyes staring at the two petrified hunters. Ciel Mudok and Jerome von Keruyuin walked through the snowy weather, Jerome remarking, "It seems the people no longer fear the ice ogres." Osborne reported cheerfully, the entire team's hunting spirits soaring. Jerome von Keruyuin humbly flattered his superior, attributing everything to the Lord's leadership. An ice ogre's corpse lay on the snow. Ciel Mudok coldly declared everything was still according to plan and ordered Jerome von Keruyuin to keep the troops in check, forbidding rash actions. A figure stumbled, running desperately through the snow, gasping for breath. Ciel Mudok asked Jerome von Keruyuin about the investigation into other monster types. Jerome replied that the data still needed to be organized. An old scout rushed over, only to be stopped by Osborne, who questioned him. He cried out that his men were injured and being treated. Ciel Mudok turned, his sharp gaze asking Osborne what was happening. Osborne stammered, reporting to Ciel Mudok that something serious seemed to have occurred. Osborne explained with a tense expression. "Another type of monster has appeared, not an ice ogre." Ciel Mudok frowned, showing interest at the information about a new monster. The old scout confirmed that 2 men from the team had been attacked by a strange monster, entirely covered in white fur, at least 3 meters tall. Ciel Mudok narrowed his eyes, his mind beginning to race. He muttered, realizing that ice ogres were inherently foolish, but this new monster seemed much more intelligent. Ciel Mudok declared the hunt over, growling, "It seems I'll have to take action myself." He ordered his subordinates to clear the area and then follow him. Osborne and Jerome von Keruyuin could only watch the lords retreating back. Whoosh! Ciel Mudok vanished into the swirling white snow. He darted away at terrifying speed, thinking to himself that if the old scout's description was true, then he knew what it was. Ciel Mudok recalled the time Edmund Roll teased him, directly asking if he was a yeti. Activating his mind's eye, Ciel Mudok's eyes flashed with a blue light, ready for the solo hunt. Whoosh! Ciel Mudok shot through the snowy forest at incredible speed. He moved as swiftly as a phantom, leaving only faint blurs in the air. Suddenly, a colossal yeti with glowing eyes appeared, roaring, "Found you!" Thump! Ciel Mudok landed on the snow, without a single superfluous sound. Whoosh! He drew his ice sword, charging straight towards the colossal monster like an arrow. Ciel Mudok unleashed a lightning-fast sword strike aimed directly at the yeti. The yeti flinched, sweat pouring as it sensed the deadly killing intent rushing towards it. Clang! Ciel Mudok's sword strike collided directly with the yeti's arm, creating an explosion of icy energy. The terrifying impact force sent Ciel Mudok flying backward, showing that the monster's physical strength was no joke. Ciel Mudok muttered, realizing his attack had been blocked. This giant's body was truly tough, but now he was certain of its identity. The yeti growled, its glowing eyes filled with anger. It knew this opponent was no pushover. The two faced each other. Ciel Mudok remained calm, while the yeti had already begun to feel immense pressure. Ciel Mudok stood tall, the ice sword in his hand radiating chilling cold, ready for the real battle. His eyes flashed with a blue light, confirming the prey's identity. A yeti. Under Ciel Mudok's oppressive aura, the fiercely roaring yeti suddenly stiffened like a wildcat encountering a tiger. It sensed his terrifying martial power. Its eyes clearly showed fear, completely losing its initial ferocity. Ciel Mudok coldly gazed at the monster. Its wild eyes spoke volumes of its terror. He raised his sword, passing judgment. "I originally intended to spare you, but those who harm the villagers cannot live. May you be reborn as a human in your next life." Slash! A sharp sword energy, carrying deadly cold, was unleashed. The yeti couldn't react in time, only able to stare as death rushed towards it, its fate sealed. The cold energy from Ciel Mudok's sword erupted, ready to freeze everything. Whoosh! A streak of sword energy tore through space, heading straight for the yeti. But Ciel Mudok's eyes suddenly halted. Something wasn't right. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his prey had vanished just before his attack could land. Ciel Mudok stood frozen in the snowfield, puzzled. It emitted light, and disappeared along with its energy, right before it was hit. He suddenly remembered an important detail. Wait. Green light. Ciel Mudok recalled his knowledge of this world. Fifth ring mages can use spatial teleportation, an extremely advanced form of magic that an ordinary person could never possess. He smirked. Even if it was spatial teleportation, there was no escaping. Even with teleportation, There's no reason I can't catch up. Seol Mudok unleashed his inner energy, shooting off like an icy arrow, leaving a green streak that tore through the forest. An entire expanse of white snow was churned up by his terrifying speed. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as his prey escaped. Ch! That big lug runs like a mouse. Seol Mudok swept with his mind's eye, locking onto the target, but I can still sense its presence. About 1.5 kilometers away, it must be around here. Suddenly, he sensed a strange aura, which made him stop. He followed the trail and discovered a pitch-black cave entrance amidst the white snow. Seol Mudok stepped inside, and the sight before him stunned even a hegemon like himself. This wasn't a cave, but a massive, ancient, and dusty library. He couldn't believe his eyes. A library had appeared in the middle of nowhere. Seol Mudok was still bewildered by the absurdity of this place. Then he spotted the Yeti panting, clumsily hiding behind a bookshelf, and uttered a scornful remark. If you're going to hide, at least do it properly. Seol Mudok faced the Yeti, which was cowering in fear, and condescendingly reassured it. I'm not going to eat you. Calm down. He narrowed his eyes and asked a question that dumbfounded the other party. Are you human? The monster quickly denied it, puffing itself up to declare loudly. No, I am Condol, the great warrior of Horus. Seol Mudok mumbled the unfamiliar name, just as Jerome von Karajan appeared and explained. My lord, that is another name for the Yeti species. Seol Mudok turned to Jerome and gave a brief compliment. You did well finding this place. Jerome explained that he followed the trail of destruction, but quickly flattered his superior. Only my lord could have done that. Nevertheless, Jerome remained deep in thought. Clearly, something wasn't adding up in his mind. He wondered why a legendary species like the Yeti would be holed up in a library, when Seol Mudok coldly cut him off. I was just about to ask it that myself. Thud! Seol Mudok punched the wall right next to Condol's head, growling his interrogation. Hey, you said your name was Condol, right? Where are you from? Condol flinched, about to turn and flee again, but Seol Mudok grabbed him instantly. Damn it, trying to run again? Seol Mudok began to lose patience, a wave of cold energy emanating from his hand. Threatening, speak quickly, my patience is limited. Condol's face contorted, sweat pouring off him like rain, too terrified to speak. Cornered, it shrieked its answer. I am from Gulag. Seol Mudok asked in surprise. Gulag, your village? While Condol merely bowed its head, trembling. Jerome, standing afar, heard the name and nodded, and Condol quickly confirmed to Seol Mudok that it was true. Jerome pushed up his glasses, his eyes flashing with hidden meaning. Clearly, the name Gulag was not simply a village. Seol Mudok put that matter aside for now, shifting to the main issue with an icy voice. So, why did you kill my people? Seol Mudok's eyes glowed with killing intent, warning, it depends on your answer. Condol frantically denied it. I didn't kill them. Condol backed away, trying to explain. I am the great warrior of Horus. People don't die when hit by my club. Seol Mudok's eyes narrowed, gleaming with a deadly light, piercing the monster that was diluting itself. Is that so, Condol? Under terrifying pressure, the Yeti broke out in a cold sweat, stammering its name. I am Condol. Jerome von Karajan flipped through a book, confirming with Seol Mudok. My lord, what that Yeti said is true. From what I can see, most of them are only injured. Jerome stated firmly, concluding, no one died. Seol Mudok frowned and thought, realizing that indeed no one had reported any deaths. It was just that his subordinates' faces looked as if they were attending a funeral. Condol hastily explained that he had only driven away the people who trespassed on his sacred ground first, and swore he would never attack anyone without reason. Seol Mudok muttered, realizing it was his own soldiers who had gone hunting ice goblins and strayed into the Yeti's territory, all because old Edmund Roll had provided incorrect information. Seol Mudok ordered Jerome, heal Condol's wounds. Jerome could only give a wry smile, subtly reminding him, yes, my lord, and his name is Condol. Jerome began channeling his energy to heal, a green magic orb glowing brightly. He warned Condol, hey, Condol, is something wrong? This might sting a little. Seol Mudok flashed a cunning grin and asked, tell me where your sacred ground is. I will instruct my people carefully so they don't venture there again. Condol was pitifully naive, his eyes glistening with tears of emotion as he stammered in reply. Really? The smile vanished. Seol Mudok growled, his eyes flashing with a deadly light. Yes, but the problem is, why have you been speaking so informally to me this whole time? You know how to use honorifics, don't you? Seol Mudok sighed, waving his hand in exasperation. Never mind. What's the point of talking to someone who can't speak properly? Jerome, standing behind him, was speechless. Here we go again, Jerome reported, the magic orb in his hand dissipating. The healing is complete, my lord. Seol Mudok turned to leave when Jerome called out, his tone somewhat hesitant. Jerome clasped his hands together, his expression serious. About that, I have a request. The scene shifted. Edmund Roll was by a well, asking a man named Henry how long it had been since their appointed date, and received the answer. About 3 months. Currently, Edmund Roell sat slumped on the ground in the middle of the square, looking utterly dejected, while Charles stood beside him, watching. Sweating profusely, Edmund Roll desperately called out Henry's name unconsciously. Charles sighed, looking tired. Yes, Sir Edmund. What are you going to say this time? Edmund Roll buried his face in the stone ground, wailing in pain. Our Roll Merchant Guild is ruined. Charles looked at the collapsing Edmund Roll and repeated his words. You said the Roll Merchant Guild is ruined? Edmund Roll looked up, sobbing, as he recounted that the Lord Demonic Swordmaster had promised to help. In Edmund Roll's rosy memory, Seol Mudok grabbed his chin, whispering romantically, Endure for 3 more months. I will definitely send someone. Back in reality, Edmund Roll was still struggling on the ground, wailing about the lack of news, while Charles was speechless at his boss's drama. Charles quickly helped his boss up, weakly trying to reassure him that someone like the Lord wouldn't go back on his word. Suddenly, both men froze, feeling a terrifying pressure descend from the sky. A colossal ice dragon tore through the sky, plummeting straight towards the square to the horror of the 2 men. Crash! The monster landed, creating a small tremor that sent both Edmund Roll and Charles flying. Amidst the chaos, Savina appeared with an extremely excited expression, exclaiming, Sir Edmund! Edmund Roll, still airborne, heard the familiar voice and was taken aback. He widened his eyes, realizing who had just arrived in utter astonishment. Savina, riding on the ice dragon's back, grinned broadly and declared, The ice has been delivered right to your doorstep. Charles sprang to his feet, laughing madly with joy, but then froze as he realized the delivery person was a real ice dragon. Charles broke out in a cold sweat, his brain nearly short-circuiting. A monster with the power of an entire night squad is being used to deliver ice? He was utterly stunned by Seol Mudok's overwhelming power, wondering what on earth was happening in the north. Savina suddenly remembered her task, snapped her fingers and said, Oh, right. She handed Edmund Roll a letter, saying that her master had instructed her to deliver it to him. Edmund Roll, now neatly dressed in his coat and fedora, flashed a cunning smile as he realized who that person was. The scene shifted to a luxurious garden, where Princess Ashilda was elegantly enjoying tea. Justin von Icarus sat opposite her, thanking Princess Ashilda for accepting his invitation to meet. Justin von Icarus set down his teacup and began his empty flattery. Your Highness, you grow more beautiful by the day. He sipped a glass of wine, feigning elegance, while Princess Ashilda replied indifferently, Lord Justin, you flatter me too much. Justin von Icarus thought to himself, this girl is still as cold as ice, not even bothering to bestow a polite smile. He told himself that if she fell too easily, it wouldn't be fun. He'd just wait and make that emotionless smile change. Just as he was about to continue his antics, a maid named Lencia rushed in, interrupting the atmosphere. Excuse me, Princess. Lencia whispered into Princess Ashilda's ear, causing her to jump up, knocking over the entire banquet table. What? A letter from Baron Blizzard has arrived? Before Justin von Icarus could even understand what was happening, Princess Ashilda hastily asked where the letter was and demanded to leave immediately. The noble angrily called out, Wait, are you really leaving? I rushed here early this morning just to see you. Princess Ashilda turned back, her eyes sharp, and delivered a chilling remark. I heard you train so much that even a day isn't enough. Don't waste any more time, go home. With that, she called Lencia to accompany her, leaving Justin von Icarus frozen in place, his purple eyes glinting with anger. Princess Ashilda and Lencia turned their backs and walked straight ahead, not bothering to look back at the fuming man behind them. Crash! Justin von Icarus couldn't control himself and smashed his fist into the marble tabletop. A purple magical aura flared around him, and he gnashed his teeth, roaring the name of the one who ruined his plans. Blizzard, that bastard. Meanwhile, Princess Ashilda was settled in her study, carefully opening the sealed letter. The letter began with affectionate handwriting. To my dear Princess Ashilda, she continued to read the sweet greetings that thanks to her lucky charm, Seol Mudok was doing well, which made her blush shyly. A flashback appeared, showing Seol Mudok in his white-haired male form, intimately close to Princess Ashilda. The letter went on to describe the northern lands, where sparkling ice crystals shone, and a hot spring he had built with all his heart. But then the tone softened. This place is truly beautiful. It's just a pity you're not here. That single fact alone is enough to make this place feel empty. She read to the end, where Seol Mudok wrote that he was sending her a small gift along with his longing, causing her to exclaim in surprise. The letter concluded with a promise to send another letter soon, signed Baron Blizzard, who missed her, along with a sparkling ice rose. Princess Ashilda's face flushed, her heart pounding at the sweet words. She pressed the ice rose to her forehead, wondering why she kept thinking about him. The princess stared at the gift, her eyes gleaming with determination. Slam! Princess Ashilda slammed her hand on the table, declaring decisively, I have to go check it out myself. She stood up abruptly, stating firmly that she needed to meet him in person. The scene shifted to the north, where Seol Mudok, in his white-haired male form, was concentrating intensely. He channeled his internal energy, and cold energy swirled in his palm, slowly sculpting an ice flower. Each delicate, intricate ice petal formed under his absolute control of energy. Seol Mudok sighed in relief, muttering that he was only good at destruction, and meticulous tasks like this were truly difficult. Jerome von Keruyen rushed over, his voice trembling as he called out, Lord! Seol Mudok turned back, coldly asking what all the fuss was about. The maid shouted, urging Seol Mudok to come to the office immediately, because there was a shocking discovery, a once-in-a-lifetime event. The two entered a cave emitting an eerie blue light, and Seol Mudok grumbled, hoping everything would continue to go smoothly like this. What? An ancient mage's library? Seol Mudok's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the report. In the office, Seol Mudok sat casually, feigning disinterest, while Jerome von Keruyen yelled about his overly indifferent attitude towards this great discovery. Jerome von Keruyen began a lengthy speech about relics, lost magic, and breakthrough keys, but Seol Mudok only felt his ears ring with boredom. Suddenly, Seol Mudok's mind's eye activated, and his pupils flashed with a sharp gleam. I sense a very powerful aura, Seol Mudok said. Jerome, it's coming from your waist. Jerome von Keruyen flinched, his demeanor clearly awkward as his master pointed him out. The mage hastily denied it, claiming it was just a trifle, but Seol Mudok acted, using his internal energy to directly pull the item from Jerome in a blinding flash of light. Seol Mudok calmly snatched the bag, mocking the panicking Jerome von Keruyen. The more you hide it, the more curious people become. Seol Mudok's gaze was icy, completely in control, seeing through the mage's every hesitation. Inside the bag was a pile of sparkling blue crystals. Seol Mudok frowned, wondering, is this just a rock? Jerome von Keruyen stammered, explaining that it was a mana stone, a type of stone filled with magic, which made Seol Mudok even more curious. Seol Mudok lightly tapped his finger on the table, questioning directly, what do you intend to use these stones for that you have to hide them so carefully? Jerome von Keruyen had no choice but to confess that he was currently a fourth circle mage, stuck in his progress and unable to break through to the fifth circle. The mage recounted that he had tried everything but was still stuck, which was why he intended to use mana stones to find a way to break through. Thinking he had gained sympathy, Jerome von Keruyen rejoiced when Seol Mudok nodded. I understand how you feel. Overcoming a barrier is not easy. But he was gravely mistaken. Seol Mudok's expression changed faster than flipping a rice paper. Then I must refuse even more. Jerome von Keruyen froze, unable to believe his ears at his superior's harsh decision. He hastily pleaded, arguing that his becoming stronger would benefit the entire territory of Karalun, asking for permission. Seol Mudok replied with a single word, cold and decisive. No. The mage broke out in a cold sweat, as Seol Mudok analyzed. Using mana stones might help you break through. But what then? Seol Mudok sat casually on the chair, lecturing. Do you intend to go search for more mana stones? That is not the core element to step into a new realm. He continued. The true path of cultivation is the effort to achieve enlightenment, the accumulation of time. There are absolutely no shortcuts. After hearing this, Jerome von Keruyen clenched his trembling fists, clearly struggling with an intense internal conflict. Finally, he relaxed his grip, accepting the truth. The mage mumbled, admitting that Seol Mudok's words were true, however difficult to hear, because even reaching the fourth circle was due to his own efforts. Seol Mudok placed a hand on Jerome's shoulder, his tone gentler. Magic is not something that can be mastered through impatience. Just progress slowly, and one day you will achieve enlightenment. Jerome von Keruyen realized he had forgotten his master's teachings, while Seol Mudok secretly thought, good thing he figured it out himself, or I would have had to beat some sense into him. Seol Mudak curiously asked about other uses for mana stones, and Jerome von Karajuin explained that they could be used to amplify magic, create shields, and even communication charms. Upon hearing communication charms, Seol Mudak sprang up and grabbed Jerome, his eyes shining brightly. You mean one can communicate without a mage? Jerome von Karajuin confirmed that by enchanting a mana stone, anyone could use it, and with top-grade ones in hand, communicating across the sea to the Jiva Empire would be a trivial matter. Seol Mudak unexpectedly asked Jerome, in your opinion, what is the most important thing in governing a nation? The martial god answered himself with a calculating gaze. It is the speed of information. Whoever collects and transmits information faster holds the initiative. Immediately, Seol Mudak commanded, Jerome, turn all the mana stones here into communication stones at once. At a distant ice fortress, the experiment began. A hand held the glowing communication stone, and Jake's voice rang out. Hello, hello, this is Jake. Can you hear me clearly? Savina and Lord Aid's eyes widened. Savina excitedly replied, loud and clear, Jake. Jake, riding on a beast, reported his current location. He announced that he was with a merchant caravan on the plains, 10 kilometers from White Castle, riding on the back of a giant ice dragon. Back with Seol Mudak, he confirmed to Jerome that the signal was excellent, with no interference, and the experiment was a complete success. Lord Aid yelled in excitement at the high-tech gadget, while Seol Mudak merely remained silent, acting cool. While Jake was loudly boasting on the other end, Seol Mudak abruptly cut him off, issuing an urgent order for Team 3 to retreat immediately. He turned to order Osborne to intensify Jake's training upon his return, causing Jerome to frantically shout that the stone was about to explode from the excessive volume. Seol Mudak's eyes flashed as he sensed a familiar presence approaching, and a voice rang out. Master! Savina, riding an ice dragon, landed, followed by a flock of baby wyverns. She shouted, I'm back! Seol Mudak smirked with satisfaction. Excellent. Welcome back. Someone wiped their hands with a white towel, preparing for the upcoming meeting. In the meeting room, Savina, Osborne, and the other officers had taken their seats, ready to report on the situation. Savina worriedly asked Seol Mudak, when she saw him frown while reading the letter. Is there a problem with Edmund's letter? Seol Mudak smirked, praising the old man for doing a good job, reporting the political situation of neighboring countries in great detail. But his eyes sharpened, focusing on a name in the letter. Ainos. He muttered that he didn't understand why this name made him feel uneasy. Seol Mudak looked up, scanned the meeting room, and asked directly, Does anyone here know about Ainos? Gale, the scar-faced officer, hesitated before speaking. Gale admitted that it was just an unverified rumor, but decided to report it anyway. He concluded with a startling statement. That person is called the Great Swordsman. All the officers, from the bearded Osborne to the bookish Jerome, gaped in astonishment, while Seol Mudak merely narrowed his eyes slightly. The officers began to whisper in panic, comparing the rank of great swordsman to swordsman, believing such an existence was impossible on this continent. Seol Mudak growled a single word. Silence. The leader's overwhelming presence made the entire room hold its breath, not a single sound daring to escape. Seol Mudak closed his eyes, his mind analyzing the power levels of this world. He mused that a great swordsman was probably equivalent to the manifestation realm in the Central Plains, a realm where one could condense intent into a sword. In a flashback, Seol Mudak recalled his disappointment upon arriving in this world, where there were only mediocre swordsmen. A life without rivals was truly boring. But now, a manifestation realm expert had appeared, and a crazed, battle-hungry smile spread across his lips. Even if he's not a rival, I still want to meet him. Seol Mudak's eyes blazed with killing intent. He had found a new target, one of the strongest individuals in this world. Gale added another important piece of information. Oh, there's one more unusual thing about him. Strangely, whenever he uses swordsmanship, people say the scent of plum blossoms fills the air. Seol Mudak froze, the image of the Manhwa sect with its blooming plum blossom forest appearing in his mind. He knew that was the only place that could produce this kind of aura. Seol Mudak was stunned, his eyes sparking with electricity, as he growled a single word. Impossible. He realized a shocking truth. Someone else from the Central Plains had come to this world. Besides me, there's still someone else? The flashback returned to the time when he was about to unify the Central Plains, before the snow-covered gates of a great sect. He recalled that sect, the Manhwa sect, a sword carrying the scent of plum blossoms. In the past, the cold, white-haired Seol Mudak said to his frozen opponent, Your swordsmanship is excellent, but you've chosen the wrong opponent. The sect leader of Manhwa, Jungpung, lay flattened in the ice, gasping curses. Seol Mudok, you bastard, Young Peng retorted bitterly. If I had a disciple here, the outcome would have been different. Seol Mudok sneered. You mean the one who ran away a few days ago? Jung Peng roared, asserting that his disciple hadn't run away but had vanished during his seclusion, as if he had evaporated from this world. Back in the present, Seol Mudok mused, realizing that the old man's words from back then weren't a cheap excuse. The image of a blurry swordsman appeared in his mind, a great shock running down his spine. Could what he said be true? Jerome von Karajuin, seeing Seol Mudok silent, asked, My lord, is that all there is in the letter? He waved it off. Ah, nothing important. Seol Mudok casually announced a shocking piece of news. It's just a letter stating that the kingdom has sent an inspection delegation. All his subordinates, including Savina, Gale, and Osborne, were struck dumb. The entire base plunged into panic when the words inspection delegation were uttered. Jerome von Karajuin yelled, My lord, what the hell happened? Seol Mudok remained unfazed. Is this worth making a fuss over? Jerome von Karajuin shouted, explaining that an inspection delegation only came for 2 reasons. 1, for a pleasure trip, or 2, to root out and execute traitors. Jerome von Karajuin hastily asked, We must prepare for everything. When does the letter say they'll arrive? Seol Mudok replied concisely, 1 month. Just as Jerome von Karajuin breathed a sigh of relief, Seol Mudok raised his finger and then pointed it down, completely reversing the situation. He calmly corrected himself. Today, during the Mui hour, which I suppose is around 1 p.m. in your terms, outside, the royal flag with its sword and wing emblem fluttered in the wind, signaling the presence of supreme authority. An army of royal knights in gleaming armor had already formed ranks right outside the gates, and Seol Mudok concluded, In short, it's right now. Jerome von Karajuin and the military officers stared blankly out the window, unable to believe their eyes. They're really here? Thud. The leader of the inspection team's heel struck the stone floor, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Justin von Icarus, a smug look on his face, led the boisterous royal knights. Lord of the White Castle, Baron Blizzard, come down and properly greet the inspection team. Whoosh. Seol Mudok landed right in front of them, calmly greeting. Long time no see, Justin. Seol Mudok shifted to his white-haired form, a sneer on his lips as he patted his own hand, teasing intensely. Is your hand all right? Justin von Icarus gritted his teeth, clutching his throbbing arm, sweat pouring down him. The old wound clearly still haunted him. On the balcony, Gale and Savina were utterly shocked, unable to comprehend how Seol Mudok moved so fast, and feared he was about to challenge the royal family itself. With just a flick of his foot, Seol Mudok swept past Justin, leaving the young noble only a blur. Seol Mudok offered a mysterious half-smile, completely in control of the situation. He glanced behind the knights, calling out loudly, No need to hide anymore, come out, Your Royal Highness Princess Ashilda. Princess Ashilda stepped out from behind the soldiers, gently reminding, Lord Justin, please restrain your threatening behavior. Ashilda turned to Seol Mudok, her face radiant like a flower. Are you well, Baron Blizzard? She couldn't hide her excitement, clasping her hands together and letting out a cheer full of admiration. Seol Mudok led Ashilda into a giant crystal cave, its light shimmering magically, overwhelming the princess. It's so beautiful, just like in the letter. Ashilda eagerly urged, Hot springs. I want to see the hot springs too. Seol Mudok happily agreed to lead the way. It turned out this entire inspection was just a pretext Ashilda had concocted after reading Seol Mudok's letter, insisting her father the king allow her to travel to meet her beloved. Seol Mudok looked at the princess chattering beside him, uttering a teasing remark. You're as stubborn as ever. Reminded of the good luck charm, Ashilda blushed crimson, hastily declaring, That topic is forbidden from now on. Seol Mudok's gaze suddenly froze, an unbelievable truth flashing through his mind. The image of Huon from his previous life reappeared, with that same shy demeanor, shaking Seol Mudok. She's exactly like her in my past life. Seol Mudok monologued internally, admitting this was a long and arduous journey. He recalled his path of vengeance for his comrades, then meeting his reincarnated beloved, affirming that being reunited with Huon was enough. The two arrived, Princess Ashilda exclaiming excitedly upon seeing the hot springs amidst the icy cave. It's beautiful. Seol Mudok unexpectedly reached out, gently touching Princess Ashilda's head. He pulled her closer, his eyes full of emotion. To me, you are even more beautiful. Princess Ashilda's heart pounded at the sudden confession, and he continued, I truly miss you. Lost in emotion, Seol Mudok blurted out the name of his past life's lover, Huon. Princess Ashilda froze, her eyes wide with surprise, repeating the unfamiliar name. Huon? Seolmudok flinched, realizing he had just made a fatal mistake. Princess Ashilda questioned him directly. Who is that? Causing Seolmudok to awkwardly apologize for his slip of the tongue. In her thoughts, Princess Ashilda admitted she had liked the way he looked at her, feeling the affection within it, but now, she had bitterly realized the truth about Baron Blizzard. She asked herself painfully, was that affection truly for me, or for the woman named Huon? Seolmudok was stunned by Princess Ashilda's question, which pierced straight to his heart. She pushed his hand away, an invisible distance forming between them. Seolmudok stammered her name in despair, trying to hold on. Princess Ashilda coldly ordered him to turn away. No, it's fine. You don't need to say anything. Tears began to stream down the princess's cheeks. She turned her back and walked away, leaving a cold remark. Because everything has already been answered. Seolmudok could only stand frozen, clenching his fists in helplessness and regret. Amidst the snowy night, Seolmudok was utterly speechless, after everything that had transpired. In his mind, only two names remained, Huon and Princess Ashilda, a tangled mess with no escape. He knew full well that even if he explained reincarnation, no one would believe this jumble of emotions accumulated over 100 years. Suddenly, a cloaked shadow lunged from behind, without a sound. Clang! A sword radiating deep purple energy swung straight at Seolmudok. The assassin glided forward like the wind, but Seolmudok deftly dodged the lightning-fast attack. Seolmudok turned to evade the move cleanly. This assassin's skill was clearly still too green compared to his. The attacker revealed his face. It was Justin von Icarus, who called out a name. Aruvan. Another shadow appeared from the darkness, treading lightly without a sound on the snow. The Moon Mask assassin reported, Sir Justin, did you call for me? How is he? Justin von Icarus smirked triumphantly. The ambush was a success. The snowy wind blew past, revealing an object that had just fallen to the ground. Lying on the white snow was Princess Ashilda's purple gemstone necklace. The chain had been ripped apart. Meanwhile, at the White Castle's VIP guest quarters, two castle guards stood solemnly by the door. Inside the luxurious room, Princess Ashilda clutched her head, panting in panic and pain. Her tears flowed ceaselessly. She felt utterly pathetic. She buried her face in the table, scolding herself for crying like a child after being rejected. Her eyes were brimming with tears, filled with despair and hurt. Seolmudok stood silently amidst the snowy sky, holding the purple gemstone necklace he had just picked up. Princess Ashilda was still tormented in her room, silently lamenting in vain. If only you had held me back, just once. A shadow entered the hallway, gliding past two castle guards on duty. A knock echoed, and a guard announced, Princess, you have a visitor. Princess Ashilda startled and looked up. Princess Ashilda sprang up, her face brightening considerably, her voice joyful. Baron? Click. The doorknob turned from the outside. Princess Ashilda, now in a pink evening gown, came to greet him with confidence. What brings you here so late? Have you come to apologize for earlier? But upon seeing the uninvited guest, her smile vanished, replaced by utter horror. A blood-soaked blade appeared right before her, fresh blood dripping onto the floor, reflecting Princess Ashilda's frozen image. The two guards had been swiftly dealt with, lying slumped in pools of blood, and the culprit, Justin von Icarus, stood there with a savage smile. Justin von Icarus licked the blood from his sword, smirking morbidly. Apologies for disturbing you so late. Princess Ashilda was utterly terrified, clutching herself as she faced the intruder. In a panic, she hastily slammed the door shut, seeking a way to survive. She desperately tried her best to bolt the door. Crash! The thick wooden door was torn into 100 pieces by a magical slash, sending Princess Ashilda sprawling. Lying on the floor, she couldn't believe her eyes, her voice trembling. The door was shattered in an instant. Justin von Icarus stepped in, the sword in his hand radiating thick purple demonic energy. It was clearly a branded demonic sword. Without a word, he stepped on her skirt, pinning her firmly to the floor. He stepped over her as if she were trash, making Princess Ashilda angrily scream. Sir Justin, what is the meaning of this rudeness? Seeing the bodies of the two guards, she questioned his audacity in attacking royal guards and locking the door. But Justin von Icarus merely replied haughtily, Dare to obstruct a noble, and you must be prepared to face the consequences. Thud! He plunged the blade of his sword into the floor right beside her, an act of intimidation that couldn't be clearer. Justin von Icarus pressed Princess Ashilda against the wall, growling, I'm rude? You were insolent first, he growled, his purple eyes flashing wildly, questioning why she dared to ignore him and cling to another man, which stunned Princess Ashilda. Princess Ashilda cried out that the Baron wouldn't tolerate this insane act, but Justin von Icarus merely sneered, mocking her for still clinging to hope for that man even in this situation. He coldly uttered a concise sentence. "He's dead." Justin von Icarus boasted that he had dispatched an elite team of assassins, the Skull Mask Assassins, to deal with the obstruction. He laughed savagely, asserting that the ambush had succeeded and by now, there wouldn't even be a corpse left to collect. Princess Ashilda was utterly devastated, unable to believe what she had just heard. She clenched her fists, despairing upon realizing that the person she had been waiting for was gone. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in cold blue energy shattered the ceiling and plunged down like a meteor. Before Justin von Icarus could even process what was happening, a frost-covered fist shot straight towards his face. Princess Ashilda could only gape in astonishment at this sudden and powerful appearance. Seol Mudok, in his white-haired male form, unleashed a thunderous punch, giving his opponent no chance to dodge. Bam! The impact of the punch sent Justin von Icarus flying like a bullet, tearing through the wall behind him. The terrifying force of the collision sent the noble flying across the entire room. He continued to fly uncontrollably, crashing into another wall, creating a massive hole. Crash! The sound of a body colliding and bricks shattering echoed sharply. Seol Mudok maintained his striking posture, the cold energy emanating from his fist not yet fully dissipated. The entire room was in ruins, dust swirling everywhere after that destructive punch. Seol Mudok gently landed in front of Princess Ashilda, his domineering aura engulfing the entire space. Princess Ashilda's face was pale, her eyes wide with terror, as Seol Mudok asked if she was all right. Seol Mudok's overwhelming presence made Princess Ashilda's legs buckle to the floor. She stammered that she was fine, while Justin von Icarus's demonic sword automatically floated up, still stained with blood. Seol Mudok's eyes flashed. He immediately realized the sword was moving on its own, guided by someone's will. Clang! The sword lunged to attack, but Seol Mudok simply raised a hand and effortlessly blocked it, his expression unchanged. He flung the sword away like a discarded toy, treating it with utter disdain. But the sword circled back, soaring through the air, a technique of sword control using internal energy. Purple magical energy swirled around the sword as it flew back to its master. Justin von Icarus, scrambling up from the rubble, grabbed the hilt of his sword. Seol Mudok reacted incredibly fast, pulling Princess Ashilda behind him to shield her. Justin von Icarus had donned a full suit of dark armor, demonic energy surging around him as he growled that Seol Mudok had sought his own death. Elsewhere, Sergio von Icarus, Justin's father, questioned his son about his intention to finish off the enemy. Justin von Icarus confirmed and asked his father to lend him his personal assassin squad to deal with Seol Mudok. Sergio von Icarus flatly refused, stating that an assassin squad capable of killing a swordmaster was still not skilled enough to contend with this opponent. Justin's dark armor began to glow, his magical power surging. Sergio von Icarus also drew a similar demonic sword, purple energy gushing forth, showing that the Icarus family was not to be underestimated. He declared that if he wanted to kill that person, Justin needed to prepare more thoroughly, not just rely on a paltry group of assassins. The dark armor revealed every terrifying detail, looking like a demon stepping out of hell. This was a demonic sword that could move freely, according to its user's mana, and create a terrifying field of magical pressure. Seol Mudok shot forward like an arrow, sweeping Princess Ashilda into his arms to dodge the attack. A terrifying explosion of purple magical power shattered the stone floor exactly where they had just been standing. Justin von Icarus, in his brand new dark armor, confidently declared, "With this, even a great swordmaster would be wiped out." The ground cracked into a deep chasm from the aftershocks of the attack. Justin von Icarus laughed maniacally, purple demonic energy rising around his face. He provoked Seol Mudok. "How does it feel, you bastard? It's different from last time, isn't it?" Seol Mudok, standing amidst the smoke and dust, coldly replied, "It's a good thing those useless fools failed and were dealt with." He continued, his voice full of sarcasm. "Now it's my turn to tear you apart and kill you with my own hands, isn't it?" Princess Ashilda cried out in alarm upon seeing blood on Seol Mudok's arm, but he gently extended a hand to stop her. "Please step back." Seol Mudok gently pushed Princess Ashilda behind him, his gaze never leaving the enemy. "Stay somewhere safe." Princess Ashilda anxiously called out, Will you come back?" Seol Mudok didn't look back, his face cold and filled with determination. He gave a brief command, "Hide," then he shot into battle. Seol Mudok landed softly, directly facing his fully equipped enemy. Two opposing auras clashed. Seol Mudok looked directly at Justin von Icarus and remarked, "You certainly look different from last time, Justin." Seol Mudok stood on a rock outcrop, looking down at his enemy and delivering a fatal blow. But I still see no trace of reason in you. Provoked, Justin von Icarus roared, "Are you lecturing me?" Then he charged to attack. Seol Mudok merely raised a finger, channeling his internal energy to form an arc of blue energy, blocking the incoming demonic sword. He easily brushed aside the attack, his eyes still icy cold, showing that Justin's skill was still very immature. Justin von Icarus, in his dark armor, shot towards Seol Mudok with terrifying speed. Clang! Seol Mudok used sword energy condensed into an ice blade, easily blocking his opponent's demonic sword. Both plunged into a high-speed exchange of moves, the clanging of metal echoing amidst the purple and blue energies. Pushed back, Justin von Icarus roared, "Keep blocking, Blizzard." Then he unleashed a full-force attack. He laughed madly, his purple eyes flashing with triumph. Finally, Justin von Icarus confidently declared that Seol Mudok had been cornered. He muttered to himself, believing Seol Mudok was exhausted after dealing with the assassins, and this was a golden opportunity to finish him. Roaring, "This is the end for you, Blizzard." Justin von Icarus swung his massive demonic sword down. Seol Mudok raised his hand to block, but the overwhelming energy engulfed him. Boom! Seol Mudok was sent flying, creating a massive energy explosion. Justin von Icarus froze, his eyes wide with astonishment as he saw his armor begin to crack. He realized Seol Mudok had aimed for his old wound, collapsing to the ground and screaming in pain. Seol Mudok dusted off his hands, coldly stating, "Good, this distance is enough." He stood there, radiating an overbearing aura, explaining, "At this distance, you won't be able to attack Ashilda anymore." Justin von Icarus was utterly shocked, stammering as he asked if Seol Mudok had intentionally taken the blow just to create distance from the princess. Seol Mudok gathered a sphere of icy energy in his hand, philosophizing, "Even a cornered rat will bite a cat." He gritted his teeth, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Do you, a mere rat, think you can lay a hand on Ashilda?" Humiliated, Justin von Icarus furiously roared, "You bastard! How dare you look down on me?" Then he charged again. Seol Mudok calmly placed his hand on the energy sphere, ready for the real battle. Seol Mudok faced the growling Justin von Icarus, coldly explaining, "It's not just caution." His eyes flashed with cold light, his resolve unyielding, "Because I cannot lose her again." He poured all his icy internal energy into the sphere, and a terrifying wave of cold air began to erupt. Boom! An explosion of icy energy swept through the entire forest, an absolutely overwhelming power. An entire vast area was instantly frozen. Justin von Icarus could only kneel and endure before the unstoppable power. Crack! The noble's magic sword, his proud weapon, cracked and shattered into icy fragments. Justin von Icarus trembled, his entire body paralyzed, stammering in panic. "How can this be?" he panted, feeling his power drain from his body. "My mana. Why can't I focus my mana anymore?" Seol Mudok looked down at the defeated foe with an emotionless gaze and declared coldly, "Resistance is futile." He explained the mechanism of his attack, a blow that struck at the very root. "Just before your magic could be unleashed, I destroyed your energy core." Seol Mudok's eyes were as sharp as ice as he delivered a sentence more cruel than death. "From now on, you will be unable to focus or use mana for the rest of your life." Justin von Icarus, his eyes wide, sweat pouring down him, was utterly horrified by the cruel truth. The arrogant noble let out a pathetic scream, despairing as he realized he had become a cripple. Without a moment's hesitation, Seol Mudok swung his hand, striking Justin von Icarus precisely on the nape of his neck. The noble collapsed onto the snow, unconscious. Seol Mudok stood there, delivering his judgment. "Live the rest of your life in sin." Looking at his sprawled foe, he finished his statement. "For all the suffering you've caused, now it's your turn to be weak." Having dealt with his opponent, Seol Mudok looked up at the sky. The battle had ended swiftly. He narrowed his eyes slightly, muttering, "Time truly flies." Gazing into the distance, where dawn was breaking over the snowy mountains, he thought to himself, "I should return quickly. She must be waiting." Justin's conspiracy had been thwarted, and all his henchmen were thrown into prison, the sound of iron doors slamming shut. In a dark corner of the prison, Justin von Icarus, the mastermind, was now just a cripple, muttering in despair, "Mana. How could this happen?" Having dealt with the trash, Seol Mudok suddenly blushed, as the only thing left on his mind was a date with Princess Ashilda. In a flash, he regained his cold, impassive expression, his eyes glowing white, focusing on the task. His hand gently took Princess Ashilda's hand. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jerome von Karajuin and a woman were holding hands, completely unaware that Seol Mudok had just passed them by. 15 minutes earlier, Seol Mudok shouted upon arriving at the scene. All right, it's around here. He ordered the military officers. Find it quickly. Whoever finds it first will be handsomely rewarded. Seol Mudok turned to Jerome von Keruyen and asked, You were ambushed by an assassin here and lost your precious necklace? Jerome von Keruyen thought to himself about the professional assassins Seol Mudok had wiped out, while Seol Mudok scoffed, Professional, my foot. They're just small fry who know how to hold their breath. He continued to boast, Even if I had been a little more vigilant then, I wouldn't have gotten a single scratch. Suddenly, Seol Mudok realized something. He spun around to face the hooded Jerome von Keruyen. I see. You lost it because of me. The hooded figure suddenly revealed herself. It wasn't Jerome, but Princess Ashilda and her maid, Lenshia, leaving everyone stunned. Princess Ashilda, her eyes welling up with tears, her voice full of guilt. If you had searched for it right after dropping it, you might have found it. But you couldn't search because you came to save me. Seol Mudok hastily denied. That's not it, Princess Ashilda. Seol Mudok quickly blamed the one already in prison. If anyone is to blame, it's that Justin. Right, Jerome. He turned to the mage hiding behind him, making him jump. The woman accompanying Jerome von Keruyen exclaimed in surprise. Jerome? She looked directly at the mage, trying to conceal his identity, and asked, You are Jerome von Keruyen? Princess Ashilda also realized, asking in astonishment, Why are you here, Count? I heard you went missing. Jerome von Keruyen could only offer an awkward laugh. Jerome von Keruyen tried to be polite, saying that Princess Ashilda's welcome was a bit too enthusiastic. Suddenly, a sinewy hand firmly grabbed the mage's shoulder, making him jump. Seol Mudok put Jerome von Keruyen in a headlock from behind with a sinister smile, radiating killing intent. You two seem quite close, Jerome. The girl accompanying Jerome von Keruyen frantically tried to explain, while Princess Ashilda and Lenshia stood bewildered, not understanding a thing. A memory suddenly flooded back. A vast field of white flowers under a brilliant sunset. Seol Mudok was utterly shocked, turning to Princess Ashilda and asking, What? Jerome is the person the princess respects the most? Princess Ashilda firmly confirmed, asserting that the Count was an admirable person. She recalled seeing Jerome von Keruyen working in the library, affirming that he was a true noble who always cared for his people, and she was heartbroken to hear of his disappearance. Seol Mudok glared at him, and Jerome von Keruyen could only awkwardly reply, Who would boast about their good deeds? Princess Ashilda suddenly blushed and stammered, That's. She looked directly at Seol Mudok and declared firmly, Because now, I have you. Princess Ashilda's eyes sparkled with determination after her abrupt confession. For the first time in his life, the martial arts overlord Seol Mudok turned beet red, sweat pouring down him like rain. To cover her embarrassment, Princess Ashilda quickly changed the subject, saying she would go find the pendant, then scurried away. Seol Mudok and Jerome von Keruyen stood stunned, while Lenshia gaped at the sudden confession. Alone in the snowy forest, Princess Ashilda panted, trying to regain her composure. Her face was still flushed crimson with embarrassment after speaking the words from the bottom of her heart. Suddenly, she spotted a glittering object in the snow. It was the broken pendant. Lenshia quickly ran after her, calling out, and saw Princess Ashilda kneeling beside the memento she had found. Princess Ashilda held the pendant, realizing it was what Seol Mudok was searching for, while Lenshia confirmed it. The purple crystal pendant contained a red flower inside, and Lenshia declared she would report it to her master immediately. In his musings, Seol Mudok muttered that this object must be related to the girl named Huon. Lenshia worriedly called Princess Ashilda's name when she saw her lost in thought. Lenshia remarked that Princess Ashilda's expression at that moment was exactly like her master's, Seol Mudok. The princess was startled and questioned her, but Lenshia just shook her head and smiled. Lenshia reassured the princess, affirming that if the princess was thinking of him, then he was surely thinking of the princess too. Princess Ashilda smiled, confessing that she had been very jealous at first. But now, all that remained was her curiosity about the girl who had captured the heart of such an overwhelming man. The memory returned to Seol Mudok and Huon standing together, the girl who had completely captured the heart of the martial arts ruler. Two hands exchanged the pendant, a sacred token of love. But then that memento shattered on the ground, signaling a tragedy. Huon's father appeared with a furious expression, ordering it to be discarded immediately. He roared, calling the flower blooming from true love utter nonsense. While Huon knelt slumped behind him, the old man yelled at his daughter, reminding her that she already had an arranged fiancé. He ordered her to stop dreaming and prepare for the political marriage he had arranged. Huon stood up and confronted him, declaring that it was her father who needed to see the truth clearly. She affirmed that lovers who make the lotus of love bloom are destined, a union blessed by everyone. With tears in her eyes, Huon desperately asked why her father still wanted a political marriage even after witnessing such a miracle. Huon looked straight into her father's face, her voice cold. To you, it seems the martial alliance is more important than your own daughter. The old man clenched his fists, veins bulging with anger. Huon continued to expose him. Just like how you abandoned mother for the martial alliance, I also. But before she could finish, Huon's father roared, cutting her off, and ordered his subordinates. Is anyone there? Seize Huon immediately. Huon was dragged away by two subordinates, crying out in despair. Father! While the tyrannical old man ordered her to be strictly guarded, not allowing her to go to the ice palace before the wedding day. The scene shifted. Princess Ashilda slowly woke up in bed amidst the morning sunlight. She sat up, her eyes still holding the lingering traces of a strange dream. Princess Ashilda and her maid Lenshia stood before a beautiful icy waterfall. The image of Huon flashed through her mind, and Princess Ashilda thought to herself, who exactly was the woman in my dream? Seol Mudok suddenly appeared right behind her, his voice making the princess jump. Princess Ashilda quickly turned back, stammering in denial. Ah, it's nothing, Baron. Her mind raced, wondering when he had arrived. She lowered her head, trying to hide her confusion, and insisting that there was nothing to worry about. Seol Mudok's eyes narrowed. He had clearly seen through her state of mind. Seol Mudok smiled meaningfully. Princess, how about we take a little trip to clear your head? Princess Ashilda and Lenshia looked bewildered, not understanding what kind of trip he was talking about. Roar! A giant ice wyvern suddenly appeared, its roar echoing everywhere. Princess Ashilda was too stunned to speak, while Lenshia behind her clutched her head in panic. Not just one, but an entire flock of majestic ice wyverns descended, surrounding them. Princess Ashilda exclaimed excitedly, seeing a tamed ice wyvern for the first time. Seol Mudok calmly explained. They've all been trained since they were young, so they're very docile. Thud. Another figure landed forcefully on the ground. Jerome von Karajuin had arrived. Jerome von Karajuin and Gale reported to a superior that everything was ready for the trip. Seol Mudok turned back, coldly asking if that had been prepared. Whoosh! A perfectly round, pure white object was thrown straight towards the princess. Lenshia, the maid, flinched and screamed as the strange object flew towards them. Jerome von Karajuin quickly bowed an apology for startling her, while the strange object turned out to be a super cute white-furred creature. The mage introduced, "This pet's name is Condor." Princess Ashilda's eyes widened in surprise, realizing this was a legendary yeti. She never expected it to be so small and adorable. She joyfully hugged the mini Condor, completely captivated by its appearance. Jerome von Karajuin broke out in a cold sweat, secretly relieved that the princess liked this unexpected gift. Seol Mudok stood behind, giving a thumbs up in approval of his subordinate's meticulous preparation. It turned out Seol Mudok had ordered Jerome von Karajuin to use magic to shrink the giant yeti monster, fearing the princess would be scared. Princess Ashilda happily placed Condor on her head like a fur hat, doting on it constantly. Seol Mudok smiled with satisfaction. His plan to appease the princess had been a complete success. After everyone had gathered, Seol Mudok announced that it was time to depart. He called out the name Lilith, and a giant ice wyvern with glowing blue eyes appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura. The wyvern used its power to lift Princess Ashilda and Lenshia into the air, surprising both of them. Mid-air, Seol Mudok extended his hand towards the princess, inviting her onto the wyvern's back. Princess Ashilda looked up at his hand, her eyes filled with a hint of surprise and emotion. She placed her hand in Seol Mudok's, accepting the invitation, and a gentle surge of icy energy enveloped her hand. The ice wyvern flapped its wings, emitting a thick mist of cold air, preparing to take flight at its master's command. Seol Mudok and Princess Ashilda rode on the ice wyvern's back, soaring into the vast, snow-white sky. The wyvern roared powerfully, carrying the two as it glided through the air, exuding an overwhelming aura. Princess Ashilda clung tightly to the reins, admitting she was a little afraid of heights, but reassuring herself that with Seol Mudok by her side, she would be fine. Seol Mudok turned back with a confident smile, inviting the princess to admire the scenery ahead. Princess Ashilda's eyes reflected the brilliant light as she began to look up. Her entire being seemed to freeze, completely overwhelmed by the magnificent sight before her. Two wyverns soared through the magnificent sunset sky, beautiful as a painting. Princess Ashilda gasped in awe at the breathtaking beauty, and Seol Mudok asked if she felt better now. She paused, her gaze at Seol Mudok filled with complex emotions. Princess Ashilda suddenly realized he had done all of this just to care for her feelings, and she smiled warmly. She happily turned to thank Seol Mudok, the atmosphere between them having completely changed. Seol Mudok smirked like a playboy, telling the princess to hold on tight, while she looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. The wyvern plunged straight to the ground like a bolt of lightning, leaving the princess's shrill scream echoing through the night sky. As soon as they landed, Gale and Luia rushed out to complain. "My lord, you should have at least given us some warning." But Seol Mudok calmly replied, "How could I contact you from this far away?" Seol Mudok bluntly assigned tasks to Luia and Jerome von Kariwan, ignoring the mage's displeased expression, and declared that he would take Princess Ashilda out to eat. He gallantly pulled out a chair for Princess Ashilda at a restaurant with a balcony overlooking the entire town, surprising her. Seol Mudok pointed to the townscape, brilliant with lights, saying that was what he had prepared for her, and she happily replied, "I love it." Suddenly, Princess Ashilda's gaze stopped. She realized that the flower image on Seol Mudok's pendant was somehow very familiar. The red flower inside the crystal pendant made Princess Ashilda murmur that she had seen it somewhere before. In her mind, the image of that flower appeared from a shattered piece of crystal. Seol Mudok shook her awake, and she immediately explained that she had just been absent-mindedly thinking about a strange dream from last night. Princess Ashilda recounted a dream about Eastern-style buildings and clothing that she had never seen before. She recalled that in the dream, she was just a young maiden, a girl with white skin, black hair, and black eyes. The image of Huon appeared in her memory, a young maiden always wearing a sorrowful expression. The reason was that her father, a patriarchal old man, had forced her into a political marriage even though she already had someone in her heart. Princess Ashilda forced a smile, trying to dismiss it and saying it was just a vivid dream. Seol Mudok also played along, saying it was indeed a strange dream, but his hand unconsciously tightened around the pendant. Princess Ashilda suddenly remembered an important detail, saying that in her dream she had called out someone's name. She uttered the word Appa, a critical blow that struck Seol Mudok's mind, making him freeze, his eyes wide and blank. In Seol Mudok's stream of memories, Huion's image appeared, for she was the only one in his entire life who had ever called him that. Seol Mudok was completely lost in thought, his hand clutching the memento of his love so tightly that it began to glow. Seeing his dazed expression, Princess Ashilda worriedly asked if he was all right. Seol Mudok, startled, quickly let go of his hand and vehemently denied. "Damn it, I was just a little distracted." He tried to change the subject, urging the princess to eat before her food got cold, but she had something she wanted to say. Princess Ashilda seriously stated that whenever he called her princess, she felt a distance between them. She hesitated, gathering all her courage to make a suggestion. With a radiant smile, Princess Ashilda requested, "From now on, please call me Ashilda." A complex emotion flickered in Seol Mudok's eyes. The icy wall around him seemed to crack. The image of Huon, the only woman in his life, reappeared in his mind amidst the falling cherry blossoms. He subtly smirked, a rare smile of acceptance appearing. "All right then, Ashilda." The candlelight dinner continued, but the atmosphere between them no longer held the same distance as before. As Seol Mudok wiped his mouth, a voice rang out, interrupting the quiet moment. "My lord." Jerome von Kariwan entered, Condol in his fluffy form on his shoulder, reporting that the work with the Tenston Merchant Guild was complete. Ashilda looked bewildered, hearing the name Tenston for the first time, and curiously asked if it was a place within the Drake Kingdom. Seol Mudok scoffed, feigning knowledge. "Ah, I forgot to explain. This Tenston isn't a local product. It comes from the Gaia Kingdom." Ashilda froze, her eyes wide with astonishment upon hearing the name of that powerful nation. The Gaia Kingdom, a powerful nation in the northwest, was known as the Land of Queens, where women had held power for generations. In particular, their all-female Gaia royal knights were a notorious force, rumored to possess strength on par with the elite wyvern knights of the Java Empire. Ashilda began to sweat profusely, muttering that she had never imagined she would go to Gaia, and feared her presence could cause serious diplomatic trouble. She quickly apologized to Jerome for interrupting, while Condol was busy gnawing on his coat hem. Jerome continued to report that ice ogre hides were a super-hot commodity in Gaia, and Luia had just presented an extremely promising business proposal. Seol Mudok crossed his arms, questioning pragmatically. "Raw hides are already selling well. Is there any reason for us to produce finished goods ourselves?" Jerome explained the big play. "The nobility and royalty in Gaia are all women. If we produce branded clothes and handbags that cater to their tastes, we'll create a trend and rake in double the profits. Furthermore, Luia knows a renowned leather craftsman in Carolyn. As soon as the Lord gives his approval, we can start immediately." Seol Mudok flashed a calculating smile, completely convinced by this wealth-generating plan, and finalized the order. "All right, I'll supply the hides. Proceed with the plan. Jerome von Karajan reported on the booming business. Our hides are extremely popular. They sell out the day they arrive. While he was boasting, Seol Mudok suddenly looked up, sensing something was amiss. Both looked out onto the balcony, towards a building in the town that was bathed in the setting sun. Jerome's face paled as he recognized the location of the incident. That's near one of our trade caravans. A building erupted in a sea of flames, and Jerome feared the fire would soon spread to their location. Seol Mudok made a swift decision. I'll go check it out. You stay here with Princess Ashilda. Jerome frantically tried to dissuade him, fearing the danger. Princess Ashilda immediately interjected, insisting on going along. Seol Mudok reassured her, his voice firm. Just for a moment. I'll be right back. With a whoosh, Seol Mudok channeled his internal energy and vanished in a burst of energy, leaving his two subordinates stunned. Princess Ashilda refused to stay put, turning to declare to Jerome, "Then we should go too." Without another word, she rushed straight to the balcony, asserting that she couldn't just sit around and wait. Princess Ashilda urged the bewildered Jerome, "Hurry, let's follow the Baron." Amidst the sea of flames, a female shopkeeper collapsed in despair, wailing for the store she had poured her entire life into. Townspeople ran in panicked disarray. A purple-haired elf shouted that there were still people trapped inside. Boom! The flames erupted fiercely like a demon, indicating this was no ordinary fire. Seol Mudok was already at the scene, frowning as he remarked that this fire demon was larger than he had imagined. He suddenly heard a cry of Baron, and saw that Jerome and Princess Ashilda had also made their way there. Jerome and Princess Ashilda, still holding Condol, stood watching the horrifying scene before them. Princess Ashilda spoke apologetically. "I'm sorry. I was too worried and couldn't just sit still and wait." Savina spoke coldly, defending Princess Ashilda. "There's nothing to apologize for. If it were me, I would have done the same." Suddenly, Seol Mudok's eyes flashed as he heard a faint cry for help from within the inferno. "Please, save me." Seol Mudok looked down at the raging fire, realizing someone was still trapped inside. Princess Ashilda realized his intention, her voice filled with worry. "Baron?" Without a word of warning, Seol Mudok charged straight forward, causing Princess Ashilda to shriek. "Baron!" He leaped into the air, soaring straight into the burning building like an arrow. The building was engulfed in a sea of flames, a true living hell. Crash! Seol Mudok used his body to shatter the window, bursting straight inside. He landed softly amidst the fiery storm, his domineering aura completely unaffected. Seol Mudok channeled his internal energy, and an icy aura began to gather in his hands. He unleashed a powerful palm strike. Divine White Ice Palm. A massive wave of icy energy swept through, extinguishing the raging flames in an instant. Amidst the smoke and cold air, Seol Mudok's gaze focused on a single spot. He found an unconscious trapped woman, protected from the flames by his thin layer of ice. Seol Mudok quickly checked her pulse. He confirmed, still breathing. Seol Mudok carried the woman onto his shoulder, muttering curtly, "You're quite tenacious, girl." Crackle! The ceiling began to collapse from the heat. Countless burning wooden beams fell down, but Seol Mudok only glanced, completely unfazed. Fading memory. A demonic finger touched the coin on the white shirt, signaling a cruel fate. Crack! Amidst the sea of flames, Seol Mudok unleashed world-shaking cold energy, and the surrounding space began to freeze. Crash! The entire burning building was frozen in an instant, the flames extinguished by an eternal wall of ice. Jerome von Karajan gaped in astonishment, recognizing the terrifying magic before him. This isn't an 8-ring spell. It must be a 9-ring ice spell. Thud. Seol Mudok landed lightly, his overbearing aura paying no mind to the surrounding chaos. Princess Ashilda was so overjoyed she almost cried, her eyes shining brightly upon seeing her hero safe. Seol Mudok emerged from the icy ruins, carrying the rescued woman on his shoulder, while Princess Ashilda shouted, "Baron!" Scene change. Elsewhere, an old advisor was sharing a drink with a majestic silver-haired ruler. The old advisor's face was tense as he reported shocking news. "Your Majesty, there are signs of a rebellion." The silver-haired ruler's hand holding the wineglass froze, stunned. Rebellion? The silver-haired ruler's eyes were sharp as knives, her voice low and filled with killing intent. "Who dares?" The old advisor was sweating profusely, his voice trembling as he tried to explain. He suddenly clutched his head, shouting, "Your Majesty," as if seeing a terrifying illusion. In his mind, the image of Seol Mudok appeared with an overwhelming aura, the very source of the rebellion he spoke of. Tick-tock. Time seemed to stop beside the antique pendulum clock. The silver-haired ruler's eyes snapped open, as if she had just escaped a dream or a memory fragment. She sat up abruptly in bed, looking around the unfamiliar room blankly. Where am I? Dazzling light streamed from the slightly ajar room door. The silver-haired ruler narrowed her eyes, looking towards the door, her face filled with suspicion and vigilance. The door opened, revealing a sumptuous dining table where Seol Mudok, Princess Ashilda, and others were seated, all turning to look at her. A wild merchant woman grinned widely, asking the woman who had just woken up, "Oh, you're awake? Feeling better, miss?" Siler asked blankly where she was, secretly realizing the other person was speaking informally to her. The wild merchant woman replied that this was the Karaloon Merchant Guild. Siler thought to herself that no one here recognized her, and wondered if anyone from the Gaia Kingdom was here. The wild merchant woman eagerly explained that they were from Corellin Village, a remote backwater north of the Drake Kingdom. Siler got straight to the point. "So who saved me?" The wild merchant woman immediately pointed towards the dining table. The one introduced was Seol Mudok, calmly picking up food under the name Baron Blizzard, Lord of Karaloon. Siler's amber eyes gleamed as the name Baron Blizzard reached her ears. Siler approached Seol Mudok, acknowledging him as her savior and stating that she should at least express her gratitude. With an overwhelming aura, she boldly declared her identity. "I am Siler MacMahon." That name exploded like a bomb at the dining table, making Jerome von Kiruin and Princess Ashilda gape in astonishment. The wild merchant woman was equally shocked, turning to ask her subordinate, "Who is she?" "You idiot!" The wild merchant woman grabbed the man by the collar, roaring in anger that he hadn't bothered to learn about the Gaia Kingdom. Siler MacMahon's profile appeared, revealing she was no ordinary person. Second Princess of Gaia, achieved Swordsmaster rank at 25, renowned captain of the Royal Knights. An absolute powerhouse. The wild merchant woman hastily pushed her subordinate's head down in apology. Siler coldly dismissed it, saying that since they weren't from Gaia, she would make an exception. Princess Ashilda was sweating profusely, her inner thoughts screaming, "Why did I have to run into another princess? If she finds out my true identity, it'll be a huge mess." Seol Mudok glanced over and saw Princess Ashilda clutching her hands tightly under the table, clearly extremely tense. Siler MacMahon smirked powerfully, declaring that she would personally reward her savior, and ordered Seol Mudok to follow her to the castle after the meal. Seol Mudok's expression remained unchanged as he stated concisely, "I respectfully decline. I must return to my homeland." Siler's confident smile froze on her face. She had absolutely not expected to be rejected so bluntly. The wild merchant woman turned pale, thinking in a panic, "We're doomed. Refusing a reward from the Gaia royal family is considered a huge insult here." The wild merchant woman broke the stifling atmosphere by teasing Seol Mudok. "Haha, it seems our lord is flustered in front of Princess Siler." Seeing the situation was awkward, she quickly changed the subject, turning to ask Siler MacMahon why she was in the burning building. Siler MacMahon's face was cold as ice, as she recalled the mastermind. It was Baron Dayton. She clenched her fists, her voice filled with resentment for the man she had cared for so deeply, who dared to assassinate her. Siler MacMahon recounted the event with disdain, saying he was just a pathetic man, utterly lacking confidence, which was why he resorted to poison. To be sure, they even set the entire building on fire to destroy all traces. Returning to the main topic, Siler MacMahon looked at Seol Mudok and made an offer. "You saved my life, after all. Tell me what you want." Just then, Siler MacMahon's stomach rumbled loudly, shattering her image as a powerful princess. Seol Mudok glanced at her, calmly stating, "What you want is probably the food over there." Struck where it hurt, Siler MacMahon flew into a rage. "You insolent bastard! Are you mocking me?" Seol Mudok merely replied coldly, "Sit down and eat. You haven't eaten anything since yesterday." A delicious steak was being cut on the plate. Siler MacMahon ate while grumbling bitterly, thinking that if Seol Mudok weren't her benefactor, she would have thrown him straight into prison. While eating, she suddenly noticed something in the room. A black sword with a gleaming golden hilt stood in the corner of the room, exuding an extraordinary aura. Siler MacMahon asked curiously, "Whose sword is that?" Seol Mudok replied curtly, "My sword." The princess began to deduce that Seol Mudok must be a noble who was once a knight, and as a knight captain, she was very curious about his swordsmanship. Siler MacMahon slammed the table, unexpectedly issuing a challenge. "Baron, after this meal, fight me." The entire table fell silent. Seol Mudok looked up, flatly refusing with the most arrogant reason possible. "I refuse. I have a rule not to fight those weaker than myself." Called weak, Siler MacMahon truly lost her temper. The knife in her hand glowing with blue sword energy, she snarled, "Weak? Do you truly not know that I am a sword master?" She recalled the past, when knights from other countries refused to fight her simply because she was a woman, and she always had a simple way to force them to accept her challenge. Hearing Sylar MacMahon boast, Seol Mudok merely scoffed disdainfully. Sylar MacMahon sneered, provoking him. Afraid to lose? The wild merchant woman and her subordinate gaped in horror, the knife in her hand clattering to the floor. Seol Mudok stood up from the dining table, coldly ordering, "Get out." He smirked sinisterly, his pale eyes glowing. "Let me show you a technique." At the arena, Sylar MacMahon was already in position. Seol Mudok explained the knight's rules of combat. Simply subdue the opponent while their movement is restricted. Jerome von Karajuin hastily reminded Seol Mudok not to injure the princess lest he cause diplomatic trouble, but he merely brushed him off. "I know. Shut up." Sylar MacMahon, her entire body erupting with blue aura, impatiently asked, "Are you two done talking, Baron Blizzard?" She recalled herself in knight's armor, easily defeating arrogant men who dared to look down on her. Sylar MacMahon sneered, her eyes wild. "I can't wait to see your face filled with despair." The princess took her stance. Her rapier pointed directly at Seol Mudok, ready to strike. Flash! The tip of her sword gleamed with a deadly blue light. Sylar MacMahon charged forward with terrifying speed, her entire body like an arrow tearing through the wind. Seol Mudok merely raised his black sword gently, blocking her torrential attack with effortless ease. Sylar MacMahon was stunned. "You blocked my surprise thrust? It seems you're not just all talk." Seol Mudok remained still as a statue, his eyes unperturbed, completely superior. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a blue light, and a terrifying surge of power began to pour forth. Slash! Seol Mudok swung his sword, creating a massive wave of sword energy that swept towards Sylar MacMahon. Clang! Clang! The two clashed, sword lights flashing. Seol Mudok completely overwhelming, pushing back the princess. The two faced each other, Sylar MacMahon now looking serious, while Seol Mudok maintained his nonchalant expression, demonstrating the vast difference in their skill. Sylar MacMahon attacked frantically, but in her mind, she realized her opponent hadn't even bothered to use any strength. Seol Mudok merely stood still, gently parrying every attack with his sword, forcing Sylar MacMahon to admit he was undoubtedly a swordsmaster. Completely overwhelmed, Sylar MacMahon staggered on the ground, bitterly realizing this man's skill was on another level. Seol Mudok unleashed a sweeping kick, sending Sylar MacMahon flying into the air. Giving his opponent no time to recover, he lunged forward with a sharp streak of sword energy. With a lightning-fast move, Seol Mudok grabbed Sylar MacMahon by the neck mid-air. He tossed her soaring into the sky like a toy, completely in control of the situation. Sylar MacMahon floated helplessly in the air, without a single chance to resist. Whoosh! Seol Mudok pushed off the ground, rushing after her at terrifying speed, the earth beneath his feet cracking. Seol Mudok's pale eyes glowed, and he lunged with a brutal thrust like a beast pouncing on its prey. Sylar MacMahon landed, realizing that if she continued to block, his sword energy would flatten the entire area. She gritted her teeth, deciding to go all in. "I will defeat him with a single strike." Both lunged at each other, the clanging of metal echoing sharply, sword light flashing incessantly. Seol Mudok effortlessly blocked Sylar MacMahon's sword with his bare hand. He delivered a precise chop to his opponent's wrist, neutralizing the attack. Immediately, another hand chop was unleashed, aimed directly at Sylar MacMahon. Thwack! A devastating palm strike landed squarely on her chest, powerful enough to send a knight flying. Seol Mudok grabbed Sylar MacMahon by the neck before she even realized she had lost. He spun around, using the momentum to completely extinguish the princess's resistance. Crash! Sylar MacMahon was thrown straight to the ground, the match ending in an absolute overwhelming victory for Seol Mudok. Sylar MacMahon broke out in a cold sweat, recognizing her opponent's skill, and roared the name of a technique. Seol Mudok's black sword was already at her throat. Sylar MacMahon could only grit her teeth and endure. Seol Mudok stood completely dominant, pointing his sword at Sylar MacMahon, who was kneeling on the ground, her rapier flung aside. "Concede," Seol Mudok ordered coldly, but Sylar MacMahon stubbornly yelled back, "No, let's do it again." Jerome von Karajuin hastily ran out to mediate, applauding their excellent swordsmanship before inviting everyone to eat. Cornered, Sylar MacMahon resorted to political threats. "If you don't accept this match, I will officially protest to the Drake Kingdom." Jerome von Karajuin and his female companion turned pale, frantically begging her to stop. Seol Mudok sneered mockingly. "Knowing when to admit defeat is also a warrior's virtue, but a princess's actions like yours are no different from a child's." Struck where it hurt, Sylar MacMahon became furious, growling as she asked what he had just said. She gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with resentment. What do you think of me? Siler MacMahon erupted with energy, screaming in rage. What the hell do you know? In response to her loud outburst, Seol Mudok simply let his sword drop, its tip plunging into the ground right in front of Siler MacMahon. Whoosh! The sword plunged down at terrifying speed, stopping mere millimeters from the tip of her nose, demonstrating absolute control over his power. Siler MacMahon completely collapsed, kneeling on the ground and bitterly admitting, I lost. I couldn't even perceive his movements. Seol Mudok glanced at her with knife-sharp eyes, questioning, Is this how this country treats its saviors? Does your tiny brain not realize you're insulting a princess? Crushed by his words, Siler MacMahon could only hang her head as she listened to his lecture. Think carefully about who is truly committing a crime here. She sank into despair, wondering why she couldn't win, and fearing that this defeat would cause everything she had built to crumble. Memories flooded back. A child's hand clutching a gold medal, a childish voice calling Mom. Young Siler joyfully showed her mother and younger sister that she had won first place in the fencing tournament again, praised by her mother and told to become strong to protect her sister. The mother smiled expectantly, placing a heavy responsibility on Siler's shoulders, and become the Sword of Gaia. In her memory, Siler MacMahon, clad in armor, declared, And so, I have lived my entire life as Gaia's sword. Back in reality, she was still reeling from Seol Mudok's power, questioning herself. I've spent my whole life becoming someone no one could look down on. This man. What on earth is he? Seol Mudok turned to the stunned Princess Ashilda, calling out, Baron. His knife-sharp gaze swept over them, delivering a final warning. From now on, choose your opponents wisely. He smiled at Princess Ashilda. Lady Ashilda, since we have to return to Karaloon tomorrow, how about we take a stroll around the city first? Seol Mudok wrapped an arm around Princess Ashilda's waist, pulling her along as she meekly agreed. He ordered Jerome Voskarian, and Jerome, tell Jake to buy me a few swords. He was assured that everything would be ready upon his return. Siler MacMahon stood frozen, watching the two of them leave. Jerome von Kariuen and the dark-haired swordswoman flinched when Siler MacMahon called them back. Siler MacMahon questioned, The woman with him, is she the Baron's wife? But Jerome von Kariuen hesitated, denying it. Jerome von Kariuen vaguely explained that he couldn't reveal details, only that she was a noble lady. Siler MacMahon suddenly realized something important. So that means he's not married? She immediately ordered the dark-haired swordswoman, You, call for a carriage. I'm returning to the castle. The order was instantly obeyed. Siler MacMahon's heart pounded as she realized. Since becoming a swordmaster, this is the first time I've met someone stronger than myself. She muttered the name she'd heard. His name is Blizzard, isn't it? Looking up at the sky, Siler MacMahon wondered with a hint of regret. If I had someone like him by my side, would I have turned out differently? The flashback shifted, and Siler MacMahon recounted. After returning to the castle, I sent my subordinates to investigate Baron Dayton. The results of the investigation were grim, but he was found dead in his basement, a letter still clutched in his hand. Siler MacMahon reported to her purple-haired subordinate. The letter stated that he was coerced because his family was held hostage. They clearly had assassins ready to kill me, then silenced the Baron as well. She concluded the investigation was at a dead end. Afterwards, I searched for the mastermind, but there was no clear evidence. There was only one person I particularly suspected. In Siler MacMahon's recollection, the person she suspected most was residing in the magnificent royal castle. Lentia, a maid, announced, Your Highness, Princess Siler has arrived. A powerful female voice echoed from within. Let her in. Click. The door opened, revealing a purple-haired woman leisurely enjoying tea in a sun-drenched room. That woman was Loin MacMahon, the first in line to the throne of the Gaia Kingdom, who greeted her with a sarcastic tone. Long time no see, wouldn't you say? Siler MacMahon got straight to the point, reporting on the assassination attempt, which made Loin MacMahon exclaim in shock. What? Loin MacMahon looked utterly shocked, slamming the table as she asked again, Baron Dayton dared to assassinate you? Siler MacMahon coldly confirmed. That's right. He poisoned my drink, and then set the entire building on fire. She looked into her teacup, an image of Seol Mudok appearing as she said, If that person hadn't saved me, I probably would have been gone. Loin MacMahon flew into a rage, shouting for someone to drag Baron Dayton in, but Siler MacMahon stopped her. There's no need. Siler MacMahon explained that when she went to find him, the Baron was already dead, clearly silenced by the mastermind. Loin MacMahon stood up, walking towards Siler MacMahon, with a face full of feigned sympathy. In a flash, Loin MacMahon embraced her sister. Siler, my dear sister. Loin MacMahon continued her act. I was too complacent, thinking a swordmaster like you would be fine. Am glad you're safe. But then, within that embrace, Loin MacMahon's eyes flashed with a crimson killing intent, her voice turning cold. How fortunate. Siler MacMahon, unfazed, looked straight into her sister's eyes and asked a fatal question. Are you very disappointed that I didn't die, sister? Memories flooded back, and Siler MacMahon recalled that even though all evidence pointed to Loin MacMahon, she still tried to deceive herself that it wasn't true. Memories of the happy days the two sisters shared as children only made the reality more bitter. Siler MacMahon suddenly thought of Seol Mudok, that domineering man. In times like these, what would he do? A flash of determination lit up Siler MacMahon's eyes. She knew what she had to do. Siler MacMahon suddenly gripped Loin MacMahon's hand tightly, her voice full of challenge. Isn't that right, sister? This startled Loin MacMahon, leaving her bewildered. Siler MacMahon probed Loin MacMahon. I heard you're attending the Drake Kingdom's birthday this time? With a meaningful smile, Siler MacMahon brazenly suggested, Can I go in your place? Loin MacMahon narrowed her eyes suspiciously, as Siler was someone who never bothered with parties or events. Suddenly, Loin MacMahon seemed to awaken, realizing an unthinkable possibility. Loin MacMahon delivered a critical blow. Could it be that the man who saved you is in the Drake Kingdom? Making Siler blush. Seeing her sister speechless, Loin MacMahon smirked with amusement. Wait, do you really want to see him again? Siler MacMahon frantically denied it amidst the rose garden. It's not like that. Scene change. Seol Mudok was writing a report, noting that it had been 3 days since he returned to Karalun from Tenston. He recalled the attack by that brat Justin von Icarus, a potential threat. After that incident, critical locations like Weiss Ivan or the storage place for the ice flower were at risk of being exposed. Therefore, they decided to use an old castle as a base to interact with outsiders, ensuring safety. Seol Mudok stood in his office, muttering that today was Princess Ashilda's departure day. Time truly flew by. He recalled Jerome von Karajuen's shouts about Captain Siler's impending arrival with troops and the need for immediate reinforcements. Seol Mudok sighed in relief that at least today was calm, then leisurely opened the office door. Bang! Jerome von Karajuan burst through the door, with the fluffy condyle still perched on his head. Jerome von Karajuan screamed in panic. Lord, Captain Siler is about to attack. We must implement the reinforcement operation immediately. Condyle chimed in with a con. Seol Mudok calmly grabbed the chaotic mage, while Princess Ashilda stood at the door looking in. Princess Ashilda expressed her concern. After all, Siler was a princess of the Gaia Kingdom, and she feared this matter would escalate into a diplomatic issue. Seol Mudok simply remained silent, his sharp eyes analyzing the situation. He recalled Siler's gaze, recognizing them as the eyes of a proud martial artist, and judged that such a person would not blow personal matters out of proportion. Seol Mudok reassured Princess Ashilda, asserting that his side was righteous and the others fully understood his intentions. He pulled out an elaborately decorated box, declaring that if anything happened, she should use this to call him. Seol Mudok handed the box to Princess Ashilda, who blushed in surprise at the unexpected gift. Inside was a communication stone made from magic stone, emitting an ethereal blue light, allowing long-distance communication without the need for a mage. He even boasted that it could connect from here all the way to the Drake Kingdom, leaving Princess Ashilda gaping in astonishment. Seol Mudok smirked confidently, telling her to feel free to contact him any time. When it was time to depart, Savina was already waiting by the carriage amidst the snowy landscape. Seol Mudok leaned in to instruct Princess Ashilda that the communication stone was unique, unknown to anyone, and thus had to be used discreetly. He also didn't forget to remind her to beware of that scoundrel Justin von Icarus, and had arranged for Jake to provide aerial support. Princess Ashilda smiled happily, secretly thinking how precious this gift was, and feeling his sincerity through every word and action. She bowed her head to thank the Baron, clutching her suitcase and teddy bear, officially setting off on her return journey. Seol Mudok stood alone, silently watching the carriage carrying Princess Ashilda disappear down the snowy road. His gaze sharpened, filled with determination. He told himself that his current status as a baron and Ashilda's status as a princess were worlds apart. To become a man worthy of her, he resolved to work hard and elevate his status. Turning on his heel, Seol Mudok asked Jerome von Karajuan, who was accompanying him, "Shall we go to that place?" Leaving the mage bewildered. Jerome von Karajuan broke out in a sweat, his face pale, not understanding what was happening. Both stepped into an area resembling a prison, where numerous prisoners lay sprawled on the floor, unconscious. Jerome von Karajuan cried out in alarm, "Who are these people?" Seol Mudok coldly replied, "They are the bastards who tried to kill me." The mage asked if they were Justin's assassins, and images of skull mask assassins appeared as Seol Mudok confirmed, "Yes, they are." Jerome von Keruen asked if Justin knew the prisoners were still alive, to which Seol Mudok calmly replied, "No, he's certain they're all gone." Seol Mudok clicked his tongue, explaining that Justin had simply locked them up without food or water to see who was the most resilient, and only a few had passed the test. A prisoner with a bandaged face weakly begged for help, but Seol Mudok merely thought, compared to the assassins from the Central Plains, these guys lack both skill and survival instincts. Trash. Suddenly, Seol Mudok's gaze halted. He had spotted a few notable individuals among the dying. He recognized two prisoners, Gregor, a burly, bearded man, and Lenin, the bandaged-faced one, who still looked relatively well compared to the rest. Seol Mudok ordered Jerome von Keruen, "Jerome, take Stuart and give them some food." He let out a sigh, telling himself it would take considerable effort to turn these wretches into something useful. As ordered, a subordinate named Stuart brought food, and the prisoners immediately pounced on it, devouring it like a pack of hungry beasts. Jerome von Keruen couldn't understand, cautiously asking Seol Mudok why he kept these people alive. Seol Mudok smirked, making a chilling declaration, "I'm planning to train them into my own assassination squad." Jerome von Keruen was utterly shocked, stammering in reply, "An assassination squad? What do you intend to do with such a force?" The mage broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing with dark scenarios, wondering if Seol Mudok intended to assassinate someone before the kingdom of Gaia invaded. Jerome von Keruen's imagination soared further, from an assassination squad riding ice wyverns to a rebellion overthrowing the entire kingdom, making him silently scream, "What on earth are you thinking?" The scene shifted to a dark mine entrance, covered in white snow, signaling that some plan was being put into motion. Back in the corridor, Jerome von Keruen was still babbling in panic, using an entire unit of ice wyverns as an assassination squad. Isn't that going too far? He continued his worried rant, arguing that they had just narrowly escaped inspection thanks to the princess's visit, and their next action could immediately brand them as traitors. Seol Mudok maintained a stone-cold expression, silently listening to the mage beside him, who was in utter panic. In Seol Mudok's mind, an image of Princess Ashilda appeared through a carriage window, asking if he was sure he would attend the queen's birthday. Seol Mudok's eyes sharpened. He declared he would use the queen's birthday as a stepping stone to officially enter the central political arena, leaving Jerome von Keruen agape. What? Seol Mudok asserted that since Ashilda was a princess, he, at the very least, had to become a duke. And to achieve that, he needed an assassination squad strong enough to sweep away countless enemies in his path. Seol Mudok turned to ask Jerome and a subordinate, "Shuart, are the Blizzard Knights all assembled?" The other man replied curtly, "Yes, my lord." The subordinate, Shuart, the captain of the Blizzard Knights, reported that the troops had been assembled at the entrance as ordered. Seol Mudok ordered the assassins to be brought in and made a chilling pronouncement. "You all have two choices. Become my subordinates, or die by my hand." He looked down at the ragged prisoners, disdainfully stating, "But to become my people, your current skill is far too pathetic." Seol Mudok pointed to an armory filled with swords and shields. "I have prepared training to temper you all. Choose a weapon." The final command was given, colder than the snow itself. "Kill every single knight outside." 3 weeks later, the scene shifted to a vast forest, blanketed in white snow. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two dark figures, the prisoners, now assassins, swiftly darted through the snowy forest. The assassins charged, attacking the Blizzard Knights. A battle to the death in the deep forest had officially begun. Clang! An assassin's blade fiercely clashed with a knight's shield. Thump! The knight retaliated, using his armored hand to grab the assassin's cloak. The Blizzard Knights, with their glowing blue eyes visible through their helmets, charged forward in unison, their aura completely overwhelming. A knight swung his greatsword down at the struggling assassin on the ground, who could only scream in despair. An armored hand held up a silver card embedded with a blue gem, the spoils of the hunt. A knight laughed gleefully. "Ha ha, one down. No need to go hungry tonight." While the defeated assassin knelt, cursing, the knight pointed towards the figure standing atop a towering tree, ordering the defeated one, "Go sit over there." Seol Mudok stood atop the tree, observing coldly, thinking that 3 weeks had passed since the joint training began. The rules he set were extremely simple. Each person had a card. If a card was stolen or destroyed, they were considered dead, and the side that lost all its cards first would lose. Seol Mudok smirked. He knew well that the losers would have to try harder not to be discarded, and since both sides needed to be tempered, this was a perfect plan. Looking out at the snowy mountains, Seol Mudok noticed a red light flickering on a tree and muttered, "It's starting again." It turned out the assassins were marked with a tracking spell. If they left the designated area, a signal would light up like a beacon. An assassin with a blazing red signal on his back was fleeing headlong through the snowy night, disregarding the rules of the game. The white-haired assassin panted heavily, his face filled with murderous intent, determined not to give up. A cold voice rang out, startling him. "This is the 10th time, Miller." Seol Mudok stood tall on a treetop, his sharp gaze fixed on Miller, who was trying to escape like a rat. He calmly warned, "I'm quite sure I said next time you'd die." Miller cursed angrily, roaring, "There's no time for these foolish games." He activated a glowing object in his hand. It seemed to be a flare, or a final charm for luck. With a thud, Miller hit the ground, quickly taken down by his own teammate. The assassin squad leader, Baker, knelt down to apologize to the Lord, hoping for forgiveness for his subordinates' actions. From the tree, Seol Mudok asked why Miller was the only one who risked his life to escape, and Baker explained that he had a vendetta to settle. Miller's memory surfaced. His entire family was massacred, and his enemy would attend a party in the capital next month. Seol Mudok pondered the party in the capital, an opportunity not to be missed. A panoramic view of a fortified castle shrouded in white snow under the sunset, likely the next target. In a warm room, Miller grimaced, sweat pouring down. He seemed to be suffering from a wound or a nightmare about the past. Seol Mudok stood by the window, questioning Miller if he thought he would succeed when the party was guarded by hundreds of mages and knights. Miller sat on the bed, his face tired but his eyes still resolute, asking if the squad leader had told Seol Mudok everything. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, declaring that his entire life was lived only for revenge, and his own life meant nothing. Seol Mudok bluntly crushed his hopes. Ridiculous. You won't even get close to your enemy. You'll just die like a useless dog. Miller was stunned, his eyes blazing with anger at Seol Mudok's harsh but truthful words. Seol Mudok calmly declared that as a noble, he could attend the party, leaving Miller bewildered, not understanding his intentions. Seol Mudok extended his hand, offering an irresistible proposal. "Make a deal. I'll help you get your revenge." In return, Seol Mudok demanded that Miller become his loyal subordinate, a price that stunned the assassin. Miller still doubted, wondering why him when there were countless other, more skilled assassins. Seol Mudok explained that, according to the assassin squad leader, Miller was the only one to become a special grade assassin at the age of 25, and he valued his potential. He extended his hand once more, asserting that Miller was the necessary piece for the assassination squad he was forming, and asked if he accepted the deal. Memories of his family being massacred in a pool of blood flashed through Miller's mind. Crack! He clenched his fist, his resolve clear. Miller looked up sharply, his eyes blazing as he declared, "If I can get my revenge, I'll do anything." Seol Mudok smirked in satisfaction, confirming the deal was successful, and told Miller to prepare. They would depart in a few days. Click! The door swung open, and a cheerful blonde girl stepped in, calling, "Master." The blonde girl radiantly announced that the ice cream was ready, completely breaking the tense atmosphere. Miller, the cold-blooded assassin, suddenly blushed awkwardly at the girl's sudden appearance. Seol Mudok calmly replied to the blonde girl, then left with her to eat the ice cream before it melted, leaving a bewildered Miller behind. Miller's heart pounded. The assassin clutched his chest, completely bewildered by this unfamiliar feeling. He wondered who that girl was, who could make his iron heart tremble so. In another lavish mansion, a powerful voice rang out, scolding a subordinate as a useless idiot. Justin von Icarus, looking disheveled, was being berated by his father, Sergio von Icarus, for failing despite possessing a precious artifact. Sergio von Icarus roared furiously, his purple eyes flashing with cruelty, ordering his son to shut up. Justin von Icarus could only bow his head in silence, trembling before his father's wrath. Sergio von Icarus growled, his eyes blazing. "Blizzard, you keep provoking me, don't you?" He turned to his two subordinates, questioning the burly man. "Roxelin, are you sure you can handle him?" Roxelin, the muscular man with a scarred face, bowed resolutely. "Don't worry, Duke. I will definitely stop Blizzard." Scene change. Seol Mudok had just finished his report in another location. He let out a breath, appearing to be deep in thought. Leaning back in his chair with an imposing air, Seol Mudok concluded. The 6,000 residents of Totusi Island must be relocated to Karaluun, then pressed. The report states a total of 6 ice dragon eggs were collected, correct? Max, now promoted to captain of the White Castle Guards, stood at attention and confirmed. That is correct, my lord. In the meeting room, Max asked about the relocation plan, but Seol Mudok dismissed it. We'll deal with that and Jerome von Karajuin later. Seol Mudok's expression became extremely serious as he declared, there's something far more important than that. All the subordinates, including Max, Jerome von Karajuin, and 2 other officers, looked bewildered. More important? Seol Mudok clasped his hands, his face grim as if about to declare war. I don't know what to get King Tomalova III for his birthday. The entire meeting room was speechless, falling silent at their boss's absurd reason. Seol Mudok snapped. At the very least, we need to give a better gift than Duke Icarus, don't we? If you have any good ideas, spit them out. Max spoke first, suggesting ice goblin hide, but Seol Mudok immediately scoffed. Cheap goods, too common. The spiky-haired officer boldly raised his hand. How about flowers? Seol Mudok's eyes flashed with killing intent, his voice sharp. Flowers? Are you kidding me? The officer broke out in a cold sweat, hastily explaining, not ordinary flowers, but glacial flowers, a special species that only blooms in Karalun. Jerome von Karajuin, the mage, added information. But glacial flowers only grow in extremely cold places. They cannot be cultivated in the capital. The masked officer unexpectedly spoke up. Then there's no other choice but that. Both Seol Mudok and Jerome von Karajuin turned to look, curious about what the officer had just mentioned. Crash! Jake burst into the meeting room, his face frantic as he yelled, My lord! Jake panted, his voice strained with helplessness. I can't take it anymore. That bastard has blocked all the land routes. Seol Mudok, with a weary expression, propped his chin and asked, What are you talking about, Jake? Explain it clearly. Jake accused, It's by order of Roxelin in Totusi. Before, we just had to pay petty fees, but now he's completely blocked the roads. Jerome von Karajuin wondered, Then why not take a detour or use ice dragons? But Seol Mudok immediately explained, Ice dragons can only carry limited cargo. Land routes are still essential. Jerome von Karajuin pointed at the magical map, analyzing that Totusi probably didn't know they possessed ice dragons, which is why they confidently blocked the land routes. Jerome von Karajuin slammed his hand on the map, concluding firmly, They are trying to prevent you from attending the party, my lord. Seol Mudok frowned, wondering, I don't recall doing anything to offend him. Why is he trying to block my path? Jerome von Karajuin revealed, Viscount Roxelin is building power under Duke Icarus, and it's highly likely that Sergio von Icarus is the one pulling the strings. Seol Mudok smirked, his eyes sharp. There's no other way. If they've made the first move, we have no choice but to retaliate in kind. Jerome von Karajuin asked in alarm, Are you thinking of a territorial war? Seol Mudok confirmed with a subtle hint. Jerome von Karajuin began to explain the rules. A territorial war is a conflict between lords. The kingdom will not intervene unless national laws are violated. However, all wars must be reported to the king, and the opposing side must be notified in advance. The mage continued. But there's an exception. If you can end the war swiftly, forcing the opponent to surrender before news reaches the king, then everything will be fine. Seol Mudok sneered, seeing this as a perfect opportunity. Excellent. This is the perfect chance to test what we've prepared. Seol Mudok immediately ordered, Shuart, leave only a minimal force in the territory. The rest, prepare to depart. He turned to Miller, assigning a task. The assassination squad will await orders for now. Miller, send a scout to Totusi first. Finally, Seol Mudok pointed towards Jake. Jake, prepare the wyvern unit for deployment. Jake stammered, his face pale. But our unit only has 20 people. That number is too small to participate in a territorial war. Seol Mudok cast a contemptuous glance at him. Too few? Are you truly the captain of the Wyvern Knights? Seol Mudok looked directly at a sweating Jake, his voice full of intimidation. You've seen the wyverns with your own eyes, yet you still don't believe in their power? Jake froze for a moment, then seemed to snap out of it. He clenched his fists, asserting firmly, That's right. My wyverns are not weak. Jake and his subordinates turned and walked away, determined to show everyone the true power of the Wyvern Knights. Seol Mudok turned to order Jerome von Karajuin to draft a declaration of war, citing their abuse of civilians and obstruction of trade routes. Noticing the mage's hesitation, Seol Mudok turned back, his eyes icy. You don't want to? He narrowed his eyes and asked, What was that? Jerome von Karajuin tried to dissuade him, arguing that risking the lives of the people when victory was uncertain was too reckless and foolhardy. The mage further explained, Viscount Roxelin is still holding 6,000 civilians hostage. If we attack first, they will surely retaliate. The balance of power is also a huge problem. The enemy forces outnumber us tenfold. And if they receive aid from Duke Icarus, our side is as good as finished. Seol Mudok simply uttered a concise sentence, deciding everything. 2 days. He smirked arrogantly, declaring bluntly, "If they don't respond, I will end everything within 2 days." Jerome von Karajuin was so shocked that his pupils constricted. He even dropped his magic stone, exclaiming that 2 days was completely impossible. Seol Mudok patted the panicked mage's shoulder, his voice calm. "You're worrying too much, Jerome," he coldly instructed as he walked away. "Don't let the soldiers see your worried expression." Jerome von Karajuin stood frozen, watching Seol Mudok's retreating back. The mage thought to himself, if it's this man, perhaps a true miracle could happen, breaking all conventional rules. Seol Mudok stood before the ranks of the Blizzard Knights, who were solemnly awaiting orders, and loudly declared, "Prepare Lilith." Before him was a formidable army, with giant wyverns roaring, ready to enter battle under the white snowy sky. Seol Mudok smirked, his eyes sharp. This is Karelun's declaration of war. In the enemy territory, guards were roughly herding a group of Karelun residents through the streets, shouting, "Move it." An indignant resident questioned, "Hey, what crime do you say we've committed?" Clang. Without a word of explanation, the guard swung his sword directly at the man who dared to defy orders. The soldier coldly declared, "Anyone from Karelun must be arrested. That is the Viscount's order." Another soldier reported that all residents from Karelun territory had been rounded up as ordered. In a luxurious room, Viscount Roxelin propped his feet on a table, asking his subordinate, "Is there anything unusual?" The subordinate reported that the merchants who usually traded outside the city gates were no longer showing up. Viscount Roxelin sneered, thinking that those fools had finally realized he would never open the gates. He confidently analyzed that the icy land of Karelun was entirely dependent on external food supplies. With its treacherous terrain, it was impossible to reach the capital without passing through his territory. Surely Karelun was starving by now. Furthermore, all nobles had to attend the king's birthday banquet. If Baron Blizzard Seol Mudok was not present, he would be stripped of his lordship immediately. Viscount Roxelin laughed savagely, asserting that he would devour Karelun at that very moment. A flawless plan. Opposing Duke Icarus, who held power even above the king, was nothing short of treason. The Viscount dreamed of being promoted, not just to count but even aiming for the position of marquis. Lost in his delusions, he suddenly startled, noticing a strange shadow appear in the room. Both Viscount Roxelin and his aide snapped their heads up, sensing something ominous. A colossal dark shadow obscured all light from the window, and a growling sound echoed throughout the room. Roar! A giant ice wyvern shattered the window, lunging in with jagged teeth and eyes glowing with murderous intent. Crash! Viscount Roxelin was sent flying by an invisible force, his face contorted in pain. The Viscount's eyes were wide with horror as he recognized the monster that had just destroyed his room. An ice wyvern? Why is something that only lives beyond the Lazar mountain range here? A figure gently landed on the ruined floor. Seol Mudok stood on the ice wyvern's corpse, looking coldly down at the two trembling figures. "Are you Roxelin?" The Viscount stammered, pointing a finger and shouting weakly. "You? Who are you? State your identity." Seol Mudok smirked, his voice full of authority. "I am the Lord of Karelun." Viscount Roxelin froze. His mind began to process the information. The Lord of Karelun. That means he's. He realized the person before him was the legendary Baron Blizzard, while Seol Mudok stood there, radiating immense pressure. Clink! Seol Mudok placed his hand on his sword hilt, and a sharp sound echoed. Swish! A flash of white light streaked out like lightning, aimed directly at the Viscount. Slash! A sword strike grazed the Viscount's cheek, and a parchment scroll plunged into the floor. Seol Mudok's eyes glowed brightly, his voice devoid of emotion. "This is a declaration of war." Viscount Roxelin broke out in a cold sweat, trying to maintain a stern expression as he heard the final warning. "I will return in 1 hour." The hurried footsteps of armored soldiers rushed from the corridor. Crash! Roxelin's soldiers burst through the door, shouting their master's name. The soldiers inquired about the situation, but the Viscount only silently stared out the shattered window. In the blue sky, another ice wyvern was soaring away, leaving the castle behind. Seol Mudok stood proudly on the ice wyvern's back, departing with overwhelming dominance after sowing fear. A soldier pointed, his voice trembling. That's an ice wyvern? Why is it here?" Viscount Roxelin ground his teeth, his face darkening with extreme rage and humiliation. one of Roxelin's soldiers, his eyes wide with horror, sweat pouring down him like rain as he witnessed the scene before him. Thud. Viscount Roxelin grabbed a hapless soldier, his face filled with murderous intent, and slammed his face onto the floor. The poor soldier was sent flying by the punch, crashing hard onto the stone floor. He scrambled to his feet, stammering the Viscount's title as a boot came flying straight at him. Viscount Roxelin furiously punched and kicked the soldier, shouting, "You useless bastards!" The other soldiers could only watch in fear as their master vented his fury, cursing them all as good-for-nothings. The Viscount roared the question, "What the hell were you doing when the enemy broke in?" while the soldier's hand lay sprawled on the floor. Panting heavily, Viscount Roxelin ground his teeth, his face filled with murderous intent after beating his subordinate. He ordered his aide coldly, "Burn everything. Dress the Totusi prisoners in military uniforms and arm them." Roxelin's aide paled, while Viscount Roxelin muttered with hatred, "That damned Baron Blizzard." With a malicious smile, the Viscount revealed his sinister plan. "I want to see his face when he realizes he personally slaughtered his own people." The aide flinched, frightened by his master's cruelty. Viscount Roxelin threw a piece of cloth onto the floor, surrounded by his subordinates standing still as statues. Crack! He stomped on the cloth, and the stone floor beneath his feet cracked. He tore a piece of paper, growling, "I must set a trap for that damned Baron Blizzard. How dare he declare territorial war on me?" He shouted loudly, ordering all Totusi knights to assemble before the mansion. Standing before the ranks, Viscount Roxelin raised his hand and declared loudly, "From this moment forth we declare war on Carolyn." His eyes gleamed wildly, full of ambition and madness. He shouted, promising, "Whoever achieves the greatest merit, I will share both wealth and power with them." The soldiers roared in response, their morale soaring, ready to plunge into a bloody war. Shuart, in full armor, reported through a communication device, "My lord, can you hear me?" Seol Mudok held the sound-transmitting crystal shard in his hand, a blue light flashing. Standing atop the mountain, looking down at the enemy's territory, Seol Mudok replied coldly, "Yes." He affirmed confidently, "I hear it, loud and clear." While his entire force, the Blizzard Knights, Condol, and Shuart, were already in position. Meanwhile, on the city wall, Viscount Roxelin and his soldiers remained complacent, unaware of the impending disaster. Roxelin's lowly soldiers, both men and women, stood guard at the gate with bewildered expressions, completely lacking any morale. Their faces clearly showed confusion and unpreparedness, truly a ragtag army. Viscount Roxelin roared, giving a crazy and cruel order to his troops, his face twisted in a morbid grin. Thud! Condol's gigantic foot stomped heavily on the ground, initiating the attack. Seol Mudok sat regally on Condol's shoulder, beside Shuart and the formidable Blizzard Knights, a truly destructive army. A confident smirk appeared on Seol Mudok's face. He raised his hand to signal, his voice decisive, without a hint of hesitation. "Begin the attack." Whoosh! A gigantic boulder was hurled through the air, soaring straight towards Roxelin's fortress. The lowly soldiers on the wall looked up in panic, one of them foolishly asking, "What is that? A bird?" Viscount Roxelin also had to look up, his face paling, his voice trembling as he asked, What the hell is that?" The sky suddenly darkened as hundreds of dark figures descended like a storm. Viscount Roxelin froze, realizing it was an army of wyvern knights, a force he could never have imagined. Condol's fist swung up, ready to crush everything. Not just one, but dozens of living meteorites were hurled, obscuring the sky and turning the fortress into a shooting target. Boom! The boulders slammed into the city wall, creating terrifying explosions, blowing Roxelin's soldiers to pieces. Crash! A gigantic boulder smashed the city gate, a woman quickly embracing a child screaming in despair. Miller held the child tightly, his eyes silent but filled with furious anger. In Miller's eyes, the determination for revenge blazed fiercely. Jerome von Caruan spread his arms, channeling his power to unleash an extremely dazzling wide-area spell. "Blizzard Knights!" Jerome roared, transmitting orders through magic, sweat pouring down his face. Shuart, the captain of the Blizzard Knights, gave a decisive order. "Squad 1, evacuate the Karelin residence to safety. The rest, breach the fallen wall," Shuart yelled, leading the cavalry charge straight into the battlefield. While Roxelin's soldiers were still bewildered, Shuart roared, "Show these Totosi soldiers the might of Carolyn." Slash! A Blizzard Knight swept past like a gust of wind, beheading several enemy soldiers in an instant. Viscount Roxelin gritted his teeth in disbelief. How did they know those people outside the gate were prisoners? And since when was Carolyn so powerful? His soldiers panicked completely as a gigantic ice wyvern, and its night descended from the sky. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, its oppressive aura making the lowly soldiers unable to stand firm. The ice wyvern soared in the sky, overlooking the entire fortress engulfed in flames and chaos. Amidst the encirclement of Roxelin's soldiers, Seol Mudok advanced alone with an overwhelming aura. Seol Mudok's eyes flashed with a cold, emotionless white light. The soldiers trembled, one stammering, "Where did that guy come from? He looks like he's alone." "Everyone charge!" the commander yelled, and all the soldiers desperately rushed at Seol Mudok. Seol Mudok simply extended his hand, and a surge of cold energy began to gather. Without moving, Seol Mudok unleashed a wave of icy coldness that swept away all the charging soldiers. He stood there, his hand still radiating an icy aura, surrounded by a battlefield that had just been neatly cleared. The battlefield was littered with the corpses of Roxelin's soldiers, all impaled by ice. Seol Mudok's eyes were cold as he muttered, "Now then, let's see what's left." Standing on the city wall, he cast his gaze towards the dense forest, where his final target was hiding. In the dark forest, a chaotic retreat was underway. A Roxelin soldier's face was drained of color as he looked ahead in terror. Viscount Roxelin yelled at his trembling subordinates, "What are you doing? Attack now!" But they were blocked by a monster. Enraged by the cowardly soldiers, Viscount Roxelin punched a soldier in the stomach to vent his anger. "And you call yourself my knight?" He gritted his teeth, reassuring himself, thinking that as long as they held out until Duke Icarus's reinforcements arrived, victory would be certain. The soldier who had just been hit gritted his teeth, a flicker of defiance in his eyes. Thwack! A thunderous punch landed squarely on Viscount Roxelin's face, delivered by his own soldier. The corpulent Viscount flew like a sack of cotton, unable to believe his eyes. The soldier growled, "If you want to die, die alone, you pig." Then he and his comrades turned and fled, leaving Viscount Roxelin to scream for them in vain. Suddenly, a gigantic reptilian eye opened directly above Viscount Roxelin, its gaze as cold as death itself. Seol Mudok called out, "Lilith," and his giant white wyvern appeared, towering over the flattened Viscount. Seol Mudok leisurely walked closer, uttering a contemptuous remark, "Eating this trash will give you a stomachache." The wyvern Lilith growled, pressing its face close to the Viscount, making him realize that the person before him was none other than the legendary Baron Blizzard. Viscount Roxelin was drenched in sweat, facing someone with absolute power. With no trace of his former arrogance, he repeatedly slammed his head to the ground. "I was wrong. I surrender." He desperately tried to pin all the blame on Duke Icarus, pitifully begging for his life. Just then, a Blizzard Knight appeared, bowing before Seol Mudok and calling out, "My lord." A Blizzard Knight reported, "I have captured the soldier who was on his way to the Duchy of Icarus." Viscount Roxelin's face paled, and he let out a bitter roar. "Damn it." Seol Mudok looked down at the kneeling Viscount, his voice full of sarcasm. "You've had a tough time, Roxelin, having to lie about things you didn't mean." He channeled chi energy into his hand, his eyes flashing with killing intent. "For daring to oppress my people, pay with your life." Seol Mudok's hand erupted with deadly blue energy. Seol Mudok unleashed a finishing blow, icy energy crashing down on Viscount Roxelin's head. Unexpectedly, a Blizzard Knight officer rushed out to block the attack, astonishing him. Seol Mudok glared at the subordinate, asking coldly, "What in the world do you think you're doing?" Seol Mudok turned, facing the one who had intervened from a distance. A young mage, Jerome von Karauen, appeared amidst a surge of lightning, holding a magical orb. Jerome von Karauen calmly faced Seol Mudok, addressing him, "My lord." He began to explain the law. No matter how heinous a noble's crimes, the power to decide his life or death belongs solely to the king. Seol Mudok listened in silence, his expression devoid of emotion. Jerome continued to warn, "If you kill Viscount Roxelin here, our position will become extremely difficult." Hearing this, Viscount Roxelin seized the opportunity, craning his neck to curse. "That's right, you ignorant barbarian. It must be time for them to arrive." A tall figure in armor stepped flissig forward, standing imposingly before Seol Mudok. Viscount Roxelin smirked triumphantly. "They're here." A curly-haired knight in purple armor led his horse out of the forest, and the Viscount called his name, Volmer. Viscount Roxelin burst into arrogant laughter. "Haha, you fool. Did you really think I only sent troops to Duke Icarus?" He explained the laws of war, stating that all territorial conflicts must be reported to the king and have royal observers. "But you didn't report to the court, so I sent Volmer to the kingdom." Viscount Roxelin sneered, mocking Seol Mudok. You tried to force my surrender before the king knew, but your arrogance ruined everything. Ha ha ha. Jerome von Karajuin turned pale, muttering in disbelief. Impossible. There were clearly soldiers stationed on the way to the kingdom, weren't there? The knight named Miller stood silently, while Jerome von Karajuin was still in deep shock, wondering how he could have bypassed the encirclement. Seol Mudok stood tall, his face cold and devoid of emotion, completely ignoring his opponent's display. The corner of Seol Mudok's mouth curled into a contemptuous smile, his eyes gleaming with an overbearing aura, signaling that the act was about to end. Viscount Roxelin, seeing Seol Mudok's attitude, roared in anger. What is this? Are you insane? Seol Mudok casually ordered the reinforcing knight. You may reveal yourself now. Miller replied, Yes, master. Then raised his hand to his face, quickly peeling off his disguise. Jerome von Karajuin and Viscount Roxelin gaped in astonishment upon seeing the true face beneath the mask. Jerome von Karajuin screamed as he realized that person was Miller, a notorious assassin. Viscount Roxelin stammered, sweat pouring down him. What? What the hell is this? Since when? Miller, after shedding his disguise, bowed and reported to Seol Mudok. Mission accomplished, master. Seol Mudok began to reveal his hand regarding the laws of war. Seol Mudok's eyes blazed with cold energy, and he growled. There is a clause in the territorial laws of war. You may declare war without prior notice, if the opponent violates royal law. Viscount Roxelin froze, his pupils constricting in terror as he realized he had fallen into a trap. Seol Mudok exposed his crime. You sold citizens of Karaluun into slavery, and slave trading is forbidden in the Drake Kingdom. A giant hand of icy blue chi formed behind Seol Mudok, ready to crush Viscount Roxelin. Viscount Roxelin screamed in despair. Damn it. Do you know what I've paid to get where I am today? If I lose Toth City and my title now… In his panic, the image of Duke Sergio von Icarus, with terrifying purple eyes, appeared like a giant phantom, engulfing the old Viscount. Viscount Roxelin's ultimate fear was not Seol Mudok, but the thought, Duke Icarus will kill me. Viscount Roxelin, scared out of his wits, turned and fled, screaming in panic. I don't want to die. Crack. Seol Mudok had blocked his path in an instant, Viscount Roxelin's pupils constricting in horror. The old Viscount fell sprawling, looking up at Seol Mudok, who hovered in the air like a god, radiating deadly cold energy. Seol Mudok landed, his foot freezing and crushing the Viscount's shin, making him stammer in horror. My leg? Seol Mudok growled, his fist flaring with icy blue chi. Clench your teeth. Viscount Roxelin only had time to clench his teeth in preparation, sweat pouring down him before taking the blow. Wham! A devastating punch landed squarely on the old Viscount's face, without an ounce of mercy. Before he could recover, Seol Mudok unleashed a lightning-fast kick, sending him flying like a tattered ball. Thud! Viscount Roxelin face-planted into the ground, covered in blood, completely unconscious. Seol Mudok coldly stood watching his achievement, the old Viscount now just a pile of rags at his feet. Just then, Jerome von Karajuin and the Blizzard Knights arrived, witnessing the overwhelming scene. Seol Mudok turned, his sharp gaze declaring, This territorial war. Jerome von Karajuin and the knights stood still, holding their breath, awaiting their lord's verdict. Seol Mudok smirked with an overbearing aura, concluding, Belongs to Karaluun. The entire Blizzard Knights cheered in unison, their morale soaring at their master's absolute victory. Night fell over Toth City, signaling that a new era had officially begun under Karaluun's rule. Everything happened swiftly thereafter. Roxelin lost everything, was exiled from his territory, and a few days later, vanished without a trace. The territorial map was redrawn, Toth City officially merged into Karaluun, and Jerome von Karajuin was appointed as the new administrator. Jerome von Karajuin immediately waved his hands dismissively, crossing his arms and shouting loudly, Absolutely not. I'm already swamped with work. If I add this, I'll really go on strike. Seol Mudok questioned Jerome von Karajuin, his voice full of authority. Then who should I entrust this administrative position to? Jerome von Karajuin's eyes gleamed behind his glasses, his mind working at lightning speed. He snapped his fingers, his face beaming as if he'd struck gold. Ah, I know the perfect person for this position. And so, upon Jerome's recommendation, Volmer, Viscount Roxelin's former subordinate, was appointed as Toth City's new administrator. Of course, he couldn't be fully trusted, so 2 Blizzard Knights were sent to supervise and report daily, and time passed. On King Tomalova III's birthday, the entire city was splendidly adorned with flags and flowers. In the Drake Kingdom, the royal palace appeared magnificent under the sunlight. Two guards were chatting idly, one yawning repeatedly, wanting to attend the festival, while the other snapped, "Shut your mouth. I heard there's a special reward." Suddenly, a colossal shadow enveloped the guard, startling him as he wondered, "Huh? Why is there suddenly a shadow here?" An entire squadron of ice wyverns towered in the sky, leaving the guards dumbfounded, with wide eyes and open mouths. A captain screamed, his voice hoarse with fear, "Monsters attacking! Hurry, I'll go ring the alarm bell." Before he could run, a colossal ice wyvern landed right in front of them, blocking the retreat of the mere soldiers. Tap! A figure lightly descended from the monster's back. Seol Mudok appeared in a pristine white suit, exuding a towering aura, standing before his pet Lilith and declaring his identity. "I am Baron Blizzard from Karalun." The guards were stunned, realizing this was the magic swordsman who had saved his majesty, with only one question in their minds. "That wyvern, has it been tamed?" Seol Mudok coldly drew out a carefully sealed letter. He held up the letter, his sharp gaze declaring, "I have come to seek an audience with his majesty." Inside the palace, the main hall was lavish with sparkling crystal chandeliers, exuding extreme opulence. A royal banquet was underway, with the Drake nobles gathered, feasting and dancing, completely unaware that an esteemed guest had just arrived. A royal herald announced loudly, "Baron Blizzard has arrived." Seol Mudok strode into the banquet hall, an overwhelming aura about him, his white coat fluttering like a deity. His androgynous beauty and sharp gaze made the entire space seem to halt. The nobles immediately began to whisper, stunned by his appearance and discussing his feat of saving the king, speculating he was a fifth ring mage. A familiar voice echoed from the top of the stairs, "You have arrived." Sylar MacMahon, the blue-haired swordswoman, smiled in greeting, looking incredibly powerful in her warrior dress. The two reunited. Sylar asked about the situation, and Seol Mudok simply replied with one word, "All right." The atmosphere became awkward as they silently gazed at each other amidst the crowd. Sylar seemed annoyed by his coldness, but Seol Mudok offered a glass of wine. "Take it." He smirked. "My subordinate told me that at parties, it's ladies first." Quite a smooth move. Sylar MacMahon blushed, a little flustered, but still took the wineglass and mumbled her thanks. Just then, the royal herald announced again, "Princess Daphrin of the Hazen Kingdom and Count Anos have arrived." The grand doors opened, and a stunning couple stepped onto the red carpet, drawing all eyes. Princess Daphrin, with her golden hair and graceful elven ears, walked alongside Count Anos, a burly man with an extraordinary aura. The crowd once again began to chatter, praising them as a match made in heaven, personally arranged by the king. Seol Mudok paused, the name Anos immediately triggering a memory in his mind. He recalled, this was the name mentioned in Great Swordsman Edmund's letter. Sylar MacMahon noticed his unusual expression and asked, "Do you two know each other?" Seol Mudok stared at Anos, coldly denying it, but in his mind, he affirmed, "This man doesn't feel like he belongs to this world." Sylar MacMahon narrowed her eyes and teased, "Speaking of which, where's the girl who was with you last time?" Seol Mudok smirked and asked if she was curious, causing Sylar MacMahon to quickly deny it, saying she was just asking randomly because she didn't know anyone. Seol Mudok unconcernedly replied, "Just wait a bit, she always likes flashy entrances." Just then, the royal herald shouted at the top of his lungs, announcing King Tomalova III of the Drake Kingdom was entering. The main hall doors slowly opened, signaling the entrance of the party's guest of honor. King Tomalova III made a grand entrance, hand in hand with two women, a Drake princess redhead and a young princess. Sylar MacMahon's eyes widened, completely shocked as she recognized the red-haired princess. She couldn't believe it. That person was a princess of the Drake Kingdom? Seol Mudok glanced over, his voice full of sarcasm. "Is this the flashy debut you were talking about?" The haughty red-haired princess walked towards the throne, where King Tomalova III was already seated. But as her gaze swept across the crowd, she suddenly froze, her expression stunned. Her eyes met Seol Mudok's, who was nonchalantly raising a hand in a provocative greeting. The red-haired princess fumed, while the surrounding nobles began to whisper, "Why is she here? I heard Gaia's eldest princess was supposed to come." Amidst the tense atmosphere, King Tomalova III stood up to speak, thanking everyone for attending his 60th birthday. He raised his glass, wishing everyone an enjoyable evening, officially opening the banquet. The red-haired princess immediately turned to flatter the king, eagerly asking about the gift presentation, and the king happily agreed to start right away. Sergio von Icarus, the Duke of Icarus, was the first to step forward, carrying a small box as a celebratory gift. King Tomalova III took the box, sensing something unusual as he opened it. Inside was a silver ring with a blue gem, emitting a strange magical aura. Sergio von Icarus declared that this ring would protect His Majesty, capable of nullifying all attack magic below level 4. King Tomalova III and the Drake nobles gasped when they heard the words Holy Relic, an item they thought had long been extinct. Seol Mudok calmly explained to Siler MacMahon that a holy relic was simply an item imbued with magic. In an era where level 9 mages and above had disappeared, an item capable of nullifying high-level magic like this was truly priceless. King Tomalova III happily thanked Duke Icarus for the rare gift, while Sergio von Icarus bowed, wishing him a happy birthday once more. Sergio von Icarus stood tall, looking smug, while the crowd whispered that no gift could possibly surpass this one. A series of other expensive gifts were presented, from golden dragon statues to exquisite teapots, but all were overshadowed by the Icarus family's ring. The royal herald announced the final gift came from Baron Blizzard, while Seol Mudok was already kneeling before the throne. Seol Mudok raised his head, greeting the king with a confident smile. King Tomalova III, seated with the red-haired princess and the young princess, happily greeted Baron Blizzard back and complimented his healthy appearance. Seol Mudok began to open his gift box, declaring that the gift he had prepared was, he pulled out a gigantic animal hide, introducing it as the skin of an ice ogre he had personally hunted. An image of a ferocious ice ogre from the northern lands appeared, causing the king to exclaim in surprise. Seol Mudok humbly presented the hide, and the king happily accepted it, saying he would use it to make a warm winter coat. Sergio von Icarus glanced over, secretly disdainful. Tisk, bringing something like that as a gift? How uncouth. Seol Mudok smirked, declaring that the hide was just an appetizer. Actually, just the hide didn't seem quite enough, so I brought another gift. The king and the two princesses curiously looked into the box once more. As soon as he peered inside, King Tomalova III's eyes widened, his voice stammering. This is. Inside the box were 3 blue-scaled eggs, emitting a terrifying magical power that stunned everyone. Seol Mudok smirked, delivering a chilling final remark. These are monster eggs. The entire court fell silent. King Tomalova III was also astonished, and the nobles began to whisper. Monster eggs? Why would he bring something like that here? Sergio von Icarus immediately frothed at the mouth, yelling with bulging veins. This is an insult, Your Majesty. This is an act of disrespect towards the royal family. He pointed towards the guards, shouting, Guards, what are you doing? Drag Baron Blizzard out of here at once. Receiving the order, the Drake guards immediately stomped towards Seol Mudok, their presence intimidating. Stop! King Tomalova III roared with an earth-shattering voice, shaking the entire grand hall. The king's imposing presence made everyone, including the guards, halt immediately. King Tomalova III narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a razor fixed on Seol Mudok, his voice deepening. May I ask your intentions, Baron Blizzard? Seol Mudok maintained his composed demeanor, standing in the middle of the hall and declaring, This egg, he smiled confidently, revealing the true gift, is an ice wyvern egg. King Tomalova III was utterly shocked, cold sweat pouring down, his voice trembling. What? A wyvern egg? An ice wyvern, a monster species that only lives in Karalun, is 1.5 times larger than a regular wyvern, and its ferocious nature makes taming it almost impossible. Just taming a regular wyvern is enough to gain superior military power, as proven by the story of the Zeba Empire using wyvern knights to conquer neighboring countries. In short, taming an ice wyvern means the Drake Kingdom's military power will soar to a new level. King Tomalova III sat on his throne, holding the 3 precious eggs close, his expression thoughtful. The king looked at Seol Mudok, getting straight to the point. Baron Blizzard, I greatly appreciate your gift, but you also know that raising an ice wyvern is even harder than acquiring its egg, don't you? Seol Mudok calmly admitted. As your majesty said, raising a mature ice wyvern is not an easy feat. He adjusted his collar, his voice full of hidden meaning. However, then he loudly called a name. Lilith. A noble standing nearby turned pale, screaming in terror. Ah! What in the world is that? The colossal shadow of a wyvern enveloped the grand hall's entrance, its eyes glowing menacingly. Seol Mudok casually introduced. This is an ice wyvern I tamed from a young age. I will teach the royal family how to raise them. King Tomalova III and the 2 princesses were stunned, while Seol Mudok explained that if the hatchling saw your majesty's face first, it would be absolutely loyal. Seol Mudok bowed elegantly. 2 of these eggs are for the beautiful princesses, so the ice wyverns can become loyal guardians of the royal family. King Tomalova III was moved to tears, not expecting Seol Mudok to be so thoughtful as to care for his daughters as well. The king laughed heartily, declaring this the greatest gift of his life, and that the Drake Kingdom would soon be as mighty as the Zeba Empire. The red-haired princess held the communication stone, thinking to herself that this was what Seol Mudok had hinted at a few days ago. In the dark corner, Sergio von Icarus scowled, his purple eyes flashing with jealousy. That damned Baron Blizzard. How did he get wyvern eggs? Sergio von Icarus stepped out of the shadows, announcing that he also had a gift and urgent news to report to your majesty. He accused directly. 2 days ago, Baron Blizzard deployed troops into Viscount Roxelin's territory. Did your majesty know? Sergio von Icarus growled, his gaze clashing with the king's. Baron Blizzard unilaterally initiated a territorial war. The entire court was abuzz. A noble exclaimed in panic. Territorial war? Declaring war without reporting it is a punishable offense. Sergio von Icarus shouted triumphantly, demanding the harshest punishment for the arrogant fool who dared to defy your majesty. The crowd of nobles began to whisper, their eyes fixed on Seol Mudok, who remained silent. King Tomalova III frowned, resting his chin in his hand in thought, admitting that if this were true, the situation would be very awkward. The red-haired princess showed clear worry, fearing that Baron Blizzard's reputation would be ruined after this incident. Sergio von Icarus sneered, already imagining Seol Mudok's downfall. Farewell, Baron Blizzard. In the midst of the tension, Seol Mudok called out to your majesty, his tone still calm as if nothing had happened. Seol Mudok crossed his arms, throwing out a fatal question. In the Drake Kingdom, is slave trading legal? And the king was forced to answer, no, it is forbidden. Seol Mudok tightened his grip on the parchment scroll in his hand, preparing to play his trump card. He held up the ironclad evidence, declaring that these were the ledgers recording all of Roxelin's slave trading transactions. The entire court fell silent, from Sergio von Icarus, King Tomalova III, to the red-haired princess. All stared in astonishment at the undeniable evidence. Seol Mudok accused directly. Roxelin captured the people of my territory and sold them into slavery. He threw the scroll to the ground, his voice sharp. When one's subjects are sold into slavery, I ask, what lord wouldn't be boiling with rage? Seol Mudok stood tall, his aura dominating the entire hall. The nobles began to whisper, unable to believe their ears. Slaves? This can't be. King Tomalova III gritted his teeth, his face darkening with fury. Roxelin, you filthy, greedy pig, how dare you trade slaves behind my back? The king growled, reiterating the kingdom's law. Anyone who violates royal law can be challenged to a territorial war without prior report. The red-haired princess turned to her father, her eyes sharp. Am I wrong, your majesty? King Tomalova III crushed the Icarus faction's hopes, declaring, for good reason, I will not pursue your responsibility. Furthermore, the king proclaimed loudly, his fist raised. I declare that from this day forth, the territory of Totsi shall belong to Karaloon. The entire hall erupted in cheers. Only Sergio von Icarus stood frozen, his plan utterly ruined. A quick-witted royal advisor stepped forward, reporting, Your Majesty, as the Snowstorm Baron's territory has expanded, why don't we bestow a new title upon him? King Tomalova III nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Oh, you speak wisely. Snowstorm Baron, step forward. Seol Mudok calmly advanced towards the throne, witnessed by the king and the two princesses. Seol Mudok knelt on one knee, and the king placed a hand on his shoulder, officially bestowing the title, Snowstorm Baron. From this moment, I bestow upon you the title of Viscount. Seol Mudok stood up, shaking the king's hand amidst the resounding applause of the courtiers, officially promoted. Sergio von Icarus stood in the shadows, his eyes blazing with hatred, gritting his teeth and vowing, Snowstorm, I will bring you down no matter the cost. Mu Young stood guard outside while Seol Mudok, in black attire, hurried into the room. A strange man with an imposing physique and an extraordinary aura appeared right after. Seol Mudok, in his white-haired form, stood alone on the balcony under the moonlight, sighing heavily. He irritably recalled the scene at the party, King Tomalova III dancing with Princess Ashilda, while he was surrounded by nobles, with no chance to approach. Nevertheless, Seol Mudok reassured himself that he had come this far, and was just a little closer to Princess Ashilda. The path to achieving this goal had been too arduous. Suddenly, the footsteps of a stranger wearing sandals echoed on the stone floor. The strange man stood towering opposite him, his voice full of intimidation. Who are you? Seol Mudok narrowed his eyes, trying to identify the uninvited guest. He secretly guessed this must be Count Anos of the Kingdom of Hazen. The man smirked, calling Seol Mudok by name and declaring that he had finally found him. Seol Mudok was stunned, his eyes wide. This man spoke the Central Plains language fluently, Inside, Muyong pressed his ear to the door, realizing this was an enemy of his master and his sect. Li Jinchong drew his sword, the blade glowing with a deadly red light, and growled that he had been searching for Seol Mudok for a very long time. Whoosh! Sword Chi burst forth, carrying vibrant pink plum blossom petals thick with killing intent. Muyong froze. This scent was too familiar. Muyong's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the scent of plum blossoms, a terrible realization dawning on him. Could that man be? Memories flooded back. Zhongpeng, the defeated Manhwa sect leader, had once bitterly said that if his disciple had been present, the outcome would have been different. The image of that former disciple appeared an arrogant youth beneath the plum blossoms. The one standing before Seol Mudok was other than Li Jinchong, the foremost genius of the Central Plains, who was thought to have vanished from the martial arts world. The silent night was torn by the clash of metal, the entire mansion shaking in the fierce battle. Li Jinchong's blazing red sword energy and Seol Mudok's icy aura continuously clashed, their speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. Seol Mudok was knocked back by a blow, crashing hard into a stone pillar, while Li Jinchong's crimson sword energy still loomed like a hungry beast. Li Jinchong channeled his energy, blazing red sword energy surging in his palm, preparing to unleash a destructive blow. He lunged like an arrow, his dazzling red sword energy illuminating a corner of the sky, aimed directly at Seol Mudok. Seol Mudok narrowly dodged the attack, a sword strike grazing past and shattering the railing behind him. Whoosh! Seol Mudok glided forward, his cloak billowing, launching a swift counterattack. Li Jinchong glared, unleashing an extremely powerful palm strike to block Seol Mudok's retaliation. Boom! Seol Mudok used his icy aura to neutralize the attack, pushing Li Jinchong back and sending him flying. Li Jinchong staggered upon landing, black smoke rising from his body, while Seol Mudok stood calmly on the balcony. Seol Mudok sneered. The rumors about the Central Plains' greatest rookie don't seem to be fabricated, but Li Jinchong growled back. Don't get arrogant, Seol Mudok. Li Jinchong gritted his teeth. A dark aura enveloped him. It's been 3 years. For 3 years, I've been searching for you. He recounted his pursuit, having finally tracked him down and boarded the same ship as Seol Mudok. He had intended to strike on the ship, but a storm and a strange light current swept them both to this world. Li Jinchong's bloodshot eyes blazed with hatred. Not a single day has passed that I've forgotten this grudge. Seol Mudok felt his opponent's killing intent surge, the surrounding air becoming terrifyingly heavy. Li Jinchong gripped his sword hilt, blazing red sword energy erupting. Finally, by severing your head, I can cleanse the Manhwa sect's hatred. He lunged forward, unleashing an ultimate sword technique. Seol Mudok realized this strike was different. He might not be able to block it. Creak! A small sound came from the door, interrupting the life-or-death moment. Both Seol Mudok and Li Jinchong froze, their sharp gazes simultaneously turning towards the newcomer. A blue-haired girl suddenly appeared, cheerfully calling out to Seol Mudok. Viscount Blizzard, no, Viscount. I've been looking for you. Seol Mudok coldly asked what they were both doing there, then explained to the girl that he was just talking to a compatriot. Li Jinchong glanced at the newcomer, a sinister calculation flashing in his bloodshot eyes. Seol Mudok turned to the girl, recognizing her identity. The second princess of the Gaia kingdom, Sylar MacMahon. He wondered if she was close to him. Li Jinchong grasped the situation. He thought that killing Seol Mudok in front of a princess would cause huge trouble, so despite his annoyance, he had to retreat for now. He politely bowed. I'll take my leave. Please continue your conversation. Then he turned and walked away. Li Jinchong left the balcony, leaving Seol Mudok and Sylar MacMahon standing together under the moonlight. As soon as he was out of sight, Li Jinchong's expression hardened, and he growled his enemy's name in his mind. Seol Mudok. Seol Mudok suddenly narrowed his eyes. He was receiving a message via sound transmission. Li Jinchong sent an image of Seol Mudok's painful past, accompanied by a threat. Just as you stole everything precious from me, I will also destroy everything you cherish. Li Jinchong's face showed extreme malice as he continued his curse. Your possessions, your loved ones, everything, without exception. He began listing the first target. To start, yes, it's the one who always looks at you with loving eyes. The target was none other than the princess of the Drake Kingdom, who was smiling radiantly at a party. Seol Mudok roared in his mind. You bastard! Don't you dare touch Ashilda! But Li Jinchong casually replied that everything depended on Seol Mudok's attitude. Li Jinchong sent a sarcastic farewell and then vanished, leaving Sylar MacMahon trying to call out to Seol Mudok in vain. On the balcony, Seol Mudok clenched his fist, vowing not to forgive Li Jinchong for threatening Princess Ashilda. Siler MacMahon giggled, breaking the silence. You seem to be having a serious conversation. Is something wrong with Count Anos? Seol Mudok brushed her off, saying he had urgent business and turned to leave immediately. Suddenly, Siler MacMahon reached out and grabbed Seol Mudok's sleeve, holding him back. Seol Mudok stopped, turning to look at Siler MacMahon with a complex gaze, while she still held his arm tightly, her face full of worry. Seol Mudok glanced over his shoulder, coldly asking Siler MacMahon, "Is there anything else you wish to say?" Siler MacMahon was flustered, stammering, her mind in a panic, wondering what she should say now. She quickly regained her confidence, chiding, "I went to all this trouble to come here and meet you, yet you just leave like that. How rude." Siler MacMahon gave a meaningful wink, sarcastically remarking that Seol Mudok should learn some party etiquette. Seol Mudok spun around, his eyes flashing with a cold purple light, growling, "Is the princess truly that idle?" He told her directly that amidst the king's birthday banquet, filled with guests from various nations, a princess' duty was to entertain them. Seol Mudok's eyes glowed an icy blue, and he lost all patience. "Why do you keep bothering me?" Siler MacMahon froze, the word bothering striking her like a thunderbolt, leaving her stunned. Her mind was filled only with images of other men vying to speak with her, a stark contrast to Seol Mudok's dismissive attitude. Siler MacMahon quickly tried to salvage the situation, her voice slightly trembling. "Don't misunderstand. I only came to congratulate you on becoming a viscount." She turned her face away, trying to maintain her last shred of dignity, asserting that it was simply that. Seol Mudok was silent for a moment, then relented. "I was rude. My apologies, princess." But immediately after, he declared he had urgent business to attend to, thanked her for the well wishes, and turned to leave without hesitation. Siler MacMahon could only watch his retreating figure disappear into the light from the large window frame. She walked to the window, pressing her hand against the cold glass pane. Through the window, Siler MacMahon watched Seol Mudok with a complex gaze, filled with disappointment. She was stunned to see Seol Mudok dancing with Princess Ashilda of Drake in the middle of the banquet hall. While Seol Mudok looked as if he was being forced, the princess blushed, secretly thinking, "If only I had met him first." Princess Ashilda looked up at Seol Mudok with dreamy eyes, wondering if he liked her. Slap. A surge of jealousy erupted, and Siler MacMahon slapped herself, unable to believe her own feelings. Siler MacMahon stood on the balcony, telling herself, "This is no time for nonsense." She slammed her hand on the railing, admonishing herself to sober up and worry about her own life first. Standing alone under the night sky, she was determined to survive her own sister, Loin MacMahon's assassination plot, and would begin acting as soon as she returned to the palace. Siler MacMahon's face hardened, her eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, she heard whispers nearby, and paused. Two nobles were gossiping, and one man recognized Princess Daphrin, wondering about her companion. The noble squinted into the distance, trying to identify the familiar face. He immediately remembered it was Jerome, a retainer of House Blizzard, while Siler MacMahon also vaguely recalled the face. The pair of nobles wondered why those two were secretly meeting at this hour. In another room, a servant frantically reported, "The princess has disappeared again." Two guards reported that the princess said she was going for a stroll, but they had searched the entire castle and couldn't find her anywhere. A scarred commander looked extremely vexed, muttering curses because this princess always made him worry. The commander ordered his subordinates to turn the entire castle upside down and to report immediately if she was found. In a secluded corner of the garden, a gazebo appeared under the moonlight. Whoosh! A figure landed. It was Princess Daphrin sitting alone on a stone bench. Princess Daphrin sighed, her face weary with everything around her. In a flashback, King Laird II ordered her to accompany Count Anos to the Drake Kingdom as an envoy. Daphrin secretly thought that if it weren't for her brother's command, she would have no reason to come to this place. She sighed in exasperation, wishing only to escape from here immediately. Suddenly, Daphrin tensed up, startled as a figure unexpectedly appeared before her. Daphrin flinched, shouting, "Who's there?" As a shadowy figure suddenly appeared, quickly raising a hand in apology. The shadowy figure revealed himself to be Jerome. He explained, "I didn't think anyone would be here at this hour." Princess Daphrin stared in surprise at the strange man who had just appeared. Daphrin regained her composure, clearing her throat. "No need to apologize, I was just a little startled," she said, then secretly thought, "This man is quite handsome." Jerome politely placed a hand on his chest. "My apologies, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Jerome, in service to Viscount Blizzard." The princess smiled in response. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Jerome. I am Daphrin Laird." Jerome grinned, repeating the name with admiration. Daphrin. What a beautiful name. Suddenly, a thought struck Jerome, and he froze. Wait. Daphrin Laird? An image of the princess, renowned across the continent for her exquisite beauty from the Hazen Kingdom, flashed in his mind. Thud! Jerome immediately prostrated himself on the ground, frantically begging for forgiveness for his disrespect. But Daphrin indifferently said, it was fine. He hastily stood up, asking to be excused immediately so as not to disturb the princess. However, a calculating glint flashed in Jerome's eyes as he glanced at her. He realized that, for some reason, the beautiful princess's face carried a hint of sadness. Jerome changed his mind, turning back to ask hesitantly, Excuse me, may I stay here for a little while? Which surprised Daphrin. He began his move, smiling charmingly amidst an illusion of lilies. I'm waiting for my lord. He has already gone to the party. This romantic offensive was too effective. Daphrin blushed crimson, quickly covering her face in embarrassment. She awkwardly scratched her head, finally mumbling her agreement. All right. As you wish. Night fell, and the bright moonlight illuminated the quiet garden. Under the lantern light, Jerome began to vent, complaining about his boss. He causes trouble, and I have to clean it up. The two were now sitting on a stone bench, and Jerome continued to lament. Honestly, just being near him makes me want to run away. Which made Daphrin burst out laughing. Jerome snapped back to reality, realizing he had been rambling too much. But Princess Daphrin laughed and said his story was quite interesting. Jerome boldly asked directly, Princess, why do you wish to escape the party? Princess Daphrin lowered her head, a hint of sadness on her face, hesitating, unsure how to answer. It turned out she was fleeing because her older brother, King Laird II, was forcing her into an arranged marriage, and she didn't want her life to be turned into a political pawn. Jerome listened in silence, his eyes filled with contemplation at the princess's tragic story. Daphrin quickly waved her hand, realizing she had just unburdened herself with too heavy a secret. Oh, I spoke out of turn. It's just that you're so easy to talk to. Jerome immediately denied it, feigning embarrassment but actually making his move. Not at all. I was just thinking about how I could help the princess. He smiled confidently, declaring that he would bet all his mana to help the princess escape this predicament. Jerome's promise was like an arrow of love shot straight into Princess Daphrin's heart, making her blush, her heart pounding. She was so flustered she couldn't look him in the eye, stammering her thanks and realizing that if he was betting mana, he must be a mage. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps and a loud cry of, Princess, shattering the romantic atmosphere. Princess Daphrin flinched, a hint of panic on her face as she realized someone was looking for her. A tall figure strode forward, exuding an overwhelming aura. It was Count Anos and his guards. Anos approached the princess, informing her that he had been looking for her for quite some time. Anos's knife-sharp gaze swept over Jerome, scrutinizing him. And who is this man? Jerome calmly replied, claiming to be just a minor mage passing by, while Daphrin secretly thought, this is the great swordsman Anos from the rumors. Seeing that the princess guards had arrived, Jerome politely bowed. Then, if you'll excuse me, Princess Daphrin only managed to call out Jerome, as he turned and walked away. As Jerome turned away, Anos's eye flashed with a red light, a sign that this great swordsman was far from simple. Under the streetlights and the star-filled night sky, Jerome and Princess Daphrin stood silently, looking at each other, a quiet moment full of unspoken meaning. Count Anos's crimson eyes twitched slightly, his killing intent undisguised. Jerome von Karajuin turned to Princess Daphrin, beginning his proposition. Princess, do you know? After everything is over, he concluded with a chilling statement. His Majesty has promised to hold a grand engagement ceremony for us. Princess Daphrin froze, completely shocked by the earth-shattering news. Count Anos sneered, interrupting with a condescending tone. Therefore, it's time for the princess to open her heart to me. Princess Daphrin was furious, her eyes flashing, unable to believe her brother would decide such an important matter without a word. An enigmatic blindfolded woman accompanying Count Anos spoke. I'll go inside first. Jerome von Karajuin could only watch them leave, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. He muttered, confirming his suspicion. Just as expected, the arranged marriage partner is Anos. Count Anos and the blindfolded woman faded into the darkness, leaving Jerome alone. Jerome's gaze sharpened, tracking every movement of the two. 3 days later, the image of the blindfolded woman appeared, seemingly in a flashback. Her voice echoed in someone's mind. At this hour, she smiled, her hand gently touching her ear. Let's meet again. Jerome von Karajuin snapped his head up, as if he had just received an invisible message. The scene of Count Anos and the blindfolded woman leaving appeared. confirming Jerome's thoughts. A magnificent, splendid castle glowed brightly with lights in the night, preparing for a grand feast. Inside the banquet hall, Princess Ashilda appeared amidst the crowd of nobles, looking rather awkward. She descended the stairs, becoming the center of all attention. Princess Ashilda sighed, lamenting to herself. Dealing with these people is always exhausting. I'm a bit worn out. Seal Mudok extended his hand, directly inviting the blushing Princess Ashilda. Would you care to dance with me? With his domineering aura and handsome face, Seal Mudok confidently awaited her answer. Princess Ashilda smiled faintly, a smile full of surprise and interest. She gently placed her hand in Seal Mudok's, accepting the invitation. Of course, the two became the center of the ball, gliding across the dance floor under the gaze of all the guests. From the upper balcony, King Tomilova III and the royal advisor watched every beat. The king remarked, "Those two look quite close," and the royal advisor agreed with a serious expression. King Tomilova III narrowed his eyes, clearly having his own calculations in mind. He noticed Princess Ashilda's radiant smile, a smile he admitted he hadn't seen in a long time. Amidst the opulent atmosphere of the banquet hall, the king decided to ask the royal advisor directly, "Do you think Ashilda has feelings for Blizzard?" The question made the royal advisor ponder. The royal advisor showed disdain, believing that Baron Blizzard, despite his recent minor fame, was still insignificant. He asserted that a commoner like Seol Mudok had no chance of wooing the princess. It was unthinkable. In his eyes, Seol Mudok was merely a brute, incapable of understanding the complex web of noble interests. King Tomilova III nodded. "I suppose you're right," but the image of the couple dancing intimately was clearly reflected in the king's pupils. Dancing with the princess, Seol Mudok reminded himself not to harbor any vain hopes. The scene shifted to a deserted street in another town, the atmosphere completely silent. Edmund Roll, standing on the ground, looked up in horror as a giant wyvern swooped down with a sky-shattering roar. Seol Mudok, now in a neat black outfit, sat on Lilith's back and greeted. "How have you been, Edmund?" Edmund Roll's eyes welled up, muttering swordmaster as he saw his benefactor. Seol Mudok casually asked, arms crossed, "How's business lately?" Edmund Roll puffed out his chest, boasting that thanks to the swordmaster, his merchant guild was now #1 in the kingdom, with money flowing in like water. Seol Mudok invited the old man inside to talk, as Lilith's colossal shadow enveloped the entire street. In the luxurious living room, Seol Mudok confirmed that the rumors of his victory and becoming a baron were true, admitting that quite a lot had happened. Seol Mudok got straight to the point. "Edmund, I'm here to ask you for a favor." The old merchant immediately replied that anything for the swordmaster was fine. Seol Mudok coldly declared, "I need a mansion." Edmund Roll was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Seol Mudok emphasized his request. "That's right, and it must make Duke Icarus Mansion look like a tent in terms of grandeur and splendor." Edmund Roll immediately understood his intention, his eyes sharpening. "Understood. I will prepare it as quickly as possible," he thought to himself. Finally, he's making a move. He recalled how his Roll Merchant Guild had been ruined by Akasa and Duke Icarus, clenching his fists with determination. It's time for revenge. Edmund Roll placed his full trust in Seol Mudok, believing he would crush the Icarus family and rise even higher, while his own task was simply to ensure the ATM never ran out of money. Suddenly, Edmund Roll noticed something unusual. He wondered, "But where are your swordmaster subordinates? Why did you come alone? You're a baron now." Seol Mudok merely smirked mysteriously. "I've assigned them a special mission." Scene change. Jerome von Keruen, disguised in a hooded cloak, sat quietly by the window. In a noisy tavern, Jerome sat alone in a corner, separated from the crowd. He received the order, "Find the mastermind behind the Miller family massacre for me, Jerome." He grumbled in annoyance, thinking he wasn't a servant to do such trivial tasks. Jerome let out a sigh, clearly not pleased with the assigned task. He suddenly thought of Princess Daphne, wondering if she was all right, and why she had arranged to meet him in 3 days. A voice from behind startled Jerome. "What? I thought he was missing. He's still alive?" A man with tied-back black hair appeared, patted Jerome's shoulder, and smirked. "Long time no see, Jerome." Jerome exclaimed his name in surprise. "Leon." Leon smirked at Jerome. "I'm still quite handsome, and I don't want to die yet, don't you think?" Jerome merely replied, "Haha, you're back, but your prince complex hasn't gotten any better, has it?" Without further ado, Leon sat down at the table and asked directly, "So, what kind of information do you need here?" Thud. Jerome threw a heavy bag onto the table, glittering with gold, silver, and jewels inside. Leon frowned, thinking the amount was too generous for a simple background check. but Jerome casually said he was just a hired hand himself. Leon narrowed his eyes, a knowing smile on his face. Who's the target? Jerome was silent for a moment, the atmosphere growing tense. Finally, Jerome uttered the name, Miller Kramer. Immediately, the smile vanished from Leon's face. Leon shot up, his face paling. No wonder the payment is so generous. Someone really wants me dead. He warned Jerome. Don't you know that everyone involved in the Kramer family case has disappeared? Leon made his stance clear. He didn't want to get involved in this death trap. Forget about this case. Jerome coldly grabbed the money bag, as if to withdraw the offer. But then he made an offer that couldn't be refused. If you bring the information back here, I'll pay double. Leon froze, clearly swayed by the enormous sum of money. He reassured himself, muttering that it had been over 10 years, so perhaps it was safe now. Leon turned and walked away, throwing back a line. Wait a minute. Jerome could only sweat profusely as he watched the information broker boss's back. Now alone, Jerome mused. What the hell happened to the Kramer family? Even Leon, the head of the information guild, turned pale with fear. The mage's eyes sharpened, realizing he had gotten involved in something far more terrifying than he imagined. A gruesome image appeared, an ancient mansion engulfed in a stormy night, lightning tearing across the sky, and in front of it, a shield bearing a family crest. The scene shifted to daytime, still the same mansion, and Jerome resolved, let's get straight to the point. Edmund Roll began to recount the old story, revealing that the Kramer family was a noble house of counts. Miller was the second son of Count Kramer, a highly prestigious family in the kingdom. An old man in someone's recollection turned pale upon hearing the name Kramer. 10 years ago, the entire family was poisoned, collapsing dead right at the banquet table. Jerome von Keruen, who was listening, shivered upon learning that only Miller had miraculously survived. Jerome asked Seol Mudok directly, So, have you found the culprit? And received the answer, Yes, the culprit is. The perpetrator's image appeared, an arrogant noble with spiky blonde hair, none other than Baron Gideon. But Seol Mudok immediately poured cold water on that, asserting that Baron Gideon was not the true mastermind. Gideon was merely a puppet, a small fry being manipulated. Edmund Roll, his eyes burning with hatred, growled. The one who ordered the poisoning was someone else. The night sky with 3 blood moons heralded an impending bloody purge. Miller, his hands wrapped in bandages, gripped the purple crystal dagger tightly, vengeful blood oozing from the cut. Blood splattered, and the night of vengeance officially began. In his assassin's attire, Miller declared firmly, Today, I will kill Baron Gideon and complete my revenge. No sooner had he finished speaking than Miller, completely cloaked, was blocked by Seol Mudok. Seol Mudok questioned Miller, Jerome von Keruen, and Edmund Roll's group. What are you all doing at this hour? Edmund Roll looked at Miller, whose true face was now revealed, and said emotionally, Young master, you've grown so much. I met you when you were just a tiny child. He introduced himself as Edmund of the Roll Merchant Guild, an organization once sponsored by Count Kramer. Edmund laid out the cards, revealing the truth about that fateful day. The one who carried out the poisoning was indeed Baron Gideon, but the one who ordered the assassination of the entire Kramer family was Duke Icarus. The image of Sergio von Icarus appeared like a demon. Miller couldn't believe his ears, stammering, What? No way. What would Icarus gain by annihilating the Kramer family? Edmund Roll coldly revealed, The Akasa Merchant Guild, the largest guild in the Drake Kingdom. Its true backer is Duke Icarus. Miller's eyes flashed crimson as the truth slowly came to light. If that's the case then, Edmund affirmed firmly, Exactly. To expand the Akasa Guild, Icarus wiped out both the flourishing Roll Guild and the Kramer family. Thump. Miller's knees buckled. The shock was too great for him to stand steady. He clutched his head, grinding his teeth as he realized the bitter truth. So, I've been working for the one who killed my entire family? Miller let out a wild, utterly bitter laugh. Bang, bang, bang. He furiously punched and kicked the wooden wall, venting his rage in vain. Jerome von Keruen and Edmund Roll could only stare dumbfounded at the scene, while Seol Mudok maintained an impassive expression. After a while of venting his anger, Miller exhaled sharply, trying to regain his composure. He turned to leave, but Seol Mudok immediately spoke up to stop him. Where are you going, Miller? Miller replied curtly, his voice filled with murderous intent. I'm going to kill Icarus. Seol Mudok analyzed bluntly. With your current skill level, you cannot kill Icarus, a sword master. I don't care, Miller roared, his reason completely clouded by hatred. Seol Mudok narrowed his eyes, warning, Miller, don't you realize your actions right now are far from wise? Miller lunged forward, murderous intent erupting. So what? Are you going to stop me too? Seol Mudok extended his hand, and ice-blue internal energy began to gather. Very well then. Jerome von Keruyen and Edmund Roll cried out in alarm. Lord, Sir Demonic Swordmaster. Seol Mudok stood tall, a domineering aura radiating from him, challenging. If you're so determined to go, then defeat me first. Miller took a stance, the purple crystal dagger in his hand glowing brightly, accepting the challenge. If that's what must be done, I will not back down. Miller, engulfed in a thick purple killing intent, charged straight at Seol Mudok like a moth to a flame. Whoosh! The purple crystal dagger flashed, aiming straight for a vital point, while Seol Mudok stood still, his icy gaze observing. Clang! Miller unleashed a series of lightning-fast attacks, but Seol Mudok easily dodged and countered with a bone-chilling surge of energy. Seol Mudok glided past Miller like a ghost. The assassin's speed seemed like a joke before the Grand Master. Miller's attacks, though insidious and the result of countless days of arduous training, aimed directly at vital points with minimal movement. But skill was something that couldn't be compensated for. Seol Mudok gently raised 2 fingers, blocking all efforts. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Seol Mudok used his finger techniques to continuously strike Miller's pressure points at invisible speed. Gulp! Miller froze, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his body rigid from being locked down. Thud! The assassin collapsed to the ground. Seol Mudok coldly declared, I've struck your vital points. You won't be able to move for half a day. Seol Mudok narrowed his eyes, clearly disappointed by Miller's impulsiveness. Miller lay sprawled on the floor, his entire body paralyzed, but his eyes were filled with astonishment and unwillingness. Suddenly, Miller's fingers twitched. He was trying to channel his internal energy to unlock the sealed pressure points. Miller's eyes widened as he poured all his strength into breaking the seal, drawing Seol Mudok's attention. Seol Mudok looked surprised, muttering, I never taught you to use your thumb like that. How the hell did you do it? Miller gritted his teeth, his voice full of resentment. Didn't you just demonstrate it for me? Seol Mudok froze, realizing a crazy truth. You copied what you saw instantly, after just one time? This isn't over yet, Miller growled, trying to force himself up with iron will. Thump! But his body had reached its limit. He collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Seol Mudok silently observed the stubborn assassin, his eyes unreadable as he pondered something. He turned and called the old man watching the scene. Edmund. The old butler flinched, his voice trembling. Yes? Seol Mudok ordered. Take the unconscious Miller to his room. Tell him to come find me when he wakes up. Old butler Edmund Roll fretted, asking if he would punish the young master. Seol Mudok smirked, declaring coolly, No. From tomorrow I will personally teach him about vital points. Old butler Edmund Roll froze, while Seol Mudok asserted that his judgment of people had never been wrong. In Seol Mudok's eyes, Miller was a rough gem with innate talent. If polished correctly, he would become a top-tier assassin. No sooner had he finished saying that the road ahead was long, than a device on him suddenly lit up and chimed. The communication device kept flashing, leaving both Edmund Roell and Jerome von Keruyen bewildered. Seol Mudok surprisingly pulled out the device, wondering, what's going on? He picked up the communication crystal. A faint voice emanated, and Seol Mudok immediately recognized it as Ashilda. Princess Ashilda was huddled in a dark corner, her voice trembling as she pleaded through the device, Please save me. It's so cold here. Seol Mudok's expression changed. He roared into the crystal. Ashilda, where are you? Before Edmund Roell and Jerome von Keruyen could even comprehend what was happening, Seol Mudok erupted with aura, shooting away like a bolt of lightning. Crash! He shattered the window, soaring into the night sky, speeding across the rooftops. Seol Mudok's eyes flashed with a deadly light, as he snarled a promise. Just you wait. Meanwhile, Princess Ashilda grew weaker, her breath forming thin wisps of smoke in the frigid air. The 2 subordinates could only stare after their master's vanishing figure, utterly astonished. Seol Mudok wasted no time, using his peak-level Lightfoot technique to glide through the city. Thump! Seol Mudok landed on a rooftop, his movements decisive and powerful. He gritted his teeth, desperately scanning his surroundings. Damn it! Ashilda, where in the world are you? He suddenly recalled Princess Ashilda's words. Even though it wasn't cold that day, she still complained of being cold. A crucial clue had just flashed in his mind. Seol Mudok finalized the plan. If that's the case, then the coldest place around here. His eyes flashed, his mind's eye activated, scanning the entire city like a living radar, searching for the strongest source of cold energy. Bingo! He locked onto a secluded warehouse, found it. Without a moment's hesitation, Seol Mudok kicked open the wooden door, roaring, Ashilda! The sight inside stunned him, his pupils contracting in shock. Princess Ashilda was huddled on the floor, her entire body trembling from the bitter cold, on the verge of collapse. After rescuing her, Seol Mudok questioned, Princess, how did you get trapped in there? Princess Ashilda weakly explained that she had gone in to check on the ice dragon egg when the door accidentally slammed shut and locked itself. Seol Mudok snapped, pointing at the egg tray enchanted with magic to maintain low temperatures. I told you, how could you be so careless? Princess Ashilda bowed her head in apology, but then looked up with gratitude. I apologize, my lord. But thanks to the communication stone, you came to save me, didn't you? Seol Mudok was speechless, only able to let out a weary sigh at her naivety. He suddenly pulled Princess Ashilda into his arms, making her gasp. Viscount? Seol Mudok held her tightly, his voice deepening with a haunting tone. Never again. Memories of losing Huon flooded back, and he vowed never to let that tragedy repeat. Princess Ashilda was stunned for a moment, her face flushing at his sudden action. Then she slowly closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around him, finding absolute safety in Seol Mudok's embrace. After a moment of silence, they both turned to look at the ice dragon egg, which was radiating cold energy and beginning to show cracks. They stood silently observing, the atmosphere a little awkward after their embrace. The icy eggshell shattered into small pieces, revealing the creature within. Pop! A baby ice dragon had just hatched, lifting its head to let out a tiny cry. Seol Mudok instructed Princess Ashilda. Princess, wipe the slime off the ice dragon. It will recognize you as its mother. Though a little embarrassed, Ashilda complied, exclaiming in surprise as she felt the baby ice dragon's soft fur. She anxiously asked Seol Mudok if the imprinting would be successful, but he merely told her coldly to try greeting it. Princess Ashilda hesitantly offered a greeting, and the baby ice dragon immediately responded in a friendly manner. The baby ice dragon stretched up, nuzzling its head affectionately against Ashilda's chest. It let out a joyful cry, its eyes squinting in pure delight as she embraced it. Princess Ashilda couldn't hide her excitement, hugging the tiny creature tightly and exclaiming, It's so cute. Seol Mudok observed and then stated concisely, It appears to be female, surprising Ashilda. He calmly explained that one could distinguish an ice dragon's gender by its vent, just like a chick. Seol Mudok smiled with relief, instructing her to raise it well from now on. Ashilda joyfully hugged the ice dragon, promising to raise it to be strong and beautiful. The two stood in the shadows of the warehouse, discussing names for the new creature. Seol Mudok told her to decide herself. Seol Mudok stood by the window, looking out at the scenery, seemingly contemplating something. The scene shifted to after the king's birthday party, at a magnificent, snow-covered royal castle. In the majestic great hall, a herald's voice echoed, Viscount Blizzard, please step forward. The official investiture ceremony was held, and Seol Mudok strode confidently towards the throne. He knelt on one knee before the king, and the ceremony concluded with Seol Mudok officially receiving the title of Viscount. Immediately after, the royal council was convened, an important meeting attended by all the nobles in the kingdom. All the nobles were present in the meeting room, the atmosphere extremely solemn. King Tomalova III sat in the presiding chair, announcing the first agenda item was the election of members for the small council, and requesting nominations from everyone. A hand was raised decisively in the middle of the meeting room. Sergio von Icarus, the old fox, spoke, I nominate Duke Icarus. Immediately, another hand was raised. Another noble spoke, nominating Count Slave. Seol Mudok watched, a glint in his eyes, thinking the atmosphere was as tense as a taut string, clearly discerning the two factions of Icarus and the king. He crossed his arms, telling himself that as a mere Viscount, he certainly wouldn't be nominated. Suddenly, a voice rang out, nominating Viscount Blizzard, making Seol Mudok's eyes widen. Not just Seol Mudok, but all the other nobles, from the spiky-haired man to the blindfolded noble, spun around to look, utterly shocked. The entire royal council meeting room buzzed, all eyes fixed on the person who had just spoken. The nominator was none other than Sergio von Icarus, who declared that Seol Mudok had proven his capabilities and was fully deserving of a seat on the small council. The blindfolded noble spoke up, asking if anyone dared to object. Cornered, Seol Mudok could only hesitate and agree. Sergio von Icarus smirked, nodding in approval, completing his act. King Tomalova III sat on his throne, silently and meaningfully. Princess Ashilda frowned, realizing the sinister plot. They sent him to the north, and now they're nominating him for the council. What exactly are they planning? Sergio von Icarus and Seol Mudok faced each other, the Duke declaring that the decision had been unanimously approved. In his thoughts, Sergio sneered, congratulating Seol Mudok on entering the court, while revealing the trap. The small council meets weekly, and members are not permitted to leave the kingdom. He smugly thought that with his countless eyes and ears here, Seol Mudok would have no chance to build influence beyond his control. Seol Mudok was now like prey caught in a spider's web. The more he struggled, the tighter the threads around his neck would become. From outside, Princess Ashilda stood in the room, her eyes filled with worry. Princess Ashilda grabbed Seol Mudok's sleeve, thinking she had signaled him to come to her private room after the meeting. She panicked, fearing that this dense fellow wouldn't recognize her signal. But no, Seol Mudok was already there, perched casually on the steps with the air of a big shot, leaving Ashilda stunned. He stood up, approached, and got straight to the point. "What do you want to talk about, Ashilda?" Ashilda didn't beat around the bush, immediately questioning, "Why did Duke Icarus nominate you for the small council?" Seol Mudok nonchalantly replied, "I don't know," then asked if she had any guesses. Ashilda admitted she wasn't sure, but asserted that someone like Icarus never did anything without a purpose. She recalled the Duke's dark past, how he had openly sent assassins to kill the king, and exiled Seol Mudok to the distant north. Ashilda stated firmly, "He's definitely plotting something behind your back." She warned Seol Mudok to be careful of someone as unscrupulous as Icarus, but also added that this way, she could see him more often. Seol Mudok simply called her name calmly, Ashilda. He reassured her with a firm statement, saying that this time, as always, he would handle it himself, so there was no need to worry. Ashilda was dumbfounded by his absolute confidence. Seol Mudok smirked, a smile of someone who held everything in his grasp. Knock knock. A sudden knock echoed, an attendant asking permission to see the princess. Ashilda flinched, quickly signaling Seol Mudok to hide immediately. Whoosh! Seol Mudok vanished without a trace, leaving Ashilda alone by the wide-open window. The balcony door swung open, letting the wind into the room. The scene shifted to 10 days prior. At a pavilion, a voice rang out. Huh? Run away? Man with glasses, A, was trying to persuade blonde woman A to run away. Anywhere. Despite the woman looking utterly confused, Princess Daphrin, with sparkling eyes, pleaded, "Can you take me somewhere? No one will recognize me." Jerome von Karajan flatly refused, citing that he was a vassal of Lord Carolyn, and such an act could ignite a war. Doused with cold water, Princess Daphrin questioned the mage. So, was that oath just a lie? She reiterated the old promise, when Jerome von Karajan had once sworn on his own mana that he would help her. Princess Daphrin recounted her confined life, how this was the first time she had left the kingdom, the first time she had spoken to an outsider. She bitterly recalled being confined to her room like a doll by her own brother, King Laird II, after their father's death. Even the political marriage to Count Anos was a tragedy, as he was nothing more than a loyal dog of the king. Both of those men looked at her with lifeless eyes, treating her as nothing more than a tool. She smiled sadly, asserting that Jerome von Karajan was the only one who didn't treat her that way. Jerome von Karajan was stunned, unsure how to respond to this unexpected confession. Seeing his attitude, Princess Daphrin stood up, admitting she had been too naive to believe that promise, and apologized for troubling him. A tear rolled down her cheek as she turned her back, bidding farewell, preparing to leave in despair. Jerome von Karajan clenched his fist, his inner turmoil raging fiercely. He hastily called her back. "Princess." "Wait," the mage stammered, trying to weakly refuse. "Actually, wait, it seems I can't." But then he contradicted himself. "No, maybe I can?" Ultimately, reason prevailed, and he faltered again. "No, I truly cannot, Princess." Losing patience with his hesitant tirade, Princess Daphrin snapped her fingers, her eyes sharp. "No." Without another word, she spun around and strode decisively towards the stunned mage. Princess Daphrin grabbed Jerome von Karajan's collar, pulling his face close, completely taking the initiative. Princess Daphrin snapped, her green eyes blazing, pressing her face close to Jerome von Karajan's. "Just say if you'll do it or not." Overwhelmed by her aura, Jerome von Karajan broke out in a cold sweat, hastily agreeing, "I'll do it." His mind was reeling, shocked that the prey had just turned into the hunter. Princess Daphrin's sharp eyes softened, and she closed them contentedly, having achieved her goal. Princess Daphrin stepped back, smiling her thanks. "Thank you very much, Sir Jerome." Jerome von Karajan, still slightly trembling, reluctantly accepted. "I will tell you the location." 10 days later, at a tavern east of the castle's main gate, Princess Daphrin promised to wait on the 3rd floor of the Russian Blue until sunset. She instructed thoroughly, her voice full of authority. "No one must know about this, and today, let's pretend we never spoke or met." Jerome von Karajan could only nod in compliance. I understand. See you then. After Princess Daphrin left, Jerome von Karajan clutched his head, his face weary and stressed by the life-or-death gamble he had just entered. In the office, Seol Mudak was working when a knock came at the door. He coldly permitted, "Enter." Seol Mudak looked up from his pile of papers, his razor-sharp gaze asking curtly, "What is it?" Jerome von Karajan entered, stammering his explanation. "I was planning to go to Totesi for an inspection." Seol Mudak narrowed his eyes and asked, "Alone?" Jerome von Karajan hastily explained, citing the need to check if Volmer was managing well, the image of the assassin appearing in his mind. Seol Mudak seemed indifferent, stating coolly, "All right, go ahead. I'll follow after the meeting." Hearing his boss insist on coming along, Jerome von Karajan flinched, hastily waving his hands in refusal. "No, it takes more than 5 days by horse. You won't make it to the small council." While he was awkwardly hiding his hands behind his back, Seol Mudak calmly exposed the lie. "Riding a wyvern only takes 1 day. What nonsense are you talking about?" Caught red-handed, Jerome von Karajan could only scratch his head and force a laugh, sweat pouring down. "Ah, haha, that's right, a wyvern. I completely forgot, haha." Seol Mudak looked directly at his subordinate, his tone unchanged but full of weight. "Jerome, is something wrong? You've seemed distracted all week." Jerome von Karajan jumped, stammering denials. "Me? Impossible." Seol Mudak simply remained silent, his sharp gaze saying it all falsehoods were a joke before a hegemon. Finally, Seol Mudak stood up, deciding, "Then I'm entrusting Totusi to you." Jerome von Karajan could only bow his head in assent, his heart pounding. Jerome von Karajan decisively opened a room, a dry click echoing. He looked out the window, his gaze distant, muttering, "Tomorrow has finally arrived." He sighed, chastising himself for embarking on a crazy gamble he should have refused. In his mind, the image of Princess Daphrin weeping in despair appeared as a reminder. Wiping away a tear, Jerome clenched his fist, his eyes filled with steely resolve, with no way out. The next morning, at the magnificent royal palace, an important meeting was about to take place. Inside, King Tomalova III and Princess Ashilda were heading towards the council meeting room. Princess Ashilda couldn't help but worry, wondering what Duke Icarus was plotting by inviting the Viscount here. She tried to reassure herself that Seol Mudak had said he would handle everything, then placed her hand on the door. 2 lion knights guarded the door, and a voice announced, "His Majesty and Princess Ashilda have arrived." King Tomalova III and Princess Ashilda entered the meeting room together with a regal aura, but as soon as she stepped in, Princess Ashilda froze, her steps abruptly halting. The reason? Seol Mudak was already sitting there calmly, his sharp gaze fixed forward as if it were his own home. Princess Ashilda's worried expression immediately softened, replaced by a relieved and trusting smile. The royal herald declared the meeting open, and the first issue raised once again concerned Duke Icarus. Sergio von Icarus stood up, solemnly addressing His Majesty, the princess, and all the nobles present. The entire hall fell silent, all members of the royal council focusing their attention on him. And then the cunning old man played his trump card, his purple eyes flashing. "The matter I bring today concerns the princess's marriage." King Tomalova III's eyes widened, completely taken aback and unable to hide his anger at the brazen proposal. Amidst the chaos, only Seol Mudak maintained a stone-cold expression, calmly observing the political drama about to unfold. Princess Ashilda froze, her eyes wide with horror at the brazen proposal. The entire royal council meeting room was plunged into a deathly silence. "My marriage?" Princess Ashilda slammed the table and shot up, shouting, "Duke Icarus, what in the world are you talking about?" Sergio von Icarus maintained a calm expression, bowing falsely. "Forgive me if my proposal startled the princess, but you are already 20 this year." He continued his venomous speech, pointing the spearhead at Princess Ashilda. "Yet not only are you unmarried, you don't even have a fiancé. This is unprecedented in the royal family." With eyes sharp as knives, Sergio von Icarus delivered the finishing blow. "If this continues, the royal bloodline could be severed. Therefore, I officially propose to expedite the princess's wedding." A noble from the king's faction sprang up, pointing directly at him. "Duke Icarus, how dare you be so insolent? Do you have no respect left?" Icarus's faction immediately retorted, an arrogant young noble arguing back. "Watch your words. The duke is only concerned for the future of the kingdom. Are you not?" Princess Ashilda bit her lip, her face darkening as she watched the nobles turn the meeting room into a chaotic marketplace. The royal herald repeatedly slammed his gavel on the table, shouting, "Silence! Everyone, silence!" But before he could strike again, Princess Ashilda snatched the gavel from his hand. Bang! She slammed it down with a mighty blow, silencing all the noise with a decisive action. The wooden gavel lay haphazardly on the table after the powerful strike. Princess Ashilda coldly returned the gavel to the stunned royal herald. My apologies. Please continue the meeting. She turned to look at her father, her eyes full of expectation. Father, why aren't you saying anything? King Tomalova III looked weary, merely waving his hand helplessly. Sit down, Ashilda. Princess Ashilda questioned in despair. Are you agreeing with what he said? You promised I could choose my own fiancé. King Tomalova III growled, crushing all his daughter's hopes. Royal descendants must accept their fate. Stop speaking such foolish words. Crack. Hearing the cruel reply, something inside Princess Ashilda shattered. Despite pleas that the meeting was still in session, Princess Ashilda turned and walked away, leaving behind the betrayal and the rotten political arena. Click. The door to Princess Ashilda's room creaked open. Bang! A loud noise made Seol Mudok, who was sitting in the room, look up, his eyes sharp. In her private room, Princess Ashilda lay sprawled out, desperately asking her maid, Lenshia, what should I do now? She covered her face with her hands, only one name swirling in her mind. The only one I like is Viscount Blizzard. Lenshia quickly took her hand to comfort her. Nothing has been decided yet. Please don't jump to conclusions or give up. Princess Ashilda sprang up, snapping. Not decided? They clearly want me to marry Justin so he can inherit the throne. She analyzed the situation, realizing that Duke Icarus would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Suddenly, Ashilda had a reckless idea. What if I just tell everyone directly? The only one I will marry is Viscount Blizzard. Lenshia frantically tried to stop her. Wait, Your Highness. Please maintain your dignity. Dignity? Princess Ashilda exploded, unable to bear it for another second. Lenshia had to embrace her mistress, pleading, I understand your feelings, but if you act now, the entire kingdom will fall into chaos. Ashilda pulled away, shouting, Let me go, Lenshia. My mind is already a mess. What else matters? While struggling, she suddenly froze, yelling towards the door. You insolent wretch, what do you think you're doing? Seol Mudok stood tall at the door, his hand emitting a chilling aura, questioning an unfamiliar maid. Eavesdropping on the princess's room? Who sent you, spy? The unfamiliar maid turned pale with fear, kneeling on the ground and stammering her denial. A spy? Not at all. I was just cleaning the door. Princess Ashilda was stunned, and Seol Mudok explained concisely. I came to check on the princess, and I caught this person with her ear pressed against the door. Ashilda's gaze immediately turned icy, and she stared at the unfamiliar maid. The spy maid broke out in a cold sweat, hastily denying, No, that's not it at all. Ashilda narrowed her eyes, her voice hardening. You're new. Do you know this is my residence? The spy trembled, clasping her hands and fabricating a clumsy excuse. Please forgive me, Your Highness. I was only assigned to the Eastern Palace today, and I got lost because I'm unfamiliar with the way. Princess Ashilda crossed her arms, her sharp gaze warning. Never appear before me again. Next time, it won't be so easy. The spy maid bowed deeply, her voice trembling as she thanked for her life and swore never to come near again. The spy fled headlong, while Seol Mudok, Princess Ashilda, and Lenshia watched her go. Princess Ashilda turned and ordered her trusted maid. Lenshia, follow that maid. She leaned tiredly against Seol Mudok, explaining that punishing this pawn would be useless without knowing the mastermind. Seol Mudok directly asked if she suspected anyone, and Princess Ashilda replied concisely, Only one person. Her eyes flashed with hatred as she thought of the name, Duke Icarus. She revealed that the old fox had bribed almost all the nobles and servants in the palace, so no one dared to utter a word. Seol Mudok's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew this royal family was rotten, but he didn't expect it to be this corrupt. Princess Ashilda desperately asked him what to do, fearing she would be forced to marry Justin according to House Icarus's plan. Seol Mudok smirked confidently, reassuring her. Don't worry, Princess. I will speak directly with His Majesty. Princess Ashilda was surprised, unable to believe her ears. Do you have a plan? Standing by the window, Seol Mudok replied cryptically. A plan? Something just occurred to me. The scene shifts. A squad of city guards was thundering through the streets, shouting, That way. He can't have gone far. The guards were ordered to search the entire area, while a hooded blonde woman hid just behind the wall, her heart pounding. After the soldiers ran past, the blonde woman sighed in relief, sweat pouring from her due to the tension. She found a hiding place, but as soon as she entered, she collapsed onto a table from exhaustion. She clutched her head, sinking into despair and pain as terrible memories flooded back. In a flashback, the beautiful Princess Daphrin was shedding tears, saying a sorrowful farewell. Back in reality, the blonde woman looked out the window at dusk, sadly thinking, "It seems he won't come." Bang! The door burst open, and a blonde-haired girl in a hood rushed in, calling out Jerome von Kariuen's name while he was lost in thought. The girl panted, exhausted, asking if he had been waiting long. Jerome von Kariuen looked up, realizing the newcomer was Princess Daphrin. Hearing the commotion outside, Jerome von Kariuen hurriedly turned to look out the window. Outside, the city guards were shouting as they searched every building, determined not to let their target escape. Princess Daphrin frantically grabbed Jerome von Kariuen's arm, fearing they would both be caught if this continued. Jerome von Kariuen calmly extended his hand, gesturing for the princess to follow him. He led her to a corner of the room, confidently stating that he had prepared for this situation. Even if the soldiers broke in, it would be useless. Just then, the door was pounded on from outside, and the soldiers shouted, demanding the door be opened, knowing the princess was inside. The soldiers were right on their heels, Princess Daphrin's face drained of color. But Jerome von Kariuen calmly told her to hold on tight to him. Jerome von Kariuen pulled out a magic scroll and began chanting, while Princess Daphrin watched in astonishment. The scroll exploded in a brilliant blue magical lightning bolt, enveloping both of them. Just as the soldiers smashed through the door, Jerome von Kariuen activated the teleportation spell, shouting, "Let's go to Totus." The scene shifts to a magnificent castle. King Tomalova III was sitting in his study, grumbling irritably about the insolent brat. The king bitterly thought about how he, a monarch, was being manipulated by a noble like Sergio von Icarus, feeling ashamed before his ancestors. He suddenly recalled the pained expression of his daughter, Princess Ashilda, and began to regret taking his anger out on her. Clenching his fists until they trembled, King Tomalova III tormented himself, calling himself a pathetic father. Knock knock, a servant knocked, announcing that Viscount Blizzard had arrived for an audience, surprising the king. After a moment's thought, the king put down the paper he was reading and ordered him to be admitted. Seol Mudok, in his imposing white-haired form, casually walked in, bowing confidently. "Greetings, your majesty, father of the Drake Kingdom. Are you well?" King Tomalova III grumbled in response to Seol Mudok's greeting. "Peaceful? You know very well. I'm anything but peaceful." Seol Mudok got straight to the point, his voice full of sarcasm. "So, your majesty intends to hand over both the princess and the kingdom to Duke Icarus?" The king growled, his eyes flashing with fire. "Watch your tongue, Blizzard. Saving me doesn't mean ill. Overlook everything." Seol Mudok replied nonchalantly. "I have a solution," making King Tomalova III leap from his seat in shock. Seol Mudok gestured for the guards to leave so they could speak freely. The king waved his hand, ordering the soldiers to withdraw, indicating he was ready to hear the plan. Seol Mudok pulled up a chair opposite him, adopting a superior air, while the king impatiently asked what the solution was. Seol Mudok held out a scroll. "Your Majesty only needs to announce this document I've prepared as an official decree. If you do this, the marriage to Justin can be avoided," Seol Mudok asserted, leaving the king stunned. King Tomalova III quickly realized this was merely a delaying tactic. "But this will only buy us time. It won't solve the root of the problem," Seol Mudok admitted. Then his white eyes glowed dangerously. "I know, your Majesty. This is a trap." The scene shifts to the city of Totus, Jerome von Kariuen's residence. Jerome von Kariuen and Princess Daphrin had just arrived when Seol Mudok casually walked in. Seol Mudok's gaze immediately swept towards the girl hiding behind Jerome. He immediately recognized the familiar face. "You are." Princess Daphrin revealed her face, her eyes somewhat panicked as Seol Mudok called her name. Jerome von Kariuen hastily reassured him. "I will explain, my lord." Night fell, and the story had been recounted. After hearing Jerome present the entire situation, Seol Mudok sat in deep thought. Princess Daphrin bowed her head, her voice tired. "I don't want to trouble you. Please allow me to stay here." Jerome von Kariuen bowed, assuring that nothing would happen, and asking for the princess to stay. Seol Mudok remained silent, crossing his arms as he assessed the situation with a cold expression. Both Jerome von Kariuen and Princess Daphrin bowed their heads, waiting, thinking the plan had failed. "Just do it," Seol Mudok stated curtly, astonishing both of them. He lightly scratched his temple, nonchalantly declaring, "She can stay as long as she wants." Princess Daphrin looked up sharply, promising to repay him, but Seol Mudok calmly retorted, "No need. I'm not so poor that I have to collect a debt from a fleeing princess." Seol Mudok snapped his fingers, saying that since Jerome von Kariuen had risked his life, he couldn't heartlessly send her away. "Rest assured, your relationship will be kept a secret," he concluded, making both Jerome von Kariuen and Princess Daphrin blush furiously. Jerome von Karajan frantically protested, thinking Seol Mudak was being rude to the princess, but he merely smirked. Why get angry? Just admit it, Jerome. Jerome von Karajan was speechless, while Princess Daphrin could only look at him awkwardly. Seol Mudak ordered, Princess Daphrin, please step outside for a moment. I need to speak with Jerome privately. After the princess left, Jerome von Karajan immediately bowed, apologizing for making promises and bringing her here without permission. He offered to personally escort the princess back to the kingdom of Hazen, but Seol Mudak merely countered. Huh? Why? Jerome von Karajan snapped, explaining that if they were discovered harboring Princess Daphrin, war would break out immediately. Seol Mudak placed a hand on Jerome von Karajan's shoulder, decisively cutting him off. I'm not asking Jerome the vassal, Seol Mudak said with sharp eyes. I'm asking the man named Jerome. Is that truly what you want? Seol Mudak's question struck deep into Jerome von Karajan's heart, leaving him only able to bow his head, unable to answer. Suddenly, a rhombus-shaped communication device on the table vibrated and glowed. Seol Mudak picked up the device, and Edmund Roll's voice emanated from it. Edmund Roll appeared with an expression of extreme panic, delivering shocking news. Princess Daphrin of the Kingdom of Hazen has been kidnapped. Jerome von Karajan frantically reported to Seol Mudak that the entire kingdom was in an uproar because Count Inos had appealed to the king, but Seol Mudak remained silent. Seol Mudak calmly stated, I know, leaving Jerome von Karajan stunned, unable to understand how his boss knew such secret information. Just as he was about to disconnect, Edmund Roal on the other end hastily cried out, Wait, there's one more thing. Elsewhere, a crowd of townspeople gathered to read a proclamation. The king has officially announced the conditions for marrying Princess Ashilda. Edmund Roal stammered through the communication device, completely shocked when Seol Mudak calmly replied that he already knew about the marriage. Seol Mudak narrowed his eyes, showing annoyance at his subordinate's slowness, while Edmund Roal was in extreme panic. Without bothering to listen further, Seol Mudak coldly ended the call, ignoring Edmund Roal's faint cries. Jerome von Karajan confusedly asked what was happening. Seol Mudak merely replied nonchalantly, I'm just setting a trap for my prey. Leaning against the wall, Seol Mudak smirked confidently. Now, we wait for the fish to bite. Meanwhile, at the Icarus family mansion, Sergio von Icarus was reviewing a pile of documents, muttering about how his family had manipulated this kingdom for too long. Sergio von Icarus panted, tearing at his hair amidst a table full of documents, clearly cornered. Sergio von Icarus' murderous purple eyes clashed with Seol Mudak's icy blue eyes. A power struggle officially beginning. But that won't happen anymore. Outside the Icarus family mansion, a furious roar echoed. Damn it! Sergio von Icarus slammed the table and roared, enraged that the royal family dared to set conditions for marrying Princess Ashilda to a young noble who achieved merit within a year, without consulting him. A subordinate, while tidying documents, assessed the situation. Even a cornered rat will bite a cat. The subordinate reported that Justin wouldn't stand a chance without achieving merit. But Sergio von Icarus had another plan. Sergio von Icarus sneered maliciously, declaring that Justin didn't need to meet any conditions at all. He growled a cruel order, just eliminate everyone who meets the conditions. Upon hearing his master's cold-blooded command, the subordinate's pupils constricted in horror. He listed the first targets: John Slave, the eldest son of the Count Slave family, and Viscount Blizzard, who was Seol Mudak himself. Count Slave reported to Sergio von Icarus, I will send assassins to John Slave. What about Viscount Blizzard? He continued to offer advice, saying that he had just received extremely valuable confidential information. With this information, he smirked, asserting that he could corner both Viscount Blizzard and Princess Ashilda. Scene change. Sergio von Icarus strode confidently, preparing for his next move. This wicked old man already had a sinister plan in mind. At a luxurious building, an important meeting of the Royal Council was about to take place. The Royal Council began its meeting. The first issue raised was concerning the status of Viscount Blizzard, a newly rising officer. Count Slave, in his role as chairman, spoke up, asking if anyone had any brilliant ideas. He gestured, inviting Duke Icarus, the most powerful person present, to speak. Sergio von Icarus began his speech, acknowledging Viscount Blizzard's overwhelming strength and mentioning that the position of deputy commander of the Phoenix Knights was vacant. The cunning old man proposed appointing Viscount Blizzard to that position, his gaze fixed directly on Seol Mudak. This shocking proposal made Seol Mudak, who had been sitting silently, look up with a surprised expression. All the members of the Royal Council gaped, unable to believe their ears. The Phoenix Knights, led by Count Torion, were the strongest army in the kingdom. They were an elite army, recruiting members regardless of race or rank, accepting anyone with skill. Seol Mudok knew well that the old fox Icarus would never give him such a desirable position. There was definitely some conspiracy involving these Phoenix Knights. Nevertheless, Seol Mudok smiled and accepted. Thank you, Duke Icarus. I still have many shortcomings, but I will do my best to complete the mission. Sergio von Icarus chuckled inwardly, smugly thinking his prey had taken the bait. How modest. You'll do well. Afterward, Sergio von Icarus grinned again, telling the king that he had another matter to report. He asked King Tomalova III, Your Majesty, are you aware of the strange rumor that has been spreading throughout the castle recently, which surprised the king? Sergio von Icarus began his act, his eyes full of cunning as he recounted the story from last Monday evening. A week ago, he spread the rumor. Princess Ashilda and Viscount Blizzard, someone saw them leaving a warehouse together. The entire royal council was shaken, and King Tomalova III slammed his hand down on his chair in a fit of rage. Seol Mudok and a blindfolded noble sat opposite, silent before the impending political storm. Seol Mudok frowned, recalling the day he rescued Princess Ashilda from the cold storage warehouse and muttered, Damn it. Why was the princess stuck in there? King Tomalova III growled, his scrutinizing gaze fixed directly on Seol Mudok. Blizzard. Is that rumor true? Seol Mudok maintained a poker face, without a hint of expression. He calmly admitted, Your Majesty, it is true, which stunned the king. The entire meeting room immediately erupted in whispers about the unbelievable situation. A man and a woman alone in a warehouse at night. The king lost his patience and roared, Blizzard, explain everything at once. Seol Mudok began to recount the truth. That the princess had entered the warehouse that night to see the ice wyvern egg and gotten trapped, and he had simply been her rescuer. Sergio von Icarus immediately seized the opportunity, his tone full of challenge. Who can vouch for your words? The old fox continued to twist the truth, claiming that witnesses had seen the two embracing, while the actual scene was Seol Mudok, carrying an unconscious Princess Ashilda. Seol Mudok's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he warned, Duke Icarus, I hope you will stop insulting the princess and my honor. Nothing happened between her and me. Sergio von Icarus sneered, feigning sincerity. I truly want to believe Viscount Blizzard's words. He immediately changed his tune, standing beside the king and declaring, but mere words cannot convince everyone. Sergio continued to add fuel to the fire, painting a catastrophic picture if the rumors spread to other nations or if the people doubted the princess's purity. Crash! King Tomalova III clenched his hands on the armrest, veins bulging from anger and being manipulated. Shh! The king suddenly stood up, and the entire meeting room immediately fell silent in extreme tension. Creak! The throne chair groaned as the king left his seat, signaling that an important decision was about to be made. King Tomalova III stomped away in a rage, declaring the meeting over, leaving the royal advisor with a pale face. The king called out Blizzard, and Seol Mudok's eyes immediately flashed with a cold, intimidating blue light. Seol Mudok watched the king's retreating back, silently declaring, As long as you are in this castle, you cannot escape my sight. Creak! The meeting room door slowly closed under Seol Mudok's hand. Seol Mudok stood alone in the empty room, arms crossed, asserting absolute and eternal control. In a dark space, Princess Ashilda realized with a shock. This place. Is this the place I saw in my dream? She whispered, standing amidst the ruined landscape of her nightmare. Whoosh! A dark shadow darted past right in front of Princess Ashilda. She startled and turned around, asking in a panic, Wait, who are you? Whispering voices echoed from the darkness, murmuring about a woman who abandoned her parents to follow savages, even disparaging the pitiful chieftain. Princess Ashilda was bewildered, not understanding what those people were babbling about. She flinched as she realized those words were aimed at her. Countless pairs of bloodshot eyes glowed in the darkness, all fixed on her with malice. Two dark figures whispered to each other, recognizing her as the one from the warehouse that night, and hurled insults at the princess without any dignity. Filthy. Princess Ashilda was utterly terrified, covering her mouth and stammering, What? No, the Viscount and I are not like that. A shadowy hand from the illusion grabbed her shoulder, the word filthy cutting deep into her mind. Countless other hands lunged at her, and she screamed in panic, Let go! Don't come near me! Princess Ashilda struggled desperately, trying to escape the disgusting illusions that surrounded her. Distorted memories and slanderous accusations tortured her, making her tremble and collapse in the nightmare. Sweat and tears streamed down her face, and Princess Ashilda let out a desperate cry of, No! Princess Ashilda jolted awake, eyes wide with horror after being mentally tortured. She panted, slumped by the window, drenched in sweat. Her entire body was soaked with sweat, still reeling from the disgusting nightmare. Her trembling hands clutched each other, trying to calm herself down. She whispered the Viscount's name, her eyes still reflecting extreme fear. Meanwhile, a luxurious royal carriage was approaching a magnificent mansion under the cover of night. The carriage stopped right in front of the main entrance of the enormous mansion. Clack! The large doors were opened by two butlers, and dazzling light streamed out from within. A group of invited nobles looked up at the lavishly decorated ceiling, overwhelmed by the opulence. The main hall was brightly lit, filled with luxurious guests gathering. A pointy-eared noble named Pasway greeted Lord Arista, his voice full of astonishment. "Is this truly Viscount Blizzard's mansion?" Mr. Pasway continued to whisper, suggesting that this mansion originally belonged to the Croyan family, a topic everyone was discussing. The nobles began to speculate that this was merely a temporary reward from the royal family, for how could a mere Viscount afford a mansion that even Duke Icarus couldn't hope to acquire? Suddenly, an announcer stood before the main entrance, loudly proclaiming, "Viscount Blizzard is entering." A decisive footstep echoed, cutting through all the noise. The entire banquet hall immediately fell silent, all eyes fixed on the door. Seol Mudok appeared in his male form, with white hair and an overbearing aura, striding down the stairs like a king. He stood before the crowd, announcing that this party was to celebrate his promotion and his debut as a member of the State Council. Seol Mudok boldly asserted his position. "I am Lord Karaloon, Vice Commander of the Phoenix Knights, and the master of this mansion." He smirked, raised his wineglass, and his sharp gaze swept over all the frozen nobles. Seol Mudok smirked, raised his wineglass, and confidently declared, "I am Blizzard." His luxurious mansion glowed brightly in the night, a property that no petty noble could ever dream of. The noble guests still couldn't believe it, whispering about a commoner who had risen thanks to the backing of the Roll family. Seol Mudok thought it was indeed wise to entrust the task to Edmund Roll. Everything was perfectly arranged to display his influence. He knew well that whether they were royalists or nobles, all would have to change their attitude upon seeing this immense wealth. Seol Mudok took a sip of wine, affirming the truth of this world. Power, wealth, and status govern everything. A noble named Lord Rowain approached to greet him, appearing friendly but with words full of hidden meaning. "Thank you for the invitation, Viscount Blizzard." Lord Rowain immediately got to the point, casting a malicious glance. "But it seems the princess isn't here, is she?" He sneered sarcastically, deliberately provoking, "Oh, I wonder what happened yesterday that made her unwell." Seol Mudok's eyes visibly chilled, and his killing intent began to emerge. Lord Rowain continued to add fuel to the fire, directly asking about the rumors between him and the princess. The noble leaned forward, his face full of provocation. "Are those rumors true?" Crack! Seol Mudok clenched his fist, his internal energy erupting and making the surrounding air feel frozen. Suddenly, another burly noble, Baron Vincent, stepped forward to block the way, growling for Lord Rowain to retract his words. Baron Vincent glared, warning. "Insulting the princess is no different from slandering the Drake royal family." Lord Rowain and his companion turned pale, realizing they had touched a raw nerve. If word reached the king, it would mean certain death. The two nobles scurried away like dogs with their tails between their legs, muttering curses as they went, calling Seol Mudok nothing but a hanger-on of Duke Icarus. Baron Vincent turned back to reassure Seol Mudok, advising him not to bother with those petty nobodies. Seol Mudok thanked Baron Vincent, calmly admitting, "If it weren't for you, I might have lost my temper and shot them dead." Baron Vincent burst out laughing, thinking it was just a joke, but Seol Mudok was entirely serious. Baron Vincent stated firmly that, as a subject, he could not stand by and listen to others insult the princess. Seol Mudok merely listened in silence, his sharp eyes betraying no emotion. Seol Mudok began to inquire, wondering if any incidents had occurred in Baron Vincent's territory. Baron Vincent sighed, revealing that his territory had been under continuous monster attacks for months, suffering constant damage despite their defenses. Seol Mudok asked directly if he had sought help, but Baron Vincent could only give a bitter laugh, admitting that even the royal army was helpless against those monsters. The Baron showed responsibility, declaring that this was his territory's problem and he had to resolve it himself. Seol Mudok smirked, announcing that his first mission as vice commander of the Phoenix Knights had been decided. Baron Vincent was astonished to hear Seol Mudok declare that he would lead troops to quell the monster uprising in his territory. Seol Mudok's imposing aura radiated, with the illusion of a fiery phoenix emblem behind him, asserting his status as one in power. Baron Vincent bowed deeply, profusely thanking him, never expecting his kindness to be repaid with aid of national significance. Suddenly, a communication device on Seol Mudok's chest flashed, signaling an urgent message. Seol Mudok decisively took his leave, promising to meet Baron Vincent again when it was time to escape, then turned and departed, leaving the Baron bewildered. As he entered an empty corridor, Seol Mudok received a message via his communication device. "My lord, we have captured him." A hooded subordinate B reported that the first target, as expected, was the eldest son of the slave family. The subordinate indicated the detention location was the basement of an annex building behind the mansion. Seol Mudok descended the pitch-black stairs alone, holding a lamp, the air cold and deathly. In the basement, another masked subordinate B was guarding a person tightly bound to a chair, who was John Slave. Seol Mudok said nothing, walking over and tearing off John Slave's gag. John Slave slumped his head helplessly, his entire body paralyzed by a special technique Seol Mudok had taught his subordinates. Seol Mudok coldly asked if the poison sac had been removed, and the masked subordinate B confirmed that the target's suicide poison tooth had been extracted, leaving him no chance to die. Seol Mudok didn't bother with words, channeling his blazing red dark energy, preparing to shatter the prisoner's will. He gripped John Slave's head tightly, his overwhelming internal energy directly transmitted into his brain, causing the assassin to convulse wildly. Under the terrifying pressure, the assassin's soul was crushed and reshaped according to Seol Mudok's will. Seol Mudok released his grip, and the prisoner's limp body collapsed. Suddenly, the assassin's eyes snapped open, glowing with an eerie red light. He immediately knelt on the ground, bowing his head in absolute submission. "Master, please give your command." Seol Mudok crossed his arms, coldly questioning. What exactly happened? He demanded the assassin reveal his identity, who gave the order, and all useful information. The assassin spilled everything. "My name is Sis. I received orders from Duke Icarus and was instructed to assassinate John Slave." Seol Mudok smirked, just as he had calculated. He ordered his new pawn. "Report to Icarus that Slave has been successfully assassinated, and report all of Icarus's movements to me, every day." Sis, with soulless eyes and bleeding lips, obediently complied. "Understood, master." The masked subordinate standing nearby was deeply shocked, stammering. "What was that? Is that brainwashing magic?" Seol Mudok explained concisely. "It's the demonic soul art, a soul manipulation technique." The subordinate's eyes gleamed, and he eagerly pleaded, "Lord, please teach me that technique." Seol Mudok bluntly refused. No. He explained that the demonic soul art was a brainwashing technique of the demonic cult, and it wouldn't work unless the user possessed an overwhelmingly superior power level compared to the target. Seol Mudok added a harsh remark. "Even if I taught you, there'd be no one for you to successfully use this technique on," leaving the subordinate speechless. He waved his hand, ordering Sis to leave. Then his gaze sharpened, his mind already set on the next target, Icarus. The Icarus family mansion appeared sinister under the night sky, signaling a plot in motion. Inside, Sergio von Icarus stood by the window, as a bald assassin bowed and reported, "Did you call for me, Your Highness?" Sergio von Icarus didn't bother to turn around, asking in an icy tone, "Is the job done?" The bald assassin, with his glowing red eyes, affirmed confidently, "Yes, I have taken care of John Slave." "Good, you may leave." Sergio von Icarus waved his hand, and the subordinate promptly obeyed. Just as the assassin turned to leave, Sergio von Icarus called out, "Wait, Kirsten, check if the brainwashing spell has been broken." From the shadows, a dark figure in full armor, radiating purple demonic energy, appeared and replied concisely, "Understood." After a moment of silence, Kirsten, with her sharp claws, reported, "The brainwashing spell is still intact." Sergio von Icarus frowned, showing suspicion. "Really? Then who could it be?" He drained his glass of wine, his mind beginning to piece together the clues. Sergio von Icarus's face darkened as he realized his true opponent, muttering the name of his sworn enemy, Blizzard. He looked out the window, his eyes blazing, and cursed silently. "You are my next target." The next day, news of John Slave's death spread throughout the capital like a storm. The townspeople gathered before the public notice board, buzzing with talk about the announced cause. A fall from a horse, an all-too-common accident, yet occurring at an extremely sensitive time. Rumors spread further, but no one knew the truth. The truth was that John Slave was still alive, and it was all a play directed by Seol Mudok. In a snow-covered forest, Seol Mudok and Shuart walked leisurely, completely in control of the situation. Seol Mudok smirked. "The capital must be in an uproar by now. The only candidate besides me has been eliminated, after all." He continued to analyze. In the minds of the nobles, everyone was thinking of only one scenario. Shuart spoke up, interrupting his master's thoughts. "Duke Icarus and the others must think you're dead. There's something I'm wondering about. Shuart questioned Seol Mudok, arguing that Icarus's crimes were clear. So why not reveal the truth and apprehend him immediately? Seol Mudok calmly replied. Not immediately, but to ensure he is apprehended cleanly. He explained that the opponent was extremely cautious, and they needed to prepare thoroughly so the old man had no escape. Seol Mudok raised a finger, declaring there was an even more important reason, leaving Shuart bewildered. With a calculating smile, Seol Mudok revealed that this move had completely quelled the rumors about Princess Ashilda. Shuart froze, his mind beginning to process his master's grand plan. Seol Mudok concluded, "Fight fire with a bigger fire. Now, the one embroiled in scandal is Icarus." Shuart swallowed, completely convinced. The subordinate had only thought of bringing down Icarus, but Seol Mudok had seen 10 steps further. Both continued to walk across the pristine white snow. Seol Mudok announced they had arrived, looking down at a secluded mansion. Shuart confirmed it was the residence of former Deputy Commander Logan. Seol Mudok recalled the information. This Logan fellow was injured in the leg, and he took that position. The mansion of a top Night Order's Deputy Commander is surprisingly simple, Seol Mudok remarked. And Shuart agreed. The reason was that the man had been disgracefully discharged for insubordination, attacking a superior right after being injured. Shuart fell silent, his sharp assassin's eyes scanning the area, sensing something was amiss. He muttered that something was strange, that something had definitely happened, but Seol Mudok denied it. No, not that. Seol Mudok pointed down at the snow-covered ground. He pointed out the problem. It's too clean, as if no one has been around. Shuart wondered. As Seol Mudok himself moved without leaving footprints, Shuart stated confidently, "I am an assassin, and even I, with an injured leg, would leave traces." Seol Mudok narrowed his eyes, immediately understanding the problem. "You mean," suddenly, a feathered arrow shot forth, and Shuart was horrified to see Seol Mudok hovering in the air. Shuart quickly pulled Seol Mudok, narrowly dodging the attack, both surprised by the ambush. Whoosh! The arrow grazed past, carving a long furrow in the white snow-covered ground. Seol Mudok glanced at the arrow, his eyes sharp, realizing this was no ordinary weapon. The arrow plunged into the ground, and Shuart was stunned to realize. Is this a feather? Seol Mudok looked up, finally understanding the strange scent he had been perceiving, as numerous other feathers rained down from the sky. On the rooftop of a building, a winged figure appeared, the beastman growling. The filthy humans have arrived. Shuart turned to ask his master, his voice unable to hide his astonishment. You don't know either, my lord? Seol Mudok coldly replied. No. Seol Mudok muttered, surprised that Logan was a beastman, a shocking secret just revealed. Logan stared at the insignia on Seol Mudok's coat, his eyes filled with resentment. The beastman recognized it as the insignia of the vice commander of the Phoenix Knights. Logan snarled, tightening his grip on the bow. Did the commander order you to kill me? Shuart broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the situation had reached a dead end. Damn it, he's misunderstood. Seol Mudok gave a meaningful smile, asking Shuart in return. So what do you intend to do? Tell him the truth? Both Logan and Shuart were stunned by Seol Mudok's reaction, not understanding what he was planning. Shuart frantically questioned. What are you doing? Why are you provoking him with a lie? Seol Mudok crossed his arms, his face full of confidence and arrogance. I'm testing him, he smirked, a glint of amusement in his eyes, to see if he's strong enough to serve under me. Another arrow was fired, whistling towards Seol Mudok. Logan was completely enraged, drawing his bow and aiming straight at Seol Mudok, ready for a fight to the death. Logan fired, a blazing feathered arrow shot from above, streaking like lightning. Standing in front of the sprawled Miller, Seol Mudok coldly ordered, Step back, Miller. Seol Mudok smirked challengingly, the ice sword in his hand radiating a chilling aura. Come, let's see. A battle with a new race. The feathered arrow tore through the wind, its target none other than Seol Mudok. Facing the attack, Seol Mudok maintained his confident expression, secretly thinking this was a battle against a new race. He already had a plan, intending to deflect all the feathers and then track down the attacker. Shuart, standing afar, yelled in panic, trying to intervene. Viscount, don't. As sword and arrow were about to collide, Shuart screamed in his thoughts, warning that the Beastman tribe's feathers possessed extreme elasticity, which would send the sword flying. Boom! An explosion echoed as the weapons clashed. Seol Mudok pushed back by the tremendous impact force. Seol Mudok showed a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting such a powerful rebound. He was flung backward, having to brace his hands on the ground to maintain balance after the impact. Logan sneered, his hand clutching a few more feathered arrows. You dodged that one? Then what about your legs? Without a second's pause, Logan spun around, firing a volley of feathered projectiles towards Seol Mudok. Seol Mudok muttered as he faced the rain of arrows. Damn it! What insane recoil force! He raised his ice sword, deciding to confront it head-on instead of dodging. Whoosh! Seol Mudok used a perfect sword stroke to deflect the giant arrow, demonstrating supreme control over force. Shuart's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes as he saw the arrow easily batted away. The arrow flew past Shuart and Miller's heads, making both of them shriek, with Miller grumbling that the Viscount hadn't given any warning. Seol Mudok stood firm, his sharp eyes watching the other arrows hurtling towards him, remarking, "No rest at all." He remained unfazed, his eyes gleaming with determination, ready for the next wave of attacks. Logan wondered. He was sure he had fired 2 arrows, but only saw one flying. Seol Mudok also realized this, wondering where the other arrow had gone. Suddenly, the second arrow appeared from his blind spot, shooting straight for Seol Mudok's eye. Crack! He caught the feathered arrow with his bare hand, blood gushing out, but he held on tight. Seol Mudok gritted his teeth through the pain, proving the caliber of someone not to be underestimated. He spun around, flung the arrow away, then gracefully dodged the next attack. Bang! Seol Mudok flicked his finger, swatting away another incoming arrow as if it were child's play. Blood dripped onto the white snow, and he admitted, "Feathers that even the pure snow sword couldn't cut, and it aimed for my blind spot." Looking at his bleeding hand, Seol Mudok smirked. "Your combat ability, satisfactory." Logan roared from above, unable to believe his ears. "What did you just say, human? Satisfactory?" The Beastman was furious, feeling deeply insulted. "Are you evaluating me?" Seol Mudok calmly sheathed his sword, declaring coldly, "Never mind. The evaluation is over." Whoosh! He vanished from the spot, leaving Logan still suspended in midair. Shuart was stunned, while Logan flinched, realizing something was wrong. Thud! Seol Mudok lightly landed in midair, appearing directly above Logan. He hovered, looking down at his enemy with the gaze of a superior. From now on, it's about who's on top. Logan finally realized the disparity in skill, his eyes narrowing in extreme terror. Thwack! A swift chop to the back of the neck, and Logan instantly fell unconscious, his bow flying far away. As Logan fell, the secret was revealed. It was the sky-stepping art, a lightness skill that allowed free movement in midair. Seol Mudok hovered high above, delivering a final verdict. "Your bow. It's gone now." In his beastman form, Logan growled, challenging Seol Mudok. "What are you going to do?" The enraged beastman rocketed down, determined to fight Seol Mudok, who stood still on the ground. Seol Mudok merely raised his hand, a flash of purple aura blocking the attack, leaving Logan stunned. Thud! The dive attack failed, and Logan face-planted into the white snow. Seol Mudok stood up, dusting off his hands, purple energy still swirling around him, his eyes showing clear disdain. He leisurely approached, pointing at the beastman's leg. "Something seems off." "Your leg. Why is it injured?" Logan gnashed his teeth, his eyes blazing as his pain was touched upon. He roared, "Why should I tell a human?" then flapped his wings and lunged at Seol Mudok. Seol Mudok didn't bother to dodge, simply raising his hand as a sphere of icy internal energy gathered. Thwack! He pressed the energy sphere directly onto Logan's injured leg. Logan screamed in agony. "You bastard!" He cursed wildly, calling Seol Mudok a coward for only targeting his weak spot. Seol Mudok said nothing, only increasing the force in his hand, making the icy internal energy erupt more violently. Logan let out a desperate shriek, his entire body convulsing in extreme pain. Enduring the attack, Logan tried to stand, feigning a warrior's pride. "Do you call yourself a warrior?" He continued to yell, demanding a fair fight, but Seol Mudok coldly continued his torture. Seol Mudok's hand tightened, cruelly breaking Logan's leg bone, making him howl. "Stop!" Bop! A final punch, clean and powerful, aimed directly at the mangled leg. The force of the punch sent Logan flying backward, staggering in midair. Seol Mudok smirked, while Logan could only stare in horror, his entire body trembling. Logan looked blankly at the bandages falling onto the snow, not understanding what the hell was happening. Thump! He landed, standing firm on the leg that had just been shattered, utterly astonished. "My leg is healed?" He turned to Seol Mudok, stammering in panic. "How is this possible? No doctor on the entire continent could heal this wound." Seol Mudok replied coldly. "Of course, doctors couldn't heal it, because you weren't injured. You were cursed." He explained that a surge of dark demonic energy had tightly coiled around Logan's leg, and now it rested neatly in his hand. Seol Mudok crushed the demonic energy, calmly declaring, "I used my own energy to shatter it." Logan broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he asked, "What exactly are you?" Seolmudok merely smirked mysteriously, his gaze that of a superior being. He extended his hand, making an overbearing declaration. "You, who do not trust humans, shall become my follower and trust in me." The scene shifted to a cozy wooden house, night having fallen outside. Logan and Morian stood behind a giant roasted pig, the beastman solemnly inviting, "Please, have a meal." Logan explained that this was a traditional dish of his tribe, specially prepared for Seolmudok. Morian, his stomach rumbling, let out a joyful cry. "Excellent, I'm starving." Just as Morian reached out to tear off a piece of meat, he was stopped. Whoosh! Logan slapped Morian's hand away, his eyes blazing as he roared, "How dare you reach out first? This meal is for my benefactor." Seolmudok spoke up. "Logan, he is also my person. Treat him kindly." Logan obeyed, his face sullen, but he still had to comply with his benefactor's wishes. He reluctantly offered a dead mouse to Morian, his voice full of disdain. "Here, eat this, and get lost, human." Morian was furious at the discrimination, while Logan stubbornly argued that it was the best he could offer a human. Seolmudok suddenly called Logan's name, making him flinch and release Morian, then asked directly, "Your left leg, how did it get injured?" Seolmudok saw through Logan's heart, directly asking about the cause of his injury and his confrontation with the Phoenix Knight's commander, Count Torian, making the beastman break out in a cold sweat. Logan bowed his head, deciding to recount everything. "I will explain everything about the day I lost it all." The flashback began on the day Logan was promoted to deputy commander. He was secretly summoned for a private meeting by Count Torian. Logan recalled that Count Torian had been strangely friendly that day, inviting him to drink wine. He knew full well that Count Torian was an elitist, always looking down on other races and seeing Logan as a thorn in his side. And, as expected, after a few pleasantries, Count Torian produced something, making a shocking offer. Logan was stunned, sweat pouring off him like rain at the commander's filthy demand. Without another word, Logan smashed his wineglass, growling, "Stop spouting nonsense, you human." He scornfully looked at Count Torian, who was lounging on his chair, flatly declaring that he would never accept such a ridiculous proposition. Count Torian sneered, delivering a sharp threat. "Choose wisely. Once you step out of this room, there'll be no turning back." Logan let out a cold snort, turned his back, and walked away, completely disregarding the scoundrel's warning. The moment Logan turned away, a mysterious hooded mage appeared behind him, a purple magic orb ready in his hand. Bzz. The deep purple energy orb was fired from the mage's hand. Before Logan could react, he was hit squarely by the sneak attack, dark magic engulfing his body. He could only widen his eyes in horror as the curse began to corrode his body. When he awoke, Logan found himself lying on a bed in the infirmary, his body aching. At first, he thought it was just a bad dream, but no. Faint traces of purple demonic energy still lingered around his left leg, undeniable proof. A shadow demon with glowing green eyes emerged from the darkness, as if mocking his helplessness. Horrific memories flooded back, and Logan roared with furious indignation, calling out the name of his betrayer, Torian. Roar! Logan exploded into his beastman form, his rage shattering the quiet of the infirmary. Seolmudok walked silently down the corridor, his domineering aura completely unaffected by the roaring. Back in his human form, Logan, with his blonde hair tied in a ponytail, his eyes gleaming with a fierce resolve for revenge. Slash! In his frenzy, the beastman's claws tore through some unfortunate soul, sending blood splattering everywhere. After the commotion, Seolmudok, Gale, Logan, and Kondal sat together, the atmosphere heavy. Seolmudok broke the silence with a conclusive remark. "So that's how it is." Logan, in his beastman form, bowed deeply, his voice filled with gratitude. "I sincerely thank you, benefactor." He admitted that Seolmudok had not only healed his leg, but also exposed its true nature as a dark curse. Logan was burning with eagerness to find the culprit when Seolmudok coolly stated, "No need, for I already know." Logan and Gale froze, eyes wide at their boss's firm declaration. Logan stammered, asking how he knew, and Seolmudok merely smirked. "More precisely, I know the puppet master behind him." Seolmudok recalled the bald assassin, and Gale quickly confirmed that he was the one sent to assassinate John's slave. Seolmudok revealed that when he used the soul-stealing art on the assassin, he had sensed a strange energy, and now, he sensed the exact same aura from Logan's cursed leg, a coincidence too significant to ignore. The clues connected, the truth revealed, making Logan flinch. "This is related to the Icarus family?" His anger flared. Logan grabbed Seol Mudok's collar and roared. Icarus? Did you just say Icarus? Seol Mudok maintained his cold expression, calmly commenting on his excessive reaction. Logan released his grip, confessing that the offer he had previously refused was related to the Icarus family. Seol Mudok narrowed his eyes and asked directly, "What was that offer?" Making Logan break out in a cold sweat. The answer appeared in a sea of flames, a single word encapsulating the earth-shattering conspiracy. Rebellion. Logan growled, revealing the Icarus family's plot. To overthrow the royal family and establish a new dynasty. Seol Mudok showed clear signs of boredom, while Gale behind him gaped in astonishment at their audacity. A contemptuous smirk appeared. Seol Mudok had anticipated this move. In Seol Mudok's thoughts, the old fox Icarus had finally walked right into the trap he had set. Seol Mudok's killing intent began to erupt, his eyes flashing with deadly light, ready to hunt. The scene shifted to a luxurious mansion under a pouring rain, the mastermind's lair. Sergio von Icarus stood by the window, coldly declared, "So you've arrived." A one-eyed man with a long scar on his face, Torio, entered, and Sergio von Icarus asked about his injury. Torio reported that his injury was fine and directly asked the reason for being summoned. Sergio von Icarus got straight to the point, confirming that Blizzard Seol Mudok had just joined Torio's night squad. Slam. Sergio von Icarus slammed his hand onto the table, his eyes filled with killing intent. He ordered Torio, "Lure him and bring him here." The bait was cast, Sergio von Icarus promising, "Complete the mission, and you will soon become a duke." Torio immediately knelt on the ground, overjoyed and swearing to complete the mission, while Sergio von Icarus merely glanced at him condescendingly. Sergio von Icarus smirked triumphantly, confident that his trap had been perfectly laid. He cursed silently. "Blizzard, this place will be your grave." Drip. Back with Torio, a drop of fresh blood dripped onto the cold floor. A beastman guard lay slumped in a pool of blood, dead with his eyes wide open. Seol Mudok stood tall over the corpse, his hand still stained with blood. He had found his way right to the doorstep himself. Torio froze, unable to believe his eyes, as the prey he intended to hunt appeared and slaughtered his subordinates with such ease. Torio grinned, his eyes glowing with killing intent. Blizzard? Vice Commander of the Night Order? Seol Mudok stood there, his gaze as cold as ice, not bothering to utter a single word. Flashback to an hour ago. As Seol Mudok stepped down from the carriage, a local commander rushed to greet him. "Thank you for coming, Lord Blizzard." Seol Mudok waved his hand, an overwhelming aura radiating from him. "Dispense with the formalities. I promise to resolve the troubles in your territory," he explained briefly as he walked. "I had urgent matters, so I arrived a little late." The commander followed, reporting, "Yes, thanks to the Phoenix Knights you sent a week ago, the immediate threat has been resolved." Seol Mudok glanced over, noticing the commander's worried expression. "However, why do you look so troubled?" The commander broke out in a sweat, hesitating. "We are truly indebted to the Phoenix Knights." He gathered his courage and got straight to the point. "But are you aware of what's happening within the Phoenix Knights themselves?" Back to the present, Seol Mudok said nothing, simply walking straight into the enemy's lair. He kicked open the door, and from within came a narration of the cruel acts taking place. What met Seol Mudok's eyes was an unbelievable sight. A beastman was grabbed by the neck and lifted, covered in blood, utterly helpless. The entire corridor was littered with corpses of other races, a blatant massacre driven by racial hatred. The racist knights laughed savagely amidst the pile of bodies, their faces smeared with fresh blood. More beastman victims were mercilessly slaughtered, piled up in heaps. Seol Mudok stood there, his gaze sharp, his killing intent condensed to its peak, as he witnessed the corruption within the very night order he served. His eyes flashed with a deadly white light, and his internal energy erupted. Crash! A massive surge of icy sword energy shattered the door, sweeping away everything in its path. An orange-haired knight, before he could even comprehend what was happening, was struck by the surge of power, only managing to utter a "huh?" Seol Mudok unleashed an icy palm strike, blowing off the orange-haired knight's head in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he swept his leg, kicking away two more nobodies as if clearing trash. He grabbed a beastman from among the racist knights by the neck and slammed his face into the floor, thoroughly clearing out the henchmen. The two surviving knights and the beastman victims just froze, unable to comprehend what had just happened. The racist knights gaped. "Damn, what was that?" He took down the butler captain and saved that owl beastman in an instant. Seol Mudok looked at his blood-stained hand, feeling nothing but utter revulsion. He looked up, his sharp gaze locking onto Torio, the ringleader of this ridiculous charade. Torio sneered, his remaining eye flashing with an eerie light, showing defiance. Seol Mudok growled, his contempt unconcealed. You wretches are truly disgusting. He questioned him directly. Hasn't this gone too far, Captain Torio? Torio scoffed at the question, his hand touching his eye patch. Too far? He ripped off his eye patch, revealing an empty, scarred eye socket, and roared, Those wretched beastmen did this to me. You call this too far? Torio pointed at Seol Mudok, ordering imperiously, Bring that beast here at once. Seol Mudok's eyes glowed with icy blue light, clashing with Torio's bloodshot eye, who threatened, If you refuse, I will punish you for insubordination. Seol Mudok exhaled a cold mist, his patience completely worn thin. He hoisted the owl beastman victim onto his shoulder and challenged, Just try me. Seol Mudok delivered a fatal psychological blow, threatening to expose Torio's conspiracy with the Icarus family, leaving him stunned. Torio broke out in a cold sweat, stammering incoherently at the mention of treason, and his subordinates were utterly bewildered. Stop torturing the beastmen immediately, Seol Mudok declared coldly, then turned and walked away, leaving Torio frozen in shock. Seol Mudok's eyes flared with deadly cold energy as he concluded, Unless you wish to die on the execution platform. Startled by a single sentence, Torio's face turned pale as he peeked from the shadows, watching. Seol Mudok paid him no mind, carrying the heavily wounded owl beastman on his shoulder and walking with determination. The owl beastman whispered, Deputy Commander, why did you save me? Seol Mudok replied coldly, his hands still stained with blood. Because I too was once discriminated against. Painful memories flooded back. The owl beastman didn't understand, questioning, But why must you endure it? Seol Mudok retorted immediately, With the strength of a beastman, can you not crush those small fry? Even though the image clearly showed the owl beastman possessed enough power to do so. The owl beastman explained that if violence were used, all avenues for dialogue and negotiation would be permanently closed. Seol Mudok suddenly froze, realizing the path this beastman had chosen. He recalled Huon's words, a gentle promise, and understood that the owl beastman's path was as arduous as his own once was. The owl beastman placed a clawed hand on Seol Mudok's, solemnly declaring, I will support your dream. He squeezed his hand tightly, asserting firmly, It won't be long. Seol Mudok offered a rare, hopeful smile. I truly hope so too. The two walked together through the ruined corridor, Seol Mudok determined to witness firsthand the future Huon had always dreamed of. Scene change. A troop of Phoenix Knights, clad in splendid bronze-gold armor, advanced with imposing momentum. The next evening, in a gloomy forest filled with eerie skull totems, the main force of the Phoenix Knights had gathered. An angry orange knight, his face bandaged, glared at Seol Mudok, growling his alias. Blizzard, he gritted his teeth, full of resentment. You humiliated me in front of my subordinates. In the flashback, this very angry orange knight had yelled at Torio, demanding Seol Mudok be dealt with immediately. But Torio, at that moment, was extremely calm, signaling his subordinates to be silent and saying there was no need to get their hands dirty, clearly having a more insidious plan. Torio, the one-eyed captain, pointed at the map, his voice icy. The order has been given to lure him here. The angry orange knight wondered what was there, but Torio merely shrugged, replying nonchalantly, We don't need to know. He emphasized that the sole mission was to lure Seol Mudok into the death forest ahead. The angry orange knight gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage, thinking to himself that they were almost there. He muttered, By the way, I heard Lord Blizzard is a great swordsman, as the entire troop advanced into the gloomy forest, which emanated dense purple demonic energy. A monster lurked in the shadows, baring its jagged bloody teeth, its eyes flashing with deadly light. The monster's full form emerged, a giant wolf with surging purple demonic energy, and the angry orange knight wondered if anything here was strong enough to threaten a great swordsman. Seol Mudok and the Phoenix Knights were riding through the haunted forest, the shadows of monsters flickering on the dry branches. Seol Mudok suddenly sensed an unusual, yet extremely familiar, surge of energy. Stop, he commanded, raising a hand to halt the entire troop, his intuition telling him something was wrong. From the shadows, a pack of giant wolves with glowing purple eyes slowly emerged, baring their fangs and growling. Torio turned to Seol Mudok, his voice full of sarcasm. Deputy Commander Blizzard, I heard you are a great swordsman. He provoked, So why don't you show us your skills? But Seol Mudok simply replied coldly, I refuse. Torio clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, Tisk, could he have sniffed something out? Seol Mudok pointed towards the wolves. That is where the monsters Lord Icarus mentioned are. The angry orange knight sneered, pointing directly at Seol Mudok's face. Ha! So even the great swordsman is afraid of these things? He snarled. Watch closely. Then drew a strangely shaped dagger, preparing to charge forward and show off. He charged into the pack of wolves, wildly swinging his dagger, slashing and killing like a madman, blood splattering everywhere. After taking down a few, he turned back, yelling triumphantly, "Ha ha ha, how's that? Those are my sword skills." He was still boastfully showing off. You must be shocked. When a wolf lunged, biting into his throat, ending his cheap display. Torio and his remaining subordinates froze stiff at the horrifying sight that just unfolded. The arrogant orange-haired knight from before had his head bitten off by a shadow wolf, blood gushing like a fountain. Seol Mudak observed coldly, noticing something unusual. The severed body parts of the monsters are regenerating. A severed wolf leg automatically reattached to its body, confirming Seol Mudak's conjecture was correct. He muttered, seeing the immortal monsters surrounding him. Don't tell me these are zombies? Torio broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale with fear at the situation spiraling out of control. Another knight screamed for help as a giant wolf lunged at him. Seol Mudok, sitting on his horse, thought to himself, I knew there was a trap, but I didn't expect immortal monsters. A panicked knight yelled his commander's name, but Torio could only flinch in despair. Seeing the small fry about to be wiped out, Seol Mudok finally made his move, leaping from his horse and charging straight into the pack of wolves. His eyes flashed with a cold light, icy sword energy gathered on his blade, ready to clear the battlefield. A series of sharp ice spikes erupted from the ground, impaling the shadow wolves in an instant. Standing amidst the monster corpses, Seol Mudok hissed, that bastard Icarus truly is a cruel man. He continued to deduce. Just to capture me, he's willing to sacrifice an entire knight squad. Torio snapped his head up, his eyes wide, hearing Seol Mudok's words as the bitter truth began to sink in. He gritted his teeth, realizing he was just a discarded pawn. Have I been abandoned? Looking at the corpses of his comrades and the monsters, he bitterly realized, do I share the same fate as that scattered trash? Unable to accept the truth, Torio turned his horse and fled desperately, screaming in despair, no way. Seol Mudok watched the cowardly commanders retreating back, growling with contempt. That son of a bitch, he cursed. Calling himself a general, yet abandoning his subordinates to save his own skin? Seol Mudok growled, still hadn't extracted all the information about the Icarus family. Just as he was about to chase the coward, an extremely powerful force slammed into him, sending him flying like a ball. A giant shadow wolf growled, its jagged teeth and glowing red eyes filled with killing intent. Seol Mudok's gaze turned sharp and cold, assessing the situation. Facing the roaring monster, he admitted, this bastard is a tough opponent. Meanwhile, a healing potion was poured onto the dying orange-haired knight. The orange-haired knight's eyes were wide and his mouth agape as he felt his wounds miraculously healing. He coughed violently, realizing he had just been saved by a hair's breadth, and looked up at his savior. The owl beastman stood tall before him, delivering a shocking piece of news. Commander Torio. The owl beastman stated firmly, that Torio fellow has fled, leaving the orange-haired knight stunned. If you've recovered, get up. We need your strength, the owl beastman said, then turned and walked away, ignoring the knight's stammering calls. The orange-haired knight broke out in a sweat, his face pale with shock and confusion. He couldn't believe it. The owl beastman, covered in wounds, had used his only potion to save him. Why? The orange-haired knight screamed in his head, recalling the scenes of his own kind torturing and tormenting other races. He stared at the owl beastman's back, asking with a trembling voice, what do you mean? Amidst the surrounding shadow wolves, the owl beastman turned back and declared firmly, we are comrades. The orange-haired knight's eyes welled up with tears at the powerful rhetorical question. Do we truly need any other reason? Those words awakened him. The orange-haired knight gritted his teeth and gripped the hilt of his sword. He charged into the pack of monsters, swinging his sword wildly like a madman, determined to fight to the very end. Tears mixed with blood, the orange-haired knight screamed his vow. I will definitely survive. The orange-haired knight lay sprawled on the ground, yet still roared his determination to live and atone for his mistakes. The owl beastman glanced over, his eyes acknowledging the change in his reluctant comrade. The two stood back to back, surrounded by the pack of shadow wolves. The owl beastman said coldly, then it's worth looking forward to. Just as a shadow wolf lunged forward, a sword radiating chilling energy blocked its claws. Seol Mudok appeared like a god, effortlessly deflecting the monster's attack. Pushed back a step by the force of the attack, Seol Mudok gritted his teeth, realizing his opponent was no pushover. He watched the wolf's hand regenerate, sighing, what a persistent bunch. The shadow wolf roared as its body fully reformed, making Seol Mudok realize that normal slashing was useless. They just keep regenerating no matter how many times I cut them. He plunged into battle, calculating that at this rate, his internal energy would run out before he could eliminate all the monsters. If that's the case, Seol Mudok decided to play a different hand, his eyes flashing with a cold glint as he swung his sword at incredible speed. A sword strike tore through the air, slicing the shadow wolf into many pieces. But even dismembered, its eyes still glowed brightly, signaling its imminent regeneration. Seol Mudok sheathed his sword, and a surge of blue-chilling energy began to gather in his palm. He smirked confidently. Gotcha! An ice palm strike was unleashed, sharp ice spears shooting straight into the shadow wolves. A wolf was frozen solid by a massive block of ice right in the face, surprising even Seol Mudok. What is this? He immediately realized their fatal weakness. I freeze them to reduce their mobility, but the frozen parts can't regenerate? He placed his hand on the ground, channeling all his chilling energy into the earth. Boom! A terrifying icy explosion erupted, freezing the entire battlefield. In the eyes of the last shadow wolf, Seol Mudok's image was reflected as its body shattered into countless shards of ice. Seol Mudok infused his sword with chilling energy, muttering with amusement. Oh. He smirked arrogantly, having grasped the monster's weakness. So, ice is your weakness, huh? At the same time, a troop of Phoenix Knights, led by Baron Vincent, galloped like the wind, rushing to provide reinforcements. Baron Vincent recalled the blood-stained emergency report he had received late at night. Speaking of an immortal species of monster, seeing a flash of light ahead, a knight shouted, "Over there!" Baron Vincent silently prayed for Viscount Blizzard, the benefactor who had stepped up to protect their territory. Urging his horse forward, he cried out hopefully, "May you still be safe. Reinforcements are here." But upon arriving, Baron Vincent froze, sweat pouring down his face. Before him was an unbelievable sight, an entire forest completely frozen. He stammered, "What? What kind of scene is this?" A cold voice echoed from above, mockingly. "You're late, Baron Vincent." Seol Mudok stood tall atop a frozen monster, his cloak fluttering majestically. He smirked, declaring nonchalantly, "I just finished dealing with them." Baron Vincent's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. He trembled, clutching his armor tightly, unable to stand steady. This was not a tremor of fear or cold, but an overwhelming shock at a power far beyond all comprehension. From this event, the name Seol Mudok became associated with a new title, the king who freezes everything, even death. The scene shifted, introducing the three top knight orders of the Drake Kingdom. The first-ranked Phoenix Knights, the second-ranked Giant Knights, and the third-ranked Storm Knights. Meanwhile, as soon as he returned to his mansion, Torio summoned two Knight Order captains. Standing by the window, Torio watched two cloaked figures approach and called out their names. "Gordon and Roberts, you have arrived." Torio broke out in a cold sweat, bitterly admitting that Sergio von Icarus was indeed a cold-blooded individual, willing to sacrifice an entire Knight Order just to capture him, and now he couldn't allow himself to be discarded like trash. In the luxurious room, Torio made a resolution. He had to prove his worth at all costs. Torio, now having regained his mastermind's demeanor, cleared his throat. "My apologies for summoning you all out here so late at night." Gordon, captain of the Storm Knights, chuckled obsequiously. "Not at all. Whenever the Count calls, we are at your service." In contrast, Roberts, captain of the Giant Knights, spoke curtly. "Get straight to the point. Why have you called us here?" Torio glanced at Roberts, making a loaded remark. Baron Roberts is truly cold-hearted. He sneered that Roberts' attitude was understandable, as he was, after all, absolutely loyal to the king. Torio picked up a bottle of wine and declared bluntly, "But starting today, you will also become part of the Icarus faction." He smirked confidently, just as he had when facing Logan. "I will make you an offer you cannot refuse." The tragic images of Count Slave and his son, John Slave, appeared, a subtle warning about the consequences of choosing the wrong side. Torio snapped his fingers and asked directly, "You've all heard about John Slave, haven't you?" He poured wine, sneering. Poor Count Slave, blindly defending that incompetent king only to lose his beloved son. Torio growled, his knife-sharp gaze sweeping over the two stunned captains. If he had followed Lord Icarus, that would never have happened. Gordon was scared stiff, whispering to Torio, "Lord Torio, is it wise to speak so bluntly?" But he simply replied curtly, "Relax, I've planned everything." Roberts clenched his fists, growling, "What game are you playing, Torio?" Roberts sprang to his feet, questioning, "Are you threatening me? Do you mean I'll die if I don't obey Icarus?" But Torio merely sneered. Torio's eyes darted around, his gaze turning wild and dangerous. He laid his cards on the table, pouring the bottle of wine directly onto the floor. That's right, this is a threat, Baron Roberts. A royal banner was torn and stained with blood, signaling a bloody rebellion about to erupt. Torio declared loudly. The current dynasty will be overthrown, and Lord Icarus will ascend the throne. Torio continued his persuasion. Gordon and I have already been promised lucrative positions. He cornered Roberts, his eyes full of murderous intent. You must choose wisely, Baron Roberts. Torio laid his cards on the table, asserting confidently that the current king was nothing more than a puppet. In his heart, Torio calculated that if he could just bring Roberts, an influential figure in the royalist faction, to his side, the rest would automatically submit to Icarus. Seeing Roberts bow his head in silence, Torio smugly thought his prey had taken the bait. Excellent. He's switched sides. Presuming victory, Torio adopted a superior tone. A wise choice. I'll put in a good word for you with Lord Icarus, when Roberts suddenly tensed his fist. Crash. Roberts turned the tables in an instant, lunging to grab Torio's head and slamming it mercilessly onto the floor. Standing over the defeated man, Roberts roared. The king has no power? You say that while I and the giant knights are still here? Bang! The room door was violently kicked open. A sorceress appeared, delivering an ultimatum to Roberts. Surrender before dawn, or at least beg for your family's bodies to remain intact. Ambushed, Torio lay sprawled on the floor, only able to curse bitterly to himself. Gordon was sweating profusely from fear, while Torio could only stare up at the newcomer with a dazed expression. A brilliant purple magic circle glowed underfoot, signaling the presence of a dark power. The sorceress looked down at Torio with utter contempt. How pathetic, Torio. She stepped out of the magic circle, scoffing. Another failure, isn't it? Causing Torio to flinch. Torio immediately prostrated himself, bowing his head in apology. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Curson, causing Gordon to freeze upon hearing that name. Curson, the dark sorceress and Icarus's capable assistant, smirked demonically. Torio pleaded abjectly, sweat pouring off him. Please, just one more time. Please grant me another chance. Curson extended her clawed hand. Ignoring Torio, who was still babbling, promises not to disappoint her expectations. She chuckled, looking amused. Perfect. It just so happens I need both of you right now. Whoosh. Curson used magic to teleport the two failures, Torio and Gordon, away in an instant. Torio's face still held a look of horror. Purple light flashed from the windows, then vanished. The two henchmen gone from the mansion, Curson landed softly, announcing curtly, Torio has been dealt with. Meanwhile, Roberts was scrambling out of the mansion, as a voice rang out, asking about his fate. Elsewhere, the mastermind, Sergio von Icarus, sat perched on a chair, toying with a glowing purple orb of magic, commanding his subordinate, This is Lord Icarus. He narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze giving a decisive order. Deal with him. Crash. The magic orb was hurled, shattering on the floor. Sergio was furious as his plans slowly crumbled. He gritted his teeth, bitterly uttering the name that had ruined everything. Blizzard. Sergio looked into the glass. Sol Mudok's reflection, appearing like a haunting phantom. He admitted, Ever since that guy appeared, everything has turned to trash. Has even more troublesome than the king. But then he smirked smugly, realizing another truth. However, that also means no one but Blizzard can stand in my way. Sergio looked out at the building with the bat flag fluttering, knowing Seol Mudok was not currently in the capital. He looked down at the massive army gathering below, their shadows cast through the window. Sergio von Icarus realized the time was ripe. This is the perfect moment. Scene change. A massive bonfire blazed fiercely, illuminating a vast expanse of the night sky. At the Phoenix Knights camp, the atmosphere was lively, with everyone happily eating and drinking around the fire. The once arrogant orange-haired knight was now weeping piteously. I'm sorry. He repeatedly prostrated himself on the ground before the beastmen soldiers, wailing, I am truly sorry for discriminating against and harassing you simply because you are beastmen. He knew empty words were meaningless and promised to spend his entire life atoning. Meanwhile, a calm voice rang out. They said it wouldn't be long. Seol Mudok sat leisurely at a table, his feet propped on a chair, calmly saying to a fox beastman, You arrived quickly, but no, we are still far from our goal. The fox beastman was sweating, but still replied firmly, Even so, we must still advance one step at a time. The fox beastman and his comrades affirmed resolutely that this was not a farewell, but a lifelong bond. Seol Mudok fell silent, his gaze, lost in thought, staring into the night. He murmured, A lifelong bond, huh? while Huon's silhouette appeared, ethereal and distant. A spark of understanding flashed in Seol Mudok's eyes. He finally understood. He realized why Huon had always stubbornly sought to negotiate and compromise back then. Memories flooded back, scenes of him and Huon happy together. She didn't want a temporary peace achieved by force, but a dream of living with him until old age. Seol Mudok gritted his teeth, his voice filled with regret. "Forgive me, Huon." He bowed his head in anguish, blaming himself for only now understanding the heart of his beloved. Elsewhere, Shuart stood on a cliff, horrified as he watched the fierce purple demonic energy erupting in the distance. He hastily asked, "What's happening?" He frantically called out, "Lord!" but only silence answered him. Shuart looked towards the city, now engulfed in demonic energy. He realized a world-shaking event had begun. 4 hours earlier, Roberts, captain of the Giant Knights, was adjusting his sleeve, his face filled with determination. He stood in his office, looking out the window. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Roberts declared loudly before his troops, "I have informed the soldiers. Torrio and Gordon have escaped. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow we will capture them." No sooner had he finished speaking than strange footsteps echoed right behind him. Roberts spun around, startled, having a bad feeling. 2 figures suddenly appeared in the room, leaving Roberts frozen on the spot. He stammered, unable to believe his eyes. "Torrio, Gordon, why are you 2 here?" Roberts glanced towards the sword lying far away, realizing he was completely caught off guard. Before he could even think of a plan to buy time, Torrio and Gordon struck, seizing the poor captain by the throat. Roberts broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning pale as he realized he had fallen into a deadly trap. Crash! The entire group was blown away by an immense force, sent flying straight through the shattered window. A wave of eerie purple energy swept through, tearing up the ground where Roberts had just landed. Roberts struggled to push himself up, his face filled with disbelief. What kind of monstrous form is this? He turned around and froze, his intuition telling him an even more horrific tragedy was unfolding. Roberts's entire army, his loyal soldiers, were rising from the dead, their eyes glowing eerily. Roberts desperately looked down from the steps. All his knights had transformed into an army of immortal monsters. A pair of demonic legs gently touched the ground. The orchestrator of the massacre had revealed herself. Curson looked at the dying knight with amusement. "Oh? Still alive?" For a moment, the image of Sergio von Icarus appeared, furious at Roberts's stubbornness. "I ordered Torrio to kill him, yet this bastard is still causing trouble even after death." Curson crossed her arms, her voice full of sarcasm as she looked at the defeated man. "So, you're the mastermind behind all of this?" She flashed a savage smile, her eyes glowing with malice. So what are you going to do now?" Roberts gritted his teeth, reaching for his sword, determined not to die a humiliating death. He let out one last roar, pouring all his strength into charging straight at Kherson, ready for a fight to the death. Swish! Fresh blood splattered as a sharp blade, quick as lightning, cut through everything. Roberts was impaled by a demonic tail, while his own immortal subordinates also rushed in to tear at him. The loyal captain coughed up a large mouthful of blood, his consciousness slowly fading. Kherson stood above, looking down at the defeated man kneeling, surrounded by the army of shadows. "Are you afraid to die?" She reached out her hand, purple magic surging. "Don't worry, you'll never truly die." Roberts's face contorted in extreme agony as dark magic invaded his body, beginning a horrifying transformation. Boom! A sky-blazing purple magic explosion shattered the city gate, signaling a major crisis. In Seol, Mudok's hand, the communication crystal shattered, a deadly omen. Seol Mudok's eyes narrowed as he realized something horrifying. Princess Ashilda is in danger. Seol Mudok growled, intending to rush straight to the capital immediately, but Shuart quickly stopped him. Shuart reported the urgent situation. The Icarus faction was gathering forces from all their territories. He warned that once they gathered enough strength in the capital, the Icarus faction would become an unstoppable force. Shuart outlined the plan. The Blizzard Knights would handle the capital, while Seol Mudok was tasked with intercepting and wiping out the enemy reinforcements. Seol Mudok remained silent, contemplating the proposed strategy, his expression thoughtful. Finally, he agreed, and placed the crystal on the table, ordering them to hold out until he arrived. Seol Mudok turned to his subordinates, his overwhelming aura drawing everyone's attention. He declared bluntly, "The Icarus faction has rebelled. From now on, we will hunt them down, eliminating every single reinforcement unit." Upon hearing the order, the Fox Beastman and his other Beastman comrades were stunned, but their eyes quickly lit up with determination. Seol Mudok's face was as cold as ice, without a hint of hesitation, only pure killing intent. Standing before him was Condor, the giant white-furred monster, its blue eyes glowing brightly, ready to obey. Seolmudok's eyes glowed emerald green. He vowed to finish this battle swiftly and then go to Ashilda. Elsewhere, the communication crystal on the pillow suddenly began to sparkle. Princess Ashilda was sleeping when the light woke her, and she groggily looked towards the crystal. She sat up, picked up the crystal, and wondered why the Viscount was contacting her at this hour. And then a shocking message came through the crystal, leaving Princess Ashilda speechless. The Icarus faction has rebelled. In the night sky, Seolmudok rode atop Condor, soaring at terrifying speed, the news of the giant knights being wiped out still echoing in his mind. Princess Ashilda received Seolmudok's order, her face pale. They will attack soon. We must prepare immediately. She rushed off, promising to inform her father at once. Seolmudok announced through the crystal that the Wyvern Knights, along with Jerome, would soon arrive at the kingdom, causing Princess Ashilda to flinch slightly. Princess Ashilda asked anxiously, "What about you, Viscount? Won't you come?" Seolmudok replied coldly, his tone devoid of emotion. "If I followed my heart, I would be by your side already." But he was not one to act on impulse. A strategic map appeared, showing Icarus's reinforcements pouring in from all directions, and Seolmudok declared, "I will arrive at the capital after I wipe out all of them." Princess Ashilda was utterly shocked to hear he intended to face all the reinforcements alone, while Seolmudok stood proudly on the back of the colossal Lilith wyvern, ready to depart. He reassured her with a deadly confident smile. "Don't worry," Seolmudok declared firmly, utterly disregarding the enemy forces. "Not a day. I'll finish this in half a day." As night fell, a weary reinforcement army trudged through the forest, torches flickering. A soldier among the reinforcement knights complained about walking for too long. The entire group looked exhausted. Wham! The commander didn't say much, delivering a devastating punch to the complaining soldier's face, making him spit blood. The commander, on horseback, roared at the soldiers, sprawled on the ground. "What are you dawdling for? Get your feet moving." It turned out this brutal commander was Count Crancy, one of Icarus's faction. Count Crancy muttered to himself, his hand caressing a leather whip, eager to be the first to arrive and claim glory. He irritably watched the worthless soldiers squandering his opportunity. One soldier had completely collapsed. Without a shred of mercy, Count Crancy raised his whip, intending to lash the soldier to death as an example. "Get up now." Suddenly, an icy voice echoed from above. "Stop." A colossal shadow eclipsed the moon. Count Crancy froze, looking up at the sky, and was stunned to see the silhouette of a wyvern circling above. He broke out in a cold sweat, stammering incoherently as he recognized the figure standing on the monster's back. "You?" Seolmudok, standing tall on the head of the Lilith wyvern under the moonlight, delivered an ultimatum to the entire army. "Surrender. I have no time for arguments. There will be no mercy." Count Crancy was drenched in sweat, muttering that they were truly doomed this time. If an entire wyvern squadron arrived, they stood no chance. But then he listened closely, realizing something was amiss. In the dead of the silent night, only the shadow of a single wyvern soared under the moonlight. There was no noisy flapping of wings from an entire squadron. A soldier ran to report to Count Crancy, confirming that the scout team had not detected any enemies in ambush. The corpulent noble gritted his teeth, realizing he had been tricked. "I knew it." Seolmudok stood on Condor's back, looking down, while Count Crancy burst into delighted laughter. "Ha ha ha, I almost fell for it. You dare try to scare me with a non-existent wyvern squadron? You are the one who should surrender." Seolmudok retorted coldly, a terrifying dark aura surging from his hand. The reinforcement soldiers froze, unable to believe their eyes. No way. Is he really going to take on 1,000 men by himself? Seolmudok merely curled his lip, his sharp eyes filled with disdain. His smile clearly showed that 1,000 soldiers were nothing but trash, not worth bothering with. "No time," Seolmudok roared, then plunged from the sky, leaving the wyvern to circle in the air. The soldiers screamed in panic, trying to hold on to their frightened horses. "He's coming down, get him!" Count Crancy, once again, wore a smug grin from ear to ear, believing this was a heaven-sent opportunity. He roared, fantasizing about capturing Seolmudok alive and presenting him to Lord Icarus for immense merit. Whoosh! Seolmudok landed as light as a feather, a terrifying, chilling aura emanating from his feet the moment they touched the ground. He unleashed a single move, countless colossal streams of icy sword energy, shooting straight towards Count Crancy and his army. Count Crancy could only raise his hands in a futile attempt to block, his face paling as he felt the bone-chilling cold engulfing him. His eyes widened, sweat pouring down him as his body began to freeze. His warhorse turned into an ice statue in an instant, making him barely able to let out a desperate scream. What is this? Count Crancy looked around in horror. Not just him, but the entire reinforcement army had been frozen solid on the battlefield. The entire area was frozen in an instant. Count Crancy and his soldiers turned to ice on the spot. Seol Mudok coldly held his ice sword, issuing an ultimatum. Anyone who wishes to surrender, throw down your weapons and lie face down immediately. He swung his sword, and a massive wave of cold energy swept across the battlefield, demonstrating overwhelming power. The reinforcement soldiers who were still standing looked at each other, cold sweat breaking out beneath their armor. Seol Mudok narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a blade. If anyone remains standing, I will cut them down. Clang. Clatter. Weapons fell to the frozen ground, not a single one daring to utter a sound. The soldiers hastily prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling and begging for their lives. We surrender. We've thrown down our weapons. Amidst the prostrating soldiers, only the ice statue of Count Crancy on horseback still stood tall. Count Crancy's face drained of all color, and he stammered as he realized he was the only one still standing. It's over. He realized his legs were frozen solid to the saddle, making it impossible to lie down and surrender. A blinding light from Seol Mudok's sword shot straight towards the unlucky noble. Count Crancy only managed a desperate cry of no before being engulfed by the energy. Boom! Both man and horse vanished, leaving only a few shattered pieces of armor and cloak scattering in the freezing air. Seol Mudok brushed his hands, as if finishing a chore of clearing trash. He calmly sat upon a makeshift throne made of ice and armor, declaring, "The Phoenix Knights are coming soon." He ordered the prisoners, huddled like a flock of quails. Until then, stay still here, no moving. Understood? He received a unanimous, "Understood," in reply. The wyvern Lilith roared once, then took off and soared away, leaving a frosty trail on the ground. While flying, Seol Mudok used a crystal to transmit his voice to Shuart. Crancy's unit has been dealt with. Next target, northeast. Another reinforcement unit. Hearing Shuart anxiously ask about facing thousands of enemy soldiers alone, Seol Mudok merely smirked. No problem. He looked towards the horizon, his gaze resolute. Wait for me, Ashilda. I will come to save you.